Okay, guys. All right. Okay. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream. Uwu Swarm Rap. Don Salvatore, Lead, Keys, Bezin, Jaws, Rap, Scallywagus, Little Boots, Narrow, Kinetic, Pause, Lemon Tea, Daisy, Heyman Flicks, Gordon, Fishing, Nebrek, and Civil. Good morning, guys. Shit. So I feel like I missed out on a bunch of shit after I went offline last night. How are you guys doing this morning? The way you say my name each time. I feel like Gordon just works, right? Midlife Maddie with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, buddy. Rap Scallywagus with the tier 1 membership. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Felly Goblin, good morning. I actually went to bed on time today, so I woke up at the normal time. Nice. Hey, Led, I'm taking suggestions for more moderators on YouTube. If you can think of anybody, let me know. You'll keep an eye out. There you go. Nice, nice, nice. Ooh, thank you so much for €2. I know what that is now. Nice shirt. Hey, cheers. Thank you. I'm regressing is what's happening. I wore Catholic school uniforms as a small child, and now in my elderly years, the white collared shirts are calling me again. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, so apparently Dan Clancy commented on the ban/unban. Destiny reacts to Dan Clancy claiming his ban was corrected after human error. Okay. Hold on. First, we got to fix the text on the screen. Give me 1 second to do that. Fridays are members only on YouTube. Thanks for all the support. Okay. I logged the fuck off when we ended the stream last night. So I'm not caught up on all these shenanigans. Stay in the atmosphere. Thank you so much for 4 months. Good morning. Good morning. All I know is that Destiny was unbanned, and then that lasted maybe 30 to 45 minutes. And then he was rebanned again with some very suspicious circumstances. Namely the Hassan smirk on screen. Which, let's watch that first. Because that is hella sus. Like, unbelievably sus. Let me find that one. How do you accidentally unban someone? That's a great question. That's a great question. But I have no idea how their systems work, so I really couldn't tell you. We got a few clips to line up here. Hang on. You, Tiny, and some of his orbiters had like 2 to 3 times the viewership yesterday for some reason. Any guesses? I think it's just because the drama's popping off, bud. I think it's really just that simple. Okay. All right. Let's line up all the clips one by one. Stay in the atmosphere with 4 months. Hey, cheers. Thank you. Hassan opened the shock collar app on his phone and sent Dan a few warning shocks. Damn. Fucking brutal. All right. This was, I think, shortly before the ban. So Hassan was already activated when all this happened, I believe.
I mean, look, I don't give a fuck. Okay, whatever. Y'all are cornballs. Okay, I hope you lock in the moments that matter. At the end of the day, I can take it.
Yoshi Autobotto, Shokyu da. Hey Hutch, you should send out the Discord notification. Be Ooch. Autobots roll out.
Is that Optimus Prime speaking Japanese? Is that what that was? Oh, I've been so good about sending the Discord notification. I fucking forgot this morning. Okay.
Who gives a shit? But I like what a. I don't even need fucking Sex Pestini's community up my ass all the fucking time. I got these guys who have like probably come out of my community. Not just AOC, they're claiming Chris Rabb is pro-Israel. Yeah, I know. Nothing pisses me off more, and I shouldn't even be openly admitting this.
Him being so easily baitable is very relatable for me. I'm not gonna lie. I can't judge him too harshly for that. Although, I gotta say, I think he's probably a little bit worse, right? If we're being honest. He's probably a little bit worse, right? I mean, he goes off. He fucking loses it. When he gets baited, it's like he goes in. He gets very personal. I do get baited easily. I mean, that's true. It's so true when you read the logs too, because these motherfuckers were, it was like a hutch baiting industrial complex. It was a lot. Like they were baiting me every fucking day. Wudo with 93 months. Oh my god. Hutch, 93 months of me in you, literally. What is your opinion on the LIRR strike? It's over now, but the progressives were backing a plus 30 Republican-led unions who wanted an increase salary by 5% at their original salary of 135K. The practical Dems and libertarians said no, it got resolved, but don't you think it's weird that the progressive literally support a Trump-led strike because unions? I don't even know what you're talking about. What is it? LIRR strike. No idea what you're talking about. 100 over Batman. Thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it. Long Island RR. I don't know what that is. Long Island Railroad. Didn't hear anything about that.
But nothing fucking pisses me off more than when people are just like, oh, dude, this guy's a fucking libtard. Oh my God, he's just like... Yeah, no, this is what it is. This is what it is. It's a bait. I eat the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And then immediately this guy's like, see, I fucking got you, dude.
Hey, you know, at least he's self-aware. Wait a second. This guy is calling Hassan a liberal? The Waka Flocka guy? This fucking idiot? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the tweet. What's this guy's name again? What's his name on Twitter? How do I find this? There's too many Hassans. Does anybody know his Twitter name? I can't see it. It's too pixelated. One of the most low IQ people ever, this Waka guy. He's pretty bad. He's pretty bad. Jinx! Jinx, you lovable son of a bitch. Thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships, Jinx. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, buddy. Happy Friday to you, too. We're going to a hotel tonight. Hopefully they have an in-room giant bathtub. Fucking love giant bathtubs in hotels. Something about it. I just love it. Holiday Inn. Come on. Who the fuck do you think I am? What is this guy's name on Twitter? I'm just going to look up Waka. Waka? Oh, there he is. Wait, hang on. No, that's the rapper. Not the guy. Okay. I don't know this guy's name on Twitter, but he's a character.
I'm sorry, but if you think this dude is doing tireless advocacy, doing the work.
All elite memes with $5. Hassan helped create the monster that is the horseshoe left. Him trying to separate himself now is so transparent to anyone who's been paying attention. Is he trying to separate himself from the we'll call him the dirtbag left, I guess.
Okay. Go listen to him try to fucking defend his positions on a sex pest Zionist broadcast. Okay. I didn't want to bring this up, but buddy, let me tell you, okay, you didn't do a great job. You got fucking owned by an Israel dating pedophile. How do you think that looked for the cause?
Damn, they're fighting. The girls are fighting. Kind of fun. Why are they fighting? Literally, why the fuck are they fighting? Hold on, let me see if I can. Okay, is there not better quality on this thing? Nope. Can't read it. Can't read. I don't know what his screen name is.
Your desperation to fucking clout chase caused you to get literally owned by a moronic Wikipedia article summarizing pedophilic Zionist.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Hang on. So, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy claims streamers cannot contact him directly to request someone stay banned or unbanned.
So somebody says, is it true that certain streamers can contact you directly to request streamers that are and have been banned to stay banned despite the platform's current mindset on bans? Absolutely not.
Hutch, they're fighting because Hassan is trying to be nice to the Dems. Is he though? That's news to me. And the far left thinks he's betraying them. At least that's what a Hassan fan that popped up in chat told me weeks ago. Is he being nice to Democrats? I don't think so. He's being nice to some Democrats. Okay.
Senshi Manny. Nobody can contact me to express their views on whether or not someone should remain banned or not. It is the fact that at times people reach out to me through various channels if they feel they have been incorrectly banned. And I always try to take the time to follow up to see if for some reason we made a mistake or to help them understand when they can apply to be readmitted. We have a formal process of application to for indefinite bans because they're indefinite. And sometimes people don't understand the timeline. And so I do try to help, and these are almost always smaller streamers.
Bad Empanadas hated Hassan for a bit, though.
They tell me their story, and I work with the team. But the team, in the end, makes that decision. I do not make that decision. It's just putting a spotlight to try and then what I do is work on the team to make sure that our appeal system works so that if people are incorrectly banned that are smaller, we go ahead and fix that.
Well, I don't know. Guys, I have to go to the bathroom now. I'm going to do that real quick. Give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to play today's video in the background whilst I do so, and I'll be right back.
J-Stock's asking me to make an allegation. Again, I have no allegation for you, J-Stock, because I have questions.
I have an allegation. I have an allegation.
Wait,
I have an allegation that under his standards, he should call the RCMP and report himself for transmitting CSAM.
Ooh, shit.
Aiden.
It was the volume.
You are so gaped. Okay, the whole commentary community is gonna be able to crawl their right up.
Do you
your,
butt
okay,
plug
right
in like
up,
right
okay?
now?
Do you think about sex with guys often?
Come on.
no,
Okay.
no,
I noticed when you asked that question, you put that right in.
Do you think about anal men often? No, not really.
Wait. Also, just curious, Aiden, who messaged you that one?
My hands aren't. Do I need to wear a
You understand they're
blindfold?
hanging you out to dry here when they're giving you these talking points in the middle.
And then, and then he looks to his other monitor. What are you looking at over there, man? Like isn't the conversation on the screen? What are you looking at off to the side here? What is this?
You guys act like you have moral superiority. I know. I'm looking
I don't
under the sheets.
claim to be
You're
morally
scum.
superior to
Aiden,
any
you're
of-
scum, and so is Dickers, and so are the
True.
people's in the server. Yeah, you are, because you say that you're
So
better
true.
than me, and you're not better than me. And it'll all come out,
have
and
I
then
ever
you'll have
said I'm
to
good?
scramble.
French toast?
Because you're sitting there J Stocks right now after he's doing a mass reporting campaign. Why should people not do the same thing to you right now? Right now. Right now. Why should people not do the same thing to you? And to Dickers. Why not? If you're going to keep in there and sucking his dick.
Because I'm not doing it back.
Oh,
Like,
Uh-oh. He got banned for a bad doo-doo.
really?
I'm not-
But you're just
I'm
in
not
there kind of,
reporting
you're
you.
also like, yeah, I'm in the server where they're fucking reporting
you
this guy.
literally
That's great.
admitted I was in there for like. You literally said to me.
I want to
directly that
know
was
if it's
barely in
okay
there.
or not. I want to know if it's okay or not, because you're still in there today, right? So you're in there right
No,
now.
He's banned from the server.
You literally admitted that I got kicked out. I was only in there like.
yeah,
for
he's
brief
banned from the
period of time.
server.
You said that
At
earlier.
least that's what he said.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, well, then you're not in there today. That's good. So you don't like J-Stock. You don't fuck with him then, huh?
Well, I didn't up until 2 days ago, where because
Was
of
that
this,
when it came out that he was sending CSAM, like from the guy that like
Oh,
we
come
have
on,
that
don't-
confirmed? Has any, by the way,
don't know-
has
I
anyone
don't know
told
anything
Billy
Who? Wait, what?
Mac to like contact?
Well, I did. I was only in there like.
yeah,
for a
he's
brief
banned from
period
the
of time. You
server.
said that earlier.
At least that's what he said.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, well, then you're not in there today. That's good. So you don't like J-Stock. You don't fuck with him then, huh?
Well, I didn't up until 2 days ago, where because
Was
of
that
this,
when it came out that he was sending CSAM?
Pause. J-Stock? Wait, excuse me? I don't know about any of this. I didn't see this portion of the debate. I logged off and ate dinner, which was delicious. I made shrimp scampi with pearl couscous last night. Some diced asparagus thrown in there. Some homemade scampi sauce. That wasn't that good, to be honest with you. I got to work on my scampi sauce game. And we watched, what did we watch? Your Friends and Neighbors. Just a wonderful Apple TV show. And I went to bed shortly after that. What did J-Stock do?
Like from the guy that like
Oh,
we
come
have
on,
that
don't
confirmed?
do-
Has any, by the way,
don't know-
has
I
anyone
don't know
told
anything
Billy
about
Mac to like contact the RCMP on that?
Omni Liberal, May 19th. This was 2 days ago? From Solo. I didn't intend to reveal it until a later date. When you sent me literal CSAM, I felt it necessary to do so. Also used it as an opportunity to confront Tiny with it directly. Hope this clears things up. Solo, you sent me a cropped photo of CSAM. Otherwise, why delete it when I told you it was her underage? J-Stock says, I sent you what I was sent. I deleted it because it was polite to do so. Uh-oh. Well, that doesn't sound great. Chad, is this real? Has he denied it? Has J-Stock denied it? It's real. Of course it's real. Has J-Stock denied this or no? This is a pretty serious charge. He admitted it? Wait, what? What's his excuse? He just says, what did he say? Like, I just didn't know or what? J-Stock didn't believe she was over 18 and also unclear how serious the material was. That's disputed by J-Stock. He says it was cropped. It's not as bad. He treats it like Destiny did it first. He said it was a crop photo of CSAM, but just her face. Too much lore, to be honest, Hutch. Yeah, I feel like I'm reading the. Okay, we back. Okay. Then we go to Destiny reacting to Dan Clancy's comments on the matter.
A human made an error in terms of the unbanning. It was quickly detected and corrected.
Detected? By what?
Did he just say that the ban was detected and undetected? Is that what he just said? Korg the Destroyer with the tier 2 membership on YouTube. Hang on a second. What did he just say? Divinity with 2 months. Been watching you since Modern Warfare 2 when I was 13. I'll be turning 30 this year. We're old. Bruh. First of all, why were you watching me at age 13? Oh my God. Were you going to school and then cursing and shit because of me? Be honest. Did your parents know that you were watching me as a small child? As a small, impressionable child? Poor supervision, bruh. And yes, be honest with me, okay? Did you go to junior high and then tell your friends that gay sex doesn't make you gay? Be honest. I'm Canadian, so no junior high, but yes, I did this. Your parents should not have been letting you watch me. That's crazy. It was so inappropriate for kids. You know what's funny about that is I was going to do a stream for a charity that helps LGBTQ youth. Not paid, anything like that. I was going to do participate in a charity stream, and then they reached out via email and said that they didn't want to work with me because of that video. I don't even think the video was homophobic. True story. Yeah, no, that happened. That's true. I got an email and they're like, we don't really want to work with you. I don't know. It's like, what was so bad about that video? Plutology with the tier 2 membership. Plutology, thank you. Appreciate that.
A human made an error in terms of the unbanning. It was quickly detected and corrected.
Detected? By what?
It's a highlight that many people don't realize they're humans doing things. Humans sometimes make mistakes. Luckily, we were able to quickly detect this. So this was not something that was intentional. We detected.
Nothing about this is plausible. Nothing about this makes any sense. The unbanning being a mistake. I don't really understand what that means because as far as I understand, Destiny had his own like designation behind the scenes at Twitch. So if he was to be, if anybody wanted to unban him at Twitch, I think they had to go through somebody that was like a level up from them. There was some kind of a blockage. And so, you know, it feels like it would have had to have gone through layers for that to happen, but who knows? I don't know what their systems are like, and so maybe it's possible there was some kind of I just don't know what any of that means.
Did it quickly and fixed it.
Yeah, I like how they're talking about me like I'm a fucking virus, like I'm Agent Smith. It's like we were able to detect the anomaly and we quashed it immediately.
Very sorry about any of the confusion that was driven by that. Let me just see.
It's just that his appeal was allowed to go through normally by accident and pass the process. Tiny thinks the specific person that was keeping him banned doesn't work at Twitch anymore. Read me with the tier 1 membership. Cheers. Thank you. Hutch, are you a baseball fan? Or a nerd? I don't know if I'm either, really. I loved baseball. I played baseball as a child. That's the sport that you play when you're not very athletic. No disrespect. You know? There's a lot of just kind of hanging around, waiting for the ball to come at you. Bad Horse with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, buddy. Read me with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Young Jimbo with 19 months. Monthly bald tithe. Was also watching Hutch at 13. I'm 31 now. I used to call myself a gaming sex icon. My parents didn't like that. Oh no. Oh no. I played baseball as a kid from second grade until 10th grade. I stopped when I became a junior in high school. I loved baseball a lot. Baseball's a lot of fun. You eat sunflower seeds. I feel like you make like better friends playing baseball because there's more time spent on the bench. You know, you got infield, you got outfield, you got a at bat, I don't even remember the terms anymore. What's the term for when you're not like batting? You're on defense versus when you're batting. Made a lot of friends playing baseball. Me playing baseball was how I was able to escape like unpopularity because I made friends with the jocks. Fielding, not on deck. Fielding, hit, I don't know what it is, whatever. I don't watch sports. If you could jack me into the Matrix and then give me all the background information for the team so I could understand the drama of the sports, then I think I would be invested into sports. I think I totally get why people are into sports, but there's just too much stuff to learn. Like if I wanted to become like a baseball fan, I feel I would have to learn about so much history of these fucking teams. Jen, did I say thank you for 10 gifted? Jen, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Read me with the tier 1 membership. Did I say thank you for that? Appreciate it. Thank you. Ken Burns has an excellent documentary on baseball. Worth the watch. Nice. He's awesome.
Jesus, I'm like the fucking most.
You managed to avoid unpopularity. Good for you. I got picked on all throughout grade school. And then 7th or like 8th grade, I started to get along more with my peers. I was kind of like a class clown. That's how I overcame things and got attention. And then we go to high school, and it was a Catholic school for both grade school and high school, and they were both pretty small. So my grade school class had like 35 people in it from 2nd to 8th grade. And then you get to high school, and now there's 100 freshmen. And it was like I felt like I was starting all over again, and I got picked on. Fucking jocks for fucking with me. And then I played baseball. Baseball season was during the 2nd semester, and got to know like the new jocks that I didn't know, and forged a peace with them eventually. I had to work for it, man. I had to work to get out of the unpopularity pit. But then it was nice because by the time I became a senior, there was really like no unpopular people in my class. My senior year, we all got along. It was great. There's like 90 of us. It was great. It got to a point where when you were a senior in high school, like everybody would show up for parties. And nobody was like, oh, what's he doing here? What's she doing here? It's like we all got along, which was cool. Almighty Pat with $2. When's the McMurrow interview? I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. Next week sometime. Oh, wait, hang on. I got a DM about it. Looking like that interview is going to be next week sometime. Okay. All right. I'm nervous now. I just got nervous. I just experienced anxiety. What am I doing talking to Senate candidates? Hello? What's going on here? Destiny didn't do anything. He actually didn't stream. They just banned him 20 minutes later.
persecuted man on the planet. What the fuck? Do you have a special Destiny sensor?
Yeah, it's called Hassan fucking
Yeah,
DMing
so
him.
What was this?
but I'm not going to answer questions about
We've got the IMAX aspect ratio for this reaction. Okay, all right.
streamers and their status. Okay, in general, we do not talk about any specific streamers, any specific decisions, whether it's a ban or not a ban or.
Is that true? Am I making this up? Or I thought when Dan Clancy came back, I thought one of the things that he did that was so new was he talked specifically about like Sneeko and specifically about Aiden Ross and specifically about. Am I making that up? I thought he was like.
No, he definitely did. I think I could. I have those memories.
Explicitly and specifically talking about, dude. I can't believe even Hassan told him you can't mention Destiny. Don't bring up the name. Don't mention him. Don't mention him. Just don't bring his name up. I'm literally fucking Voldemort to these people. Holy shit.
A little follow up on that.
Hassan saw it. My guess is he either ran to Clancy or his account manager on Cribe, is my guess. Because he was putting his He was pretty distraught for.
I like Al Sayed more, but McMorrow is genuinely also a great candidate, and she gets too much hate. She impressed me in the conversation with Matt and Emma. There was a certain point in the interview where I was unclear if McMorrow understood that it was a hostile interview. Like, I don't know how many of these candidates, I don't know how much of the Democratic Party understands how much the lefty media ecosystem, like, fucking despises them. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they know the extent of it. I think they have an idea of the tension that exists between, like, the left and liberals. But I don't know if they know the full extent of it, like how much they loathe any candidate that they deem to be affiliated with or a part of the establishment. They fucking loathe those candidates. And I think at a certain point in that interview with Matt and Emma, McMorrow, I think, understood what was happening. And, she came across to me like she was assertive and composed and confident. And I thought she handled that interview well. But that interview is another litmus test. It's another Rorschach test. Because I saw clips of that interview making the rounds on leftist Twitter, and they were like, celebrating and hollering and, oh, this went so bad for her. And, and it was like another one of the Slotkin situations. But when I watched it, it was similar vibes to the Slotkin interview in that it felt like McMorrow was like an adult trying to have a conversation with two children, is what it felt like to me. If a random chatter in Hutch's YouTube understands a leftist centrist vibe better than our politicians, isn't that bad? I think that the Democratic Party needs to be better about hiring staffers that know what the fuck is going on online. That's my guess as to what's going on. I don't know. I'm not connected to campaigns. I have like Vishy, I have like Vishy in my chat. Das Vidania works on campaigns, but I'm not connected to campaigns. And so I don't know. But if I had to guess, I think that the like every senator and every candidate, they're going to have like staffers, and it's their job to inform them of like the online discourse, to be plugged in that way. I think Gavin has a really good team. They know what the fuck is going on. She handled it very much better than Slotkin IMO. I think Slotkin handled her interview just fine. That is like a hell of a Rorschach test, because when I watched the Slotkin interview, I thought Slotkin, handled that just fine. Dems need to learn how to be trendsetters instead of trend followers. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. To a certain degree, I agree with you.
10 or 15 minutes on his phone. But then he stopped and he looked up and he was fine, and then he came out again.
This whole story is pretty fucking funny.
My guess is he either.
The whole situation is just kind of funny,
A bit more fluent in the language of streaming and Twitch.
Wait, was that it? Wait, holy shit, no shot. I thought this would be some subtle fucking mind reading shit. Wait, was that?
Considering this city to actually be your home. Now, I've gone through a number of the things that we've been working through this week, and as you know, this is the first time that I've ever streamed or whatever it is that we would describe this as.
What is this? First of all, I like Mom Donnie a lot, for the record. But what is this? What's he doing? He's like 31 years old. He's like, what are we doing? Streaming? What do the kids call it? What is this? Do you call it streaming? Bro, you're Gen Z. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what the... Like, why are you pretending? You know, it's a little strange. Yeah, he's doing like a forced, how you doing, fellow kids? It's like, yeah. But it's like fake, you know? He knows what the fuck streaming is. What the fuck are we talking about here? Swift with a tier 1 membership. Swift, thank you. Appreciate that.
So I wanted to make sure that we actually brought somebody on who was a little bit more fluent in the language of streaming.
The smirk. It's the smirk, you know? It's the smirk. It's just such an obvious smirk. And it's like, well, why are you smirking when you've been looking down at your phone for 15 minutes? What's going on there? That's why the whole Dan Clancy explanation is just so implausible. Mindy with the tier 1 membership. Mindy, thank you.
And Twitch. And
mind your business. It says mind your business, and my brain just goes to Mindy.
So please join me in welcoming New York City's very own Moose.
The next minute or two is him glowing.
How you doing, my man?
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me. Chat.
He really is. He really is glowing like an expectant mother. You should debate Destiny about one battle after another. Listen, I feel bad for people that don't connect with Paul Thomas Anderson films. I feel like there's no middle ground with Paul Thomas Anderson. You either love his films or you really hate them. I've never heard anybody say one battle after another was just okay. Mr. Fugged Up. Oh my God. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. How old is Mamdani? He's... Hold on. He was born in 1991, so he's 35, 34, turning 35. What is this streaming? Do you call it streaming? It's a little forced, you know. One battle after another, it was, I think, Leonardo DiCaprio's best performance. It was definitely the funniest Paul Thomas Anderson film. His films have, like, they can be kind of dark comedies. His films do have a lot of humor a lot of the times. Not all of his films, like There Will Be Blood. I don't know if there was any funny scenes in that movie. The Phantom Thread, which is another movie I fucking love. I don't think there was any comedy there, but like The Master had some funny moments. Boogie Nights for sure had some funny moments. Even Magnolia had some funny moments. Licorice Pizza is definitely pretty funny. What am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting a couple in there. But this one was definitely the funniest. Leo's best performance? I genuinely think that. Yeah. I genuinely think that. I just love that character so much. It's such a funny premise. It's just so fucking funny. This half the movie is driven by the fact that his character just can't remember the code word. It's just such a funny fucking premise. Punch Drunk Love, that's right. God, I love that movie. But, you know, listen, he's not for everybody. He's not for everybody. You have to be somewhat enlightened, I would say, to enjoy Paul Thomas Anderson films. You have to be a little more cultured than average. If you're like a filthy filthy uncultured prole, then you're probably not going to like those films. So I get it, you know. Daniel Day-Lewis's annoyance of Paul Dano was hilarious. Yeah. The Master is so underrated. Joaquin Phoenix was insane. Is it underrated? I feel like everyone that I've ever spoken to about that film loved it. Ian with $10. Hey. Oh, I didn't. Ian, I got to be honest with you. I forgot to listen to that song. I wrote it down. Hold on. Can I set a reminder? I'll remember. When I stop the stream today, I'll listen to it. Okay. Hunter Biden went on Candace Owens yesterday. This should be fun. Hour and 50-minute interview.
Hunter Biden, welcome to the Candace Owens show.
It's wonderful to be
People
here.
are just going to be like, how on earth did this happen?
I know.
I got to give them a bit.
I got to tell you, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Hunter Biden is gonna give in to the populist brain rot. You know, I'm a little afraid because I personally find Hunter Biden's story to be wildly inspiring. As odd as that may seem, I'm looking at it through the prism of recovery. This guy faced a level of scrutiny that almost nobody experiences. Like, very few people in the world per capita have experienced the kind of like negative scrutiny that he's experienced. Like, when you're a drug addict, you do fucked up shit. Just part of being a drug addict. You do like really fucked up shit. And for people that have money and influence, their capacity to do fucked up shit goes up even higher. Somebody got their hands on a hard drive and it's just like fucking gigabytes of him partying naked with hookers and doing all kinds, like, just and it was just released into the, so he had his like privacy violated in a way that is like really profound. And he's still clean, according to him, which, for what it's worth, you know, he gives off those vibes when you listen to him speak. He did a podcast, like Moby, the artist Moby has a podcast, and you know, they did an episode like 4 years ago or something like that, and he definitely sounds like someone who is in recovery and still clean. But that's wild. I could not have stayed clean through all that. No way. Absolutely not. There's just no way, you know. So I think it's pretty inspiring that this guy went through all that and stayed clean. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I'm worried because he did the interview with Channel 5. It was a bit of like a populist brain rot, both sides bad kind of situation. Now he's doing like Candace Owens stuff. So I don't know. I'm a little worried for this interview.
Bit of a backstory. So I went to dinner with a fellow podcaster and we were just talking about interviews because we don't do too many interviews on the show. And he first asked me what was the best interview I ever did. And I said, without question, the USS Liberty survivor, Phil Turney. And then he said, what would be your top interview that you'd want to do? And I said, oh gosh, we're in such a different time now. Like, I'm just not interested in politics. Like, it would have to be something so different. And then
convenient that she's not interested in politics. Very convenient timing. Now that Donald Trump is a fucking 3,000-ton albatross around the neck of the Republican Party. Ugh, politics is just so boring now. Very convenient.
Said, actually, Hunter Biden. I said to him, I watched your sit down with Andrew Callahan.
Yeah.
And it was kind of the most refreshing interview that I had seen in politics in a very long time, because we're so used to being gaslit about various things happening. Everyone's trying to hide.
These people are so fucking craven.
Stuff. And we read a lot about you. I guess we didn't really hear anything from you. So this was kind of the first time, but I heard.
Like, she is a detestable human being. She's one of the most detestable, contemptible human beings in this entire space. She is just the worst. And so I kind of hate seeing someone be so like nice with her.
Heard you in your own words, just totally owning your addiction issues, also going after Jake Tapper and George Clooney. And when we were kind of expecting the.
I saw that conduit. Bro, that candidate said she wanted to repurpose ICE facilities and turn them into internment camps for Zionists. And Crystal Ball, is this the person who's in the race against? Oh wait, hang on. Apparently, AOC endorsed a moderate Democrat. And that guy is running against there's a candidate that's running in Texas. I don't know what is her name again? Maureen Galindo. And Maureen Galindo said she would repurpose ICE facilities and make them internment camps for American Zionists, which is such a fucking unhinged thing to say. I don't know, man. Some like I feel like post October 7th is just things got like 3 times worse in this space.
Typical Democrat, like, these are great guys. These guys are amazing. Jake Tapper should, win a Pulitzer. I don't know. And I would just, it wasn't what I was expecting, is what I would say. So, and then that person just sort of made this happen.
Yeah. Did she just say a Pulitzer?
So I want to just sort of get into the Hunter Biden story. I will say to the audience right now, I have already made the pledge right when I got on the phone with you that, like,
can we stop doing the whole like of it all thing? Can we stop doing that? Let's get into the Hunter Biden of it all. It's like a podcast about the MCU. What about the Thanos of it all? I don't like that phrase. I immediately didn't like it. Tallarico hates Galindo. He said that he would not campaign with her, which is, that's smart.
Like, obviously, I'm not going to make you say anything bad about your father, because that would just be completely demonic to be like, say something terrible about your father. Everyone knows my opinions, my political perspectives. They're already out there. He is your dad. So that is separate from.
It's beyond just political perspectives. Like, the shit that she accused Joe Biden of doing is crazy. And I hope he presses her on it, but
I appreciate it.
Because there's no way I possibly could.
Yeah, of course. I totally get that. But there's a lot to be said about you, and a lot that I guess hasn't been said about your journey. And I guess I want to start.
LMAO, my girlfriend literally just started saying of it all recently. Oh man, it's fine. It's fine. Fine phrase.
With just one question for the culture. The cocaine that was found at the White House, was it yours?
No, not only was it not mine. No, number one is
he literally wasn't even there. Like, that was of all the dumb conspiracy theories that have taken form over the years, that one was especially dumb, because I'm pretty sure him and his dad were on an overseas trip. Like, they weren't even at the fucking White House when that happened. Blueberry, thanks so much for the tier 1 membership. Ben, did I get you for the tier 1 membership? Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for having me here. And one of the reasons is to be able to answer these questions. The one thing I am, after 6 years of this, I've been sober since June 1st of 2019, clean and sober. Verifiably so, by the way, and verifiably so by the Bureau of Probation, in which I was drug tested randomly for over the course of 2 years while I went through my trials and things like that. But beyond that is that, directly to your question, I wasn't even there. Not only there, but people have to understand is where that cocaine was found was, the visitor's entrance underneath that is where visitors come in and they come over from the old executive office building staff to go to the go to the Oval or go to the Chief of Staff's office or to the offices in the West Wing. And it
Noxus,
was found
good morning.
in a cubby in right out.
Vasectomy all done. Thanks for distracting me, bud. Ooh. I've been meaning to get a vasectomy for fucking years. Is it covered by insurance? I think I already asked this question, but like, are vasectomies usually covered by insurance? It's an elective, so I don't know why it would be. Vasectomy is usually covered by insurance, but not always fully. The details depend on your specific plan, your state, whether your insurance is employer funded or state regulated. The key point, federal law does not require vasectomy coverage. 9 states require certain health plans to cover vasectomies at no out-of-pocket cost. California is one of them. Let's go.
Outside of the Situation Room. Mm-hmm. And it's like no possibility, not even remotely, beyond the fact that I wasn't even there. I mean, I spent probably, over the course of 4 years, maybe 25 days at the White House, like 25 nights, 30, if I'm being fair. And so it's just it was an easy, I'm an easy target, and understandably so.
Right.
I mean, I've been, I think, probably the most famous addict and famous person, through the grace of God, in recovery for 7 years, or close to 7 years, June 1st. So
definitely one of the most famous drug addicts of all time. 100%. Andy Flacco with 5 pounds. Only person in media definitely more evil than Candace is Tucker. Even the virtuous traits of other conservatives have, e.g. eloquence or loyalty, she lacks. I really don't get like Candace Owens. She is a complete mystery to me. I don't understand her popularity. I just don't get it. The only thing I can think of is that she speaks with unbridled confidence, which I think a lot of people mistake for authority. A lot of people mistake just unbridled confidence with, what's the word? Truthfulness, intelligence. And, but she is just dumb as rocks. Just I've never heard anything insightful come out of her mouth. Just says the most stupid things. Just what an empty vessel, but she's so confident with her speech that I think that attracts people. But that's it. It's just confidence. That's it. She mispronounces. There's like entire compilations of her mispronouncing words. And it's like Nando from What We Do in the Shadows. Let me see if I can find a compilation. Candace Owens mispronunciations.
Instagram, you see she has millions of followers, and you think, okay, this is an illiterate person.
Kind of read books. I'm just fascinated with learning real history because I think that truth is kind of, what actually has happened, the events of our world, is obviously, as the expression goes, way stranger in fiction.
To do it again posthumously, Charlie Kirk, the founder of TPUSA, will be posthumously honored a posthumous award. They've decided posthumously, cordially accepted those posthumous terms. SCIF, which stands for a sensitive, compartmented, if you can't compartmentalize, and a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. The IDF even dropped napalm 12.5 miles off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula. Is that correct when you arrive into
She's just straight up like Nando from What We Do in the Shadows.
Sinai Peninsula?
Sinai.
Illiterate person in Portland, Oregon. The Hamptons debacle came up.
In Portland, Oregon.
Hamptons. Okay, remember that whole debacle? We knew a kerfluffle happened as this dress kerfluffle causes this whole race kerfluffle. Ways that you can honor Charlie. Stop telling us that it has to always be Miss Macabre, like retired Green Beret.
A Macabre. You said Macabre for macabre. I mean, I mispronounce words sometimes. That's true. But like it is like an art form with her.
Allegedly a heart attack. Normal passion, not this like chat GBT. At last I checked, everybody uses the terminology blitz, blitzkrieg. Everybody uses the term blitzkrieg. And so I called it Blitzkrieg Week. You can't even say blitz means lightning. Krieg means war. Even and the NFL football team say blitzkrieg. Like, God, like, no, he just liked the architecture. Smells and the bells, he loved the architecture. It was about the architecture. Like, yeah, no, like he loved the architecture. I think this may have been about more than the architecture. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it. Buried the Charlie Kirk story. What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? Alex Jones was just burying himself. And Alex Jones jumped into the foray. Mock me and Tucker Carlson. It's always got to be Tucker Carlson, camera Owens. And of course, the world is quite literally a stage. By the way, I always wonder where that expression comes from. Can you look it up, Skylar? The world is a stage. Where is that from? I actually don't know where that's from originally. That would be interesting to see. Totally like insane Alice in Wonderland. And then like all of a sudden there's like a...
She looks really different too, man. Like she looks so different. This was in like 2018 or something.
Cheshire cat who's like smoking.
Night by Elie Wiesel.
Night by Eli Weitzel. Mentioning Elie Weitzel. Elie Weasel. Oh, it's Shakespearean.
She did not call Elie Wiesel Elie Weasel.
All the world's a stage. Interesting. Very interesting.
You have a favorite book?
I read a lot. I don't know if I have a favorite book. Oh.
Nothing favorite? All right, I'll take it.
Because that's what she is. She's illiterate.
Okay. Anyways.
Yeah, I definitely thought you were on drugs while your father was in the White House. I don't know. Yeah. But I think it might have just also been the timing of the laptop coming out and then people just assuming that you were still on drugs. I don't know, but that might have been why in our heads we thought that.
I think that it was that they purposely conflated. I wrote a book which came out in April of 2021, in which I did something that very few people I think ever in that are kind of like similarly situated to me do, in which I was 100% frank about the fact that not only was I an addict, not only was I alcoholic. I don't really see the distinction between the two when they're both drugs, but I was a crack addict. Like I was a degenerate crack addict. I mean, I've heard you call me a crackhead many times, and the truth of the matter is I was a crackhead.
Yeah.
And I say that not to shock people because it's really shocking. Crack cocaine carries such a stigma to it to begin with. But I say it because I think that there are so many people. I know there are so many people. I think that there's, at any given time, 30 million Americans that are either in active addiction or in recovery. There's not a single person that I know that has.
How many did you say?
There's, at any given time, 30 million Americans that are either in active addiction or in recovery.
I think that's it's been a long-standing statistic. I think that it's like roughly 10% of the population suffers with substance abuse. What percentage of humans struggle with substance abuse? %10 of the population seems lowball to me. Nah, I don't know. I think it's probably pretty close to it. About 10 to 15% of humans worldwide are estimated to struggle with substance abuse disorder at some point in their lives.
There's not a single person that I know that hasn't been impacted by addiction at some level, in some form, personally, or with someone that is 1 degree of separation from them that they love.
Type yes or no. Have you guys been impacted by substance abuse? with either yourself or 1 degree of separation. So family member, a friend, ex-partner. It's a lot. It's probably most people. Most people, I think, probably know at least one person. It's tough, man. It's really tough. It's tough because doing the right thing with someone that you love who's an addict, that's another one of these things that's very counterintuitive because your instinct is to help them. But a lot of times with addicts, you have to let them, like there's a saying in recovery, you never want to deprive someone of their bottom. That's kind of profound. So a lot of the times when you're supporting somebody with an addiction, the best way that you can support them is to get out of their way and let them make bad decisions and, you know, reach a bottom, which is like very difficult to watch. It can be kind of heartbreaking. Dimmy with $7. I'm 13 years clean and sober. Nice. That's awesome. Are you anti-intervention? No, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm anti-intervention. I've never been a part of an intervention. I know most of the time they don't work. But I've also heard secondhand that they have worked. I've met people who were in recovery who were the product of a intervention. They can be kind of expensive. Like if you hire a professional like interventionist, I'm pretty sure they charge a lot of money. How much do people who professionally do interventions for drug addicts charge? I want to say it's like $5,000 to $10,000 or something. Most professional drug addiction interventionists charge between $2,000 and $10,000. A lot of money, yeah. I don't know. To me, that kind of feels like a racket because I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like most interventions, like the vast majority, don't work. What percentage of drug interventions work? Rehabs cost a lot of money too. What? This? No, I don't believe this. Well, the interventionists themselves claim that they're successful 80 to 90% of the time, but that to me is like hard to believe.
No one.
Am I wrong about that?
All me.
Yeah, and part of that, one of the reasons I'm here, the stories that you tell about that in terms of
My family,
your family, and there is where the common ground is for me. I can 100% say this is that a friend of mine gave me this quote about 2 years ago, and it's become my mantra. It's Mother Teresa. It was attributed to Mother Teresa. Is if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. That's my everything.
They're probably just saying that the percentage of time they get the person to go into rehab, not necessarily long-term recovery. I don't even know if I believe that 80 to 90% are agreeing to go to rehab.
I don't know. I simply don't know. You can speculate, but
I just don't believe that. Connery with $2. Are you wearing sunscreen daily now on your face? It's literally the best thing you can do to keep your face looking sexy. By the way, they specifically made facial sunscreen for daily use. I don't use sunscreen, basically ever, to be honest with
you. Now, and part of that is not just the family that you have by blood and birth, but also the community that you're inextricably tied to. And that community for me is the recovery community, and it's people that are still sick and suffering from addiction. And so the biggest reason that I wanted to come talk to you, beyond the fact, and this is not me blowing smoke, I think that regardless of whether I agree with you, that you're probably the most effective communicator I've ever
God
heard.
Thank you.
Behind a microphone, and it's really driven me crazy at times. It really made me mad. Yeah. But is it? I wanted to talk to you about those things and anything else you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm most interested in the addiction story, and I was saying to you before we started rolling that this was sort of something that I noticed when I would cover various topics, whether it was pornography, drugs on my show, drinking, how many men would write and say they were suffering with various things, and yet they don't often speak about like how they're quietly suffering, whether it's with addiction to pornography, addiction to drugs. And I don't think there are enough conversations about it. And so when I watched that interview of you just laying it out there, something that most people try to hide or they're shameful of, I was like, there actually just needs to be more dialogue about it. I grew up with tons of addicts in my family. I have people in my family who are still addicted. And I think there is a natural anger that people have when they, for some reason, believe, and I think this was part of the anger that that I had it toward you before I heard you speak about your addiction, is that you sort of think when somebody has money and political connections that somehow removes them from going through these sorts of barriers in life. So when I grew up, it's like, oh, okay, like you have uncles, whatever, that are addicted to.
I'm just rewinding the clock a year to see how she spoke about him.
Tens of thousands of people.
Go straight to Ukraine. The nearly of the music and the reason that they give.
I also have something to say to all the people who have other things to say about the crying.
Quote, today I signed pardoned Hunter for all of the offenses that he, quote, has committed or may have committed or taken part in between January 1st, 2014 and December 1st, 2024. Whoa, 2014? 2014, wait a minute. Now, if that tax crime took place in 2016 and that gun crime took place in 2018, why is Daddy Biden pardoning Hunter dating back years earlier, specifically January 1st, 2004?
Burisma, Ukraine. Yeah.
Crack, you have cousins that are doing crack, whatever it is, or experimenting with meth and drugs and those things. And then you see someone that has a life of privilege, and for some reason in your mind, you wrongly go, okay, that can't happen.
The almighty Pat with $2. Have you seen Candace's lore from my hometown? I have, yeah. Yeah. She started as like uber woke, doing like doxing, but progressive. And then all the progressives were mean to her, and then she became a Republican. Well, the deepest lore is that she, there were some guys in her high school class that called her phone and left a message with a bunch of like racial slurs. And I think one of the guys was, one of the boys was the son of like the mayor or something in the town. And she sued the school system. I don't know. She sued like the local government and got, what was it, like a $15,000 settlement or something like that. And I think she went to school for journalism, but then dropped out. Or she might have gone for like fashion and then dropped out. And then she was doing like media, alternative media for Democratic Party aligned groups or something. And she was a part of this website that would like, you could basically dox people. It was like if somebody was harassing you online or something like that, you could go to this website and like dox them or something. And then a bunch of people on the left like turned on her for that. were like, what are you doing? This is crazy. And they were mean to her, I guess. And then she fucking pivoted hard right after Donald Trump won. She was like super anti-Trump, libbed up person. And then it was like immediately after Donald Trump won in 2016, she pivoted to the right and then kind of exploded from there. She went on Joe Rogan. It seems like everybody that goes on Rogan successfully becomes a podcaster after. But yeah. Her appearance on Rogan was especially bad because there was one moment where Rogan and her get into a disagreement about climate change, and she just comes across like, bro, like so stupid. This whole exchange.
I'm not going on college campuses talking about global warming. I don't do that.
Right, but why are you saying that you don't think it exists,
I don't know, maybe because it got so politicized?
Studies into scientific agreement on human-caused global warming, and look at all the studies. It's between 100% and 91% at the lowest.
This was back before Rogan had completely lost his mind after COVID. And so he was over here like telling her that climate change is real. And then she was pushing back.
91% of one of the studies from 2014.
It's the Union of Concerned Scientists.
Yeah, they almost, it's a pretty broad consensus.
Who are they polling? Is it the people that are part of this?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm asking.
10,306 scientists to confirm over 97% of climate scientists agree, and over 97% of the scientific articles find that global warming is real and largely caused by humans. So my question to you is, if you want to step outside of the scientific consensus, which is vast and involves 10,306 scientists, and just say, I don't believe in it, even if you're right, you don't have enough information.
I wish 2018 Rogan would apply that same logic to vaccines.
Say that.
Right, no,
that's
what I said. That's
but you're saying you don't believe it.
Yeah, I would have to have someone sit down and convince me that it was real. I personally don't believe it. That's okay.
Well,
it's good to start at a place of not believing something.
No, it's not.
You think you should start believing everything?
No, it's not believe either or. Not believe yes, not believe no.
He like fully pressed her on climate change here.
No.
Yeah.
But don't say you don't believe.
Yeah.
Learn about it.
Yeah.
Learn about it and then have an opinion. But you're stating this opinion without having any real understanding of what climate science is.
But that's exactly what an opinion is. I'm not going, like I said, if you said that, Candace, you went on to 10,000 college campuses and you said that global warming was real, then we have a problem. You and I just having a conversation.
Yeah, but why have an opinion on something that you don't have data about? This is my question. Like, I don't necessarily have an opinion on climate science. I really don't. Because I don't know much about it. But what I do know is that what I've read is that the vast majority of people who study it are in agreement that human beings are affected.
So I just might recall on a lot of things I read, and this was a while ago, so this is where when I first formed my opinion on not believing this, I read a shit ton of articles. Can't recall the data because, like I said, this wasn't something I was super passionate about. It was like somebody posted something, and I went on like a tear reading about it. But it was essentially just noting that in a lot of these studies, like when you go and if we had time to sit down and really pull this up, they're polling 10,000 scientists that are within a community that is like these works. Do you believe in everything that MediaMatters.org puts out for statistics? Right, that's a political arm of the Democratic Party.
Different subject. I know, but politics versus science.
But this has been politicized. That's
science
the thing.
Has been politicized.
Yes, it has. Global warming in particular has been politicized. 100% has been politicized. Right, that's the whole reason I fell down this dark hole one night.
You see what I'm saying? Like just unbridled confidence. She's sitting there in front of the largest podcaster in the world, just doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. That's her superpower. Like you can never push her off of an issue. She will double down on fucking anything. I don't think she has an ounce of humility in her body.
Reading about it, and I was like, you know what?
I think
I don't really
maybe
care.
it has been politicized, but I think that's also maybe why you're saying you don't agree with it so quickly.
Right.
Because it's an ideological right-wing point. Is that global warming isn't real. If you're one of those people that think global warming isn't real, you're almost always on the right.
Right, and that's fine. But I'm telling you that, like, again, I didn't do a deep dive on all this because I read about it because it was at a forefront of discussion. So I read about it all night, and my conclusion was that they started pulling.
Anyways, that was a pretty embarrassing appearance from her. But I don't think in her mind it was embarrassing. You know, like I don't think she agrees that it was an embarrassing performance. She is crazy. Yeah, she's crazy. She's like a legitimate crazy person.
And it did happen. And I'd like to hear like how you got addicted. Like what was actually the story, your path toward addiction?
Yeah. So thank you for letting me talk about that or asking me about it. And I really mean it. It's one of the things that traps people. I can only speak about myself, but I think that people that are in that are addicts or that are in recovery, also you find out really fast is that you're not as terminally unique as you think you are. Is that and one of the things that that is really important about addicts talking to each other and talking about it is that realization, because one of the things that traps you in your addiction is shame. And you like me.
Candace Owens is the Brianna Joy Gray of Joe Rogan's. You know what? That kind of makes sense. Like, I think I follow what you're saying. Like, I don't know if you're just joking there, but it kind of makes sense what you're saying.
Are Catholic, and
because Brianna Joy Gray is another one of these people that it's just unbridled confidence. Like, I've never seen Brianna Joy Gray back away from any position ever.
We have learned that guilt is an appropriate emotion. guilt is an appropriate response to something when you've done something wrong, and you're supposed to atone for it, and you're supposed to seek forgiveness, whether the forgiveness comes from an individual or not. That's the lesson, is that it is in only through seeking that forgiveness can you release yourself from that guilt. That's appropriate. Shame is not. Shame is just absolutely corrosive. Shame is you telling yourself that you're not worthy, that you're never going to be worthy, that the things that you've done, you can never be redeemed from. And I've done horrible things in my addiction in terms of what I did, in terms of my relationships and decisions that I made. And more than anything is just removing myself from being present for the people that love me. And what happened to me, and I really mean this, is that the exposure, not piecemeal, but the total exposure, my entire digital footprint stolen from me, a 20-year digital footprint, every text message, every picture, all of the things that you would be ashamed of became front page news for 4 years, 5 years.
Can you imagine the psychological toll of that? I cannot even imagine what a painful, embarrassing experience that must have been to have like everything just put out there as news every day for years. Wild. I can't believe he survived that. Yeah, redact.org, yeah.
Beginning in 2019. And it forced me into a choice. And the choice was, do I get out of bed and live, or do I die? And it became that much of a dichotomy. And I chose to live. And it wasn't easy. And maintaining sobriety in that kind of like a pressure cooker is often the thing that triggers you. But something broke in me in a good way, which was that I no longer have any fear. I like, sitting down with you is, to me, an opportunity for you to see me as a human being and not, Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
And the pictures that, Congressman Green, put up in Congress, or the New York Post. I think I was on the cover of the New York Post in 1 year more than anybody in the history of the paper. And none of it was good. None of it was good. And, but what it's given me is the opportunity to own it all, is to own all of my story without shame or fear.
Marjorie Taylor Greene entered Hunter's dong as congressional evidence. True. She fucking literally did that. It's not a joke. I think it was censored, but she held up a giant poster board image of Hunter Biden fucking naked on live TV on C-SPAN. God, politics are so insane these days.
Realizing that I have a community of people out there that I want to be of service to. I really mean that, and so part of it is.
This is for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with recovery spaces. Service is a really big part of recovery. They drill it in you that in order to keep it, you have to give it away, and so you end up like there's like a culturally reinforced commitment to service. And so not everybody does it perfectly, but there's like being of service to the meetings. So you can volunteer to be a greeter, coffee maker, treasurer, secretary, they have like area meetings like once a month where like all the meetings in that area get together and they do business, and vote on motions and, you pick up literature and stuff like that. You can volunteer for like the World Committee, and they put on conventions and stuff. But then there's also service like there's also just like picking up a newcomer and giving them a ride to a meeting, or sponsoring someone. It's just like it's really drilled in you that you help other people. And like, that's the way, because they preach that drug addiction and is a disease of self-centeredness. And it is, when you think about it. Like drug addicts, it's all about chasing a feeling or chasing an experience. And you're only focused on yourself. And when you get deep into your addiction, it's at the cost of your relationships. You're not thinking about your partner or your family members, your friends. You're not thinking about anybody else. It's just about chasing that feeling. And so kind of makes sense intuitively that to treat that part of your substance abuse, you actively go out of your way to be of service to other people. And so it's a really, really, really important part of the principles of recovery.
Me being able to be honest about it, we were just talking before we started this, is the hardest thing for any addict to do is not only get honest with the people that they love, but to get honest with themselves. And until they can really see themselves for who they are, all of it, and decide to love themselves, then, the cycle is just going to continue. It's just, at least in my experience, that's the truth.
I think one of the things...
Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the first time that you got introduced to it, because that's interesting.
Oh, I know. I went into all the good stuff.
Actually, start with that. Like, how did you actually get introduced? First off, describe for people who don't know the difference between cocaine and crack, because crack is a lot more addictive.
Yeah.
And so just what is the difference?
I know I got a lot of heat for...
No, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
I'm a GSR for the Kern County, NA area. I see it as being a member of Congress. Kern County, nice.
Fantastic. I was like, well, he's actually very educated on this. And
you're not that far from me. Well, a little bit. I mean,
it's important to me to make the distinction that there's this idea that that there's this kind of a secret kind of special enhancement to powder cocaine that makes it into crack, and you have to have some technical degree in order to be able to do that. And let's start all the way at the beginning. I think that I'm genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. I do believe that there is a genetic piece of it. I do believe that my brain works differently as an addict in terms of the way in which my synapses fire once they're introduced to the dopamine hit and the serotonin.
I don't know if I'm genetically predisposed to addiction. But what I can tell you is that the first time I smoked weed, it was the greatest thing I had ever tried in my life. And I wanted to feel that way every day. And the first time I drank, all of my inhibitions were gone. My self-consciousness, I became like a more confident version of myself. All of the normal anxieties that I had just went away, and it was just warm and fun. And I loved it. Fucking loved it. But there were limitations on how much I could drink or smoke weed when I was in high school. I was a child, and I, lived at home with my parents. My dad was a cop, and so he was very, very strict about it. If he knew I was smoking weed back then, I don't even know what would have happened. It would have been over. I mean, I would have just been permanently grounded. I would not have been able, they would have not let me out of the house. I mean, he was very strict about that stuff. And so, looking back, I don't think I stood a chance. It was just the first time I ever tried drugs. I was always gonna, but I left the home, and then I've told the story before, but the first semester of college, I did quite well. I was on the dean's list. I got really good grades. Went to all my classes, studied for my finals, did everything that you're supposed to do. And then my second semester, it was like Animal House. For those of you that are familiar with the National Lampoon movie from like the fucking 70s, it was like Animal House. It was just, I stopped going to class. I was smoking weed from the time I woke up till the time I went to bed. I started selling weed to support the habit. And I just, at that point, it was just on like Donkey Kong. And then it wasn't until I was about maybe like around 30, 31, 32 that I started to drink more. And then it just slowly started to become more a part of my routine. And so it was like 5 o'clock comes around and you're cracking open a fucking 11% alcohol per volume IPA. And then that turns into 2 at 5 p.m. And then that turns to, 2 tall IPAs followed with a little bit of wine. And then that turns into 2 tall IPAs followed by a whole bottle of wine. And then it turns into 2 bottles of IPA, a bottle of wine, and some whiskey. And then it just kind of went up and up and up. And I never questioned it. Like once it got to that level of use, I knew what I was doing. I knew I was abusing substances. I just didn't care. I consciously knew that I was making a bad decision, and I just kept doing it. And but I know for me that with the first time I tried substances, it was just the greatest thing ever, and all of the things that I struggled with just went away, and life was great. And I always wanted to feel that way. So, not everybody works that way. Normal people don't drink like that. So maybe I was predisposed. I don't know, but I just, from a very early age, I just wanted to keep doing substances.
Increase that occurs because of an introduction of a substance. I believe that that I became acclimated and physiologically dependent upon that when I started to drink in earnest when I was in college, in which you can control. And I made it through Georgetown, and I went to Jesuit Volunteer Corps for a year, and it's kind of like domestic peace. Well, the JBC. Yeah. I was JBC for a year after college, and then I went to Yale Law School. Was married, had my oldest daughter when I was a first year law student, and made it through all of that, and made it through my.
Who was MRK with the Tier 1 membership? Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
First year's employment, drinking probably more than everybody, than most people do, but completely functional. And one day I woke up when I was 33 years old to my brother calling me and saying, "This has got to stop. Like, you got to stop." And what he meant is that, like a whole weekend was missing, kind of. And I said, okay. And he drove me to the airport, and he put me on a plane in New York, and I flew to a place that was started by Eric Clapton called Crossroads in Antigua. And I went to rehab, and I came out, and I went directly when I came out, my brother picked me up from the airport.
Rehab is a hell of an experience, especially for me at the time. I was 20 years old, and my addiction had progressed to the point where I was very much isolated. I was spending a lot of time by myself, drinking, smoking pot. And I was in a real dark place. I couldn't function in the world. Normal kind of human mundane interactions like going to the gas station or the DMV became unbearable. And I did outpatient treatment through my health insurance, but I was still really struggling. And then my parents took me to this place because I was just fucked up. I was just really fucked up, and they didn't know what to do, and they couldn't like help me. So they drove me to this place called Azure Acres, which is this rehab facility that's kind of tucked away in this city called, I think, Guerneville or Sebastopol, maybe, I'm not sure, in Northern California. And it's kind of like off into the woods, you know, a little bit. And they took a tour of the facility, and then I, like, you know, did my own tour and kind of talked to some of the people there. And I'm expecting to go home, and so, like, when me and my parents reconnect again, my dad just says, "You're staying here. We're gonna go home and pack up some clothes for you, but you're gonna stay here." And I'm like, "What the fuck? What do you mean I'm gonna stay here?" And it was like, "Wait, hang on. I need a few days." They're like, "No, you're staying here." And then they wake you up every morning at 6 a.m. There's like something comes out over the loudspeakers, and you go downstairs and you have like the morning kind of like start your day kind of thing, and I don't know, you say a prayer or something like that. I don't even remember what we talked about in the mornings. And then you take a shower, eat breakfast, and then like starting at 8 a.m. your whole day is just fucking packed. You know? So you might start with like a group session where you break off into different groups and you just talk about personal shit. I don't even remember what we talked about. And then small little break, and then there's like a class that this guy taught about addiction. So it's like an hour-long class about like what addiction is and so. And then you eat lunch, and then you have an afternoon session, and then you have like another thing, and then there's like a meeting that comes in. There's like every night except for Saturdays or whatever. Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous meetings would like go to they'd have the meetings at the facility, and so people are coming from outside, and then it's just that for 28 days. You're plucked out of like isolation and misery and drug addiction, and you're put in this facility with like 40 other people, and you just live there for 28 days, and you just do the same things every day, and it helped a lot for me. It definitely helped a lot. And so I went straight from there, and I lived in a sober living house, or sober living experience is what they call it. Like, so you go to live in a house, and, you know, it's like, there's like 10 people that live in the house, and there's rules and a curfew. You can't bring girls over or anything like that, you know. You have to stay sober. There's like nightly meetings that you do. It's like intense. It's a fucking intense experience to go from drug addiction to recovery spaces.
Drove me to an AA meeting, walked in with me, DuPont Circle in DC. I met my sponsor at that first meeting that I ever went to. And I stayed clean and sober for about 7 years. And then I relapsed. And it was just such a mundane, stupid story. I was on a plane by myself. Everything was okay. Things were looking up. It was, normal life pressures, but it was all good. And that's the real insidious thing about addiction and alcoholism. It never goes away necessarily. There's always the answer that is being presented to you by the thing that you trust the most, which is your brain. Mm. And what it says is, if you don't want to feel this way, whatever the way is, or if you want to feel this way even more, I have the answer for you. And I was on a plane by myself, and I had a drink. And that drink in 2010, 7 years almost of sobriety, started a cycle of relapse and recovery, and relapse and recovery, in which it was.
They call this like the sleeping tiger. Like your addiction is like a sleeping tiger, and as soon as you take that first drink, it wakes up the tiger. Like a lot of people, when they die from substances, it's because they were clean, and then they relapse. Because what ends up happening is it takes like 2 seconds before you're right back. So at the level of drinking and drug use that you were before. That's what killed Amy Winehouse. She had gotten sober for a number of months, I think. And then she relapsed and just took a bunch of fucking substances and fucking died because her tolerance was way down. So that's actually the most dangerous time for drug addicts, is when they relapse after long periods of sobriety. because they just start ripping and roaring like right away. But they don't have the same tolerance that they had before, so they fucking die.
Really hard for me to be honest with the people that love me, because I just wanted to hide it. I just wanted it to go away. And I thought, okay, I'll get through this cycle and, you know, I'll sleep it off this weekend, and that's it. I'm done. And that would last a week, and then it would last 3 months. And then I went back to rehab. And then
my first day of rehab ever was January 6th. That January. Oh, Jesus.
Became kind of, then I came back and I started, I mean, you talk about this all the time, which I love that you do. It was big firm.
I was clean for 7 years too. Yeah, I was clean for 7 years. And then I got the job at Machinima. And then it was like 8 or 9 months into the job, we were at like a dinner, like a work dinner. And just that voice started to call in me in my head. I was like, maybe I was just really, because I got clean when I was like 20. And so in my head, I was like, maybe I was just really young and stressed and life's good now. So we may as well test, like, let me just test to see if I can do moderation. And so I had a beer that night with dinner, and I was like, I feel fine. I'll have another beer. I drank 2 beers. I went home, went to bed, and I was like, I'm good. I can moderate. And then like 3 days later, I'm drinking 10 beers by myself in my apartment watching X-Men 3. And it was just like, I was just kind of off to the races. And then I started eating edibles every day, and it was just, you know, slippery suds, yeah. And it only took me like a second before I started overindulging again. And then similar experience like a few years ago, I decided to quit drinking. I was still smoking weed, but I decided to quit drinking. And I think it was like 9 months where I wasn't drinking. And I even told Esme too, I was like, listen, I'm gonna try to have a drink again. And I'm gonna try to see if I can do moderation. And if I can't, I will get clean and start going to meetings. And she was like, okay, that's what you want to do. And I had, you know, couple small glasses of whiskey that night. Now the same thing. I was like, I'm good. I can moderate. I'm fine. And then it was just immediately whiskey started to be like that was like every night, just, you know, like a lot of whiskey. And that went on for like a few more months, and I knew what was going on. I knew I couldn't moderate, and I was like, all right, I'll drive. Let me look up some meetings in the area, and so yeah, that was a few years ago. But yeah,
you know what I mean. I had shingles, and so somebody prescribed me like 52 oxycodone, like, I mean, ridiculous. And I started that, and then I started drinking again, and the prescription ran out, and then this.
Did Esme tell you the moderation wasn't working? She knew that if she was too like heavy-handed about it, that wouldn't work, you know, but she voiced a concern. But by that point I knew, like at that point I knew, I was like, okay, I definitely cannot moderate. It's just, I can't do that. But she did express a couple times like, hey, just, you know, you did say that this was about moderation and it doesn't look like you're moderating. It was like something like that. But she didn't even have to tell me. I already knew that it just wasn't the experiment wasn't working.
Cycle just started to happen. And, but when my brother died, it all fell apart. Bo and I, were, and like, I don't purport that our relationship was unique.
Mr. Joe Tickner with $10. I was in and out of rehabs and detox, never kept me sober, took me actually wanting to get sober that I actually stuck. My daughter was 5. She can only remember me sober. Super grateful for that. That's awesome, man. That's really great to hear that.
Or that his loss was greater than my loss of him was greater than anybody else's loss of their brother or someone that they deeply loved. But when my mom and sister and my Bo and I were in that car accident in 1972, and we survived, it was the two of us every day. We're a year and a day apart. We talked every day. I mean, except when he was in Iraq, I literally probably talked to my brother every day. And when Bo died, my marriage fell apart after 22 years. By the way, for reasons that marriages fall apart, but I take a lot of responsibility for. And it just started a really, really dark cycle. In the past, when I would have these relapses, there was always someone in such proximity to me that they would I couldn't escape. In this instance, Bo was gone. Right after Bo died, I ended up separated from my wife within the month, and my dad, for the first time in my life, who was my rock, was stuck in his own grief, deep grief, and I just went down into a hole, and I checked myself into a rehab that year and came out and stayed sober for a while, and then relapsed, and then went into an outpatient program in DC where I went 4 hours every day for.
Just a brutal backstory for this family. I cannot imagine.
From 8 to 2 or 6 hours every day, stay sober, and then I relapsed, and I came back, and they said, "Well, you have to." I admitted to them that I relapsed, and that in this instance, I also used cocaine. And they said, "Well, you have to take a drug test." And I said, "I'm not going to take a drug test. I'm not going to put something on. It's because it's not protected by HIPAA in a rehab scenario, which is crazy, right?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, long story short, they said, "You can't come back in unless you take the drug test." And I said, "I'm not taking the drug test. I'm going through a divorce. And it's not protected by HIPAA. It will become public. I don't want to do this to my family. I'm telling you, I used cocaine and I drank. Is that not good enough? Come back." And they said no, for whatever reason, and I'm not blaming them. This is not their fault. I walked out, and I knew Lincoln Park was a kind of open air drug market. I saw a woman that was kind of famous in the area since I had been in college, literally for 20 years, that I would see in the streets around, DC, in that area where I worked for a long time. And I went up to her and I said, "Can I get some crack?"
Wow.
And I think it was basically, I said, "Can you help me commit suicide?" I mean, I don't think, I know that now, in looking back, it was the coward's way. And I really mean that. I was a coward. I didn't go and just do it. I said, "Let me do it this way," and really, really, really drag everybody down with me along the way. Let me figure out the way not only to kill myself, but to maybe kill my dad, really hurt my family, particularly my 3 daughters who adore me and I adore, just the fact. And I smoke crack. And the difference between crack cocaine and powder cocaine is this. And I really, truly do not want to give a roadmap for people to be able to do this, because I swear to God, it'll kill you. But it's sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda, water, heat. That's it. That's all. That is the entire difference of it, which allows it to be ingested through smoking. And the combination of those things makes it so that it affects your physiology much faster than it would be if you just use powder cocaine through your nose or in any other form other than intravenously. And it also allows you to ingest more faster than you could possibly ever ingest by sniffing cocaine up your nose. The combination of that, the combination of combustion, ritual, and the ritual meaning the way in which you have to,
all elite memes with $2. I don't like the normalization of Candace Owens. Neither do I. I mean, I appreciate listening to the story, but she's just the worst. I'm going to listen along with you guys, but I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back.
I mean, I can still feel my hands doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Is becomes this ritualistic thing with the combination of combustion, which is, and you learn, if you really study things about addiction, is these kind of key components of oral fixation and things like that. It just becomes the most ungodly addiction that you can possibly imagine, to the point where I was smoking crack. Literally, I was either looking for or smoking or recovering, not even recovering. You don't recover. You just go find more for close to a 2-year period of time.
Wow.
And it took me to places, I wrote all about it. And I got made fun of about it. And, people think that, when I wrote my book, like, clawing through the carpet to find crack cocaine and, Parmesan cheese and I know it's a real laugh line, but anybody that's ever been an addict like that, they don't laugh about it. It's devastating. Think that you were that person. You can see yourself doing it. Just devastating. And so what happens in addiction so often is people not only, they can't admit that. They can't even admit it to themselves. They just block it out. They go, they get 30 days clean. They come out, they go back into the same exact situation that they were in before. And they think, I'm just not going to do it again. I'm just going to stay, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And what will come up is that they'll wake up in the morning and they'll remember that time in the motel with the person, the prostitute that brought you the drugs, and that just stole your wallet and all your and all your drugs and everything, and you had to you were clawing through carpet to see if there was anything there, and you smoke whatever white that you found on the ground. Like, it's the shame. Is thinking of yourself like that, regardless of who you are, regardless of where you came from, whether your dad's the president of the United States or it doesn't matter. And they don't admit that to themselves. They don't admit it to anyone around them.
Did you guys just put cocaine on my screen?
They never lose it. And it sits like right here, like in the back of your head, and it pops up. And you just feel so disgusted with yourself that your brain immediately tells you, regardless of how far away you are from a drink or a drug, like, I know the way not to feel this way. I know exactly how to feel this way. You're going to die if you keep feeling this way. You need to take a drink. And that's always how it's.
Were you ever into doing blow? I dabbled. But I'm more like downers. I was much more of a fan of the sedating effect of like alcohol. Thankfully, I never got into pills. Thankfully, because I think that would have been really bad. I think I probably would have liked them a lot. And the pill detox is the fucking worst. God, man. When I was in rehab, it was the ones that were detoxing from pills. Specifically, like Oxy was really big back then. Boy, did they have it rough. Holy shit. They were so sick. They were just miserable. And it was kind of crazy to watch the metamorphosis, because they would come in and there was like a separate area for people that were detoxing. And those people were like, they were the ones that were screaming and getting like really aggressive with people. Just like belligerent. And then like 5 days later, you kind of see a little bit more life and color in their face. And then the same people that you heard like screaming and cursing and just being kind of crazy, they would be like the sweetest people ever after a few days. And yeah, but no, I dabbled with cocaine, but it was never really like my favorite thing.
It starts. I mean, alcohol is the most dangerous drug in the world, just by virtue of the amount of destruction and devastation that is.
I just felt like cocaine was overrated. I didn't know anything about cocaine, and then everything I knew about cocaine was like from the movies, you know, like Scarface and Blow and fucking Scorsese movies and stuff. And so I was expecting something way like more, like, I don't know, like I was expecting something like, I don't know what I was expecting, but you know, it's like 20 minutes. It's like 20 minutes of being, you know, like just kind of up, but it's not even really like, I don't know. It just, you know, yeah, Molly, I got pretty down bad with Molly. That I abused the fuck out of Molly. That was kind of bad. There was one EDC where, and I'm not suggesting anybody do this. The first night, because I had developed such a habit, and with Molly, there's diminishing returns. Because of the way the drug interacts with your brain. Like your brain can only produce so much dopamine and serotonin. And so if you try to do Molly like 2 nights in a row, it's just you're probably not going to feel much, you know. You'll feel the effects of the amphetamine part of the drug, but not like the happiness. And so you have to do more. And I was doing so much Molly at the time that it was I took 0.5 grams the first night, which is 5 pills. And then I took 0.8 grams the next night, which is 8 pills. And then I took a gram, like a whole gram, the third night, which is 10 pills. Probably could have died in retrospect. That seems kind of insane to me. Can you overdose on? I'm sure you can overdose on. What is considered a dangerous amount of MDMA to take? It's also like 100 and anything above 120 milligrams in a single dose. That doesn't seem right. That can't be right. Am I reading this right? Anything over 1 pill, they're saying is dangerous? What are potentially lethal amounts of MDMA someone could take in a single night? I mean, going off of that, I took 10 times that amount, basically. I probably could have died. I'm not going to give threshold or dosage figures for this one. The honest reason is what amount is lethal doesn't have a really usable, safe answer. That's a good answer, Claude. But it was a lot. Like my tolerance was like really high, you know. And with MDMA too, like like the next day is like 128 milligrams is 1. Oh, okay, I fucked that up. I see what you're saying. So I got close. I got close to a pretty lethal amount. Yeah.
That comes personally into the people around people that are alcoholics. And I don't
like the next few days, like Molly has like a multi-day hangover. It's just the worst. Just the worst. Ahsoka bun with 20 shekels. Is that what that is? Curious about your thoughts of Euphoria, given that the lead deals with drug abuse and bipolar. Rue, are you talking about Rue? She That's a lot. That show is like a lot. I don't identify too much with that character because the show is like really intense. I have not started we haven't watched the 3rd season yet, but my experience with drug addiction, you guys, is I spent a lot of time. I was not a social drug user. I liked being by myself. I would just casually take Molly by myself on like a Wednesday night, or drop acid by myself. Drink by myself. I was not social about it. So like a lot of the times what you see in movies is like they've got like a group of friends and they're like out in the world being chaotic, but I was like, I liked to take my drugs at home alone. Like that's how I enjoyed it. And so there wasn't really a lot of like that kind of chaos for me. It was just more about a ritual. It was just a ritual of isolation and doing drugs.
I don't find any difference between being an addict and an alcoholic. But that's where it starts. And that's where it started for me. That's my
Shift Chemist. Thank you so much for 8 months. I appreciate you. Lalichi, I don't know if I said thank you for the $5. Thanks for talking about that. I relate with that experience very much. I feel like I'd rather knowingly ruin my health by drinking than engage with the difficulties in my life. It is much easier to make the sacrifice than confront my problems. It's hard. It's definitely hard in the beginning, but it definitely gets easier. I'm so happy that I don't take substances today. Like my life is pretty good, you know, like pretty good. I'm able to enjoy the little things. Like just taking a walk outside and listening to the fucking birds chirp is a very pleasant experience in a way that wouldn't have been if I was still taking substances every day. Uwu, thank you so much for €2. Hunter seems very composed in this interview. Well, I suspect he's probably had very similar conversations like 1,000 times, you know, like when I listen to him speak, this sounds like a man who's talked about this story many, 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 many times.
Story until I met Melissa and got clean and sober. And I've been so, almost 7 years now.
All right, you guys, some moments change.
Wait, I forgot to take my pills. Speaking of drugs.
Change everything. And for a woman facing an unexpected pregnancy, seeing her baby on an ultrasound and it's NemiSkincare.com, promo code Candace10 at checkout. When you're in that moment, and I guess people don't realize like you're going through this and you don't get to decide what your father does for a living. And I think that's probably why people separate it as well too, because like I said, there's this idea of what a politician's family is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you obviously are, because I genuinely understand what those sorts of addictions do. I don't think people realize you're just not even yourself. Like you're like, it's like a demon, as the best way to say it. And maybe I'm taking a Catholic take on this, but like, it's like a full demonic possession when you're in the throes of these drugs. And I mean, this was actually a great benefit of A&E doing intervention, because people could really see these moments where people will choose the drug over their family. They will choose the drug over their kids. They will choose, they'll choose the drug over literally anything. And for people who, and I actually tend to agree with you that I've wondered myself if there's something genetic, because I'm not wired that way. Yeah. Or maybe I just haven't found the drug that would do that to me. But like, I would say that like, I've just never been, never had something and was like, oh, I just need to have that again or want it again. And I've seen friends that they have something once and they're like, want to do this every second. And I go, that's very interesting. Like, it's almost like you're
I totally
made of something different.
I'm certain of that. And the science is certain of that. In many ways, I mean, we all can, I think that we all can associate with, understand addiction at.
Mr. Joe Tickner with $5. Early recovery is all. I never get to drink again. And later sobriety is I never have to drink again. Yeah. That's pretty accurate. Yeah.
More or less devastating levels. So, for instance, where's your phone? I mean, you have you basically have a packet of heroin.
Right.
We all do in our pocket.
Yeah.
Constantly giving us that dopamine, which, by the way, we can get to talking about that, because I think that we are not nearly as divided as people as we think that we are. I think that that bag of heroin in everybody's pocket is feeding them a lot of that division.
Taylor Lorenz disagrees.
So we can all kind of understand the compulsion to do things that aren't that clearly aren't benefiting us, like staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning and going through your For You page on TikTok. Every mother,
Anani's Moose, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
Their teenager do that and go, God, this is awful, and I'm going to take his phone away. And then they turn back to their phone and they start going through their phone. Like, I'm, you know, I am not any.
Facebook is like crack cocaine for my boomer father. He is locked the fuck in for many hours a day.
Better. So we can kind of all understand that compulsion. It's when the compulsion becomes just so the blast radius continues.
Oh, he's for sure on it right now. Yeah. What time is it? 9? Oh yeah, for sure.
Being a addicted to your phone and being addicted to crack cocaine, I'm not saying are the same, but at least we can kind of get a little bit of an understanding of the physiology of that, of the way in which the brain actually works. But
it's like the micro versus the macro. Yeah.
Surely your relationship with Twitter is healthy. It's been better like the last week. If I go to my screen time right now, how much time did I spend on Twitter in the last like week? A little over 3 hours a day. Oh, God damn it. Well, maybe it is still bad. I'm not engaging as much. That's the thing, but I'm still browsing a lot. Yeah, it's like 3 hours a day. Jesus, that doesn't sound great. Probably not great. You know, I do have to do more than the like average person just for the job. Like truly I do. But 3 hours is probably a little too much.
And everybody has the micro.
But so you can see the micro impact of it. But I think
and Twitter's probably the worst right now. That's probably the worst app to be spending 3 hours a day on.
One of the reasons that
like none of them I would say are probably good at all, but Twitter is just a fucking cesspool and has been for quite some time.
People are so like shocked by my story. And by the way, and we're able to conflate. So if the New York Post every day for 6 years runs a picture on online. I mean, I think they literally at one point did like 1.5 stories of me a day for an entire 18-month period. Okay. And in each, it didn't matter what the subject was. It was a picture of me naked
with a prostitute,
with whatever, and with a crack pipe in my lips. So what? Like, so I don't get mad at people when they go, like, was that your cocaine? Like, well, number one, you know the White House. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. I had 7 Secret Service agents with me at any given time, everywhere I went. The idea that I was in the Situation Room and would decide to drop off I mean, that, but beyond that silliness is is I don't blame people for not realizing that I have worked my effing ass off. I mean, in this environment, the proudest thing that I've ever done is stay clean and sober through all of that. Every piece of it, right? Both the trials, through the accusations, through the, Alexander Smirnoffs and Gallups and Konstantin Kuliks and Lev Parnases and Rudy's and Steve Bannon's and all of that is that purely because of the love of the people around me. And
Pondering with $5. Haven't seen all this yet, but old Hunter Pringles can Biden. Old Hunter Pringles can Biden is an engaging interviewee. You should watch his Sean Ryan one. Isn't that interview like, first of all, what's up, buddy? Isn't that interview like 4 hours? Who has the time? Sean Ryan. Hunter Biden. Isn't it like 4 hours long? It's 5.5 hours long, dude. We're like Return of the King extended version levels of podcasting here. 5.5 hours of Hunter Biden. Jesus.
My willingness to own it all. I'm sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're not taking that away from me.
Right.
No, and by the way, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The realization.
So as long as Hunter himself is, Jesus.
I have no fear.
The man was bestowed.
And
a great gift from God.
That's why I'm here.
Confirmatarian with $2. Cheers.
I probably, I'm certain that we disagree on a lot of stuff, but there used to be a time, Candace, where you and I could sit down together and disagree about tax policy and disagree about, the Catholic Church's view on abortion, or disagree with, whatever the subject may be, and still be able to go have a meal together.
Right. I talk about that often on my show. Like back when I was left leaning in college, my best friend was Republican conservative. Like it wasn't so at each other's throats and hating each other and wanting to destroy.
I don't know if Hunter Biden feels this way. I don't know if she has an ounce of self-awareness, but she's one of the worst actors in this space. Like in terms of people that are actively lighting the discourse on fire, she's probably top 20 in the US. Maybe top 10. Oh, that's so right. You're so right. I used to be able to hang out with people who disagreed with me. Meanwhile, she's running like weekly segments on, Democrats like mutilating kids and sucking adrenochrome or whatever the fuck she talks about. Hunter Biden 2028 is great because it's the next presidential election and 28 is his measurement from tip to sack. Jesus Christ.
One another, and you can kind of see the good and the bad and go, well, this is why I have this perspective, and perspectives could change, and that was allowed too. I think about what it was that, just revisiting what made a lot of people, including myself, so angry.
Is that how you're supposed to measure your cock? Do you measure it from the bottom? And then like the base is where your sack begins? Because if that's how you're supposed to do it, I've been underselling myself. There's a whole South Park episode on this. I would do the top. I would do like the top. Just put the fucking ruler. Like, well, I mean top like, not from below. From base to tip on top, obviously. You measure it by weight in ounces. How did you guys measure your wieners? Democratic voters, what is your opinion of abundance? Wait, what is this? From the New York Times? 94% haven't heard of it. 3% say unfavorable, 3% say favorable for abundance. And 49% of Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. 22% unfavorable, and 30% haven't heard of it, don't know. We've talked about this a bunch. This has been discussed ad nauseum, but I'm going to say 95% of the people that are saying they have a favorable view of socialism, genuinely 95%, when they say socialism, they mean like socialized healthcare, more social spending programs. They don't mean like seizing the means of production. Maybe like 5% of these people have an academic understanding of socialism, but not terribly surprising here. Led Icarus with $5. Have you talked to the boys about having Mallory McMorrow on Live and Learn? I have not. That's not how that was. I don't know if that's on the table. I'm not sure that's on the table.
About you, all right.
The 95 not knowing abundance is pretty. I mean, that's not surprising either. The abundance movement is more influential kind of directly within Democratic Party politics from a wonky policy driven discussion. It's makes perfect sense that the vast majority of people don't know what abundance is. Pondering with $5, serious suggestion, get Brianna Joy Gray on Live and Learn. I'm down. Absolutely. That would be fun. Does she do other podcast appearances? Abundance is basically Democrat leadership talking point only discussed among themselves. And more like the New York Times elite liberal kind of graduate's degree. Like that's going to be where the most of the abundance discussion lives.
Or I guess it wasn't really about you. It was the gaslighting. It was the letter that came from people saying it was Russian propaganda. That is what is driving us crazy about the Epstein files right now. It's what's actually leading, ironically, to the collapse of the MAGA support, is we don't want to be gaslit.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it wasn't you. That's why it was so refreshing when you were like, yes, I had a crack addiction. This is me. I did this. I was with hookers. Yeah. But you weren't speaking for you. And they were literally...
I drank a lot of water this morning when I woke up, and I have to pee again. Give me a second.
The most infuriating thing because everyone's average. Everyone can connect with addiction. Everyone could have this conversation. Actually, if you would come out and I probably in that environment, obviously, maybe there would have been a different result because we were at each other's throats.
No, exactly.
But that is what made people so angry. Yeah. It was like, nope, he never smoked crack. It wasn't real. Yeah. The laptop is Russian propaganda. We're like, guys, what is this?
Yeah, by the way, here's the problem, is that Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani saved the quote-unquote laptop, which, by the way, is bullshit. Like, if we can agree on that gaslighting, I will agree on the gaslighting of this, is that there was never a quote-unquote laptop. There was a hard drive of stolen and hacked material, wherever it came from, whether it came from a Delaware repair shop or whether it came, like Lev Parnas says, from Dmitry Firtash, who was trying to sell a hard drive of Hunter Biden's in Ukraine, that they were looking for before the laptop repair shop guy was ever the twinkle in the eye. Just go back and look at the record, okay? So here's the thing, is you're absolutely right. And and this is like the freedom of being able to say this. It's like, yeah, they should have let me go out and talk.
Yeah.
But it was 2 weeks before the campaign. And then then the election was over. Steve Bannon, it goes on and with his buddy Gao, the Chinese billionaire that's now in prison, and that is like a Chinese spy or whatever, where he got arrested on his boat and all that crap. There is go listen to it. Go listen to the recorded conversation in which they say, like, the laptop, like, we got him. We so we we collected all the salacious pictures and we put them out there. And then Rudy went out and stood on the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse with Bernie Carrick and said, this contains child exploitation, like pure, pure bullshit, just bullshit. So on both sides, you have this reaction, which I don't think was necessarily a coordinated reaction in the sense that, what do you do in 2 weeks? And so they come up with this and they say, and I don't get to go out and say, no, I was.
Actual Facts Racing with $5. What were the measurements? I just peed. I wasn't in there measuring my wiener.
But you know what I did? Is that come April, I write a book and I tell everybody I was addicted to crack. And here's my story. And here's what happened. And here is all of the rooms that no one would ever want to admit to being in, that I was in. And it was like a blip on the radar, because everybody was now fighting about whether there was kind of a suppressed story on Twitter and whether there was this gaslighting from, and by the way, I am not here to defend any of
But then
those
it's
people.
part of like the political machine where they're like, we have 2 weeks to go to the election.
Yeah.
We're going to do this denial, because we can't afford this right now, essentially.
Yeah.
And then we're going to table this, make it past these 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then by that time, first and foremost,
By
your
the way,
father won, right?
Yeah.
So, and so people are angry. They feel like the election's been stolen and that there was this entire collusion to cover a laptop, which if it was on the other side, they may have done too. This is what DC is. It's politics. But that is where I think the anger came from.
Yeah.
And it was just like,
I get it.
How dare you gaslight us?
Yeah.
And then people then start making you this focal point of
It never had anything to do with me.
Right. It was kind of bigger than you at that point.
You know what the laptop proved?
That you were a crackhead.
There you go.
That you
By
were
the way,
deep in the throes of crack addiction.
all this other bullshit, bribery and all these other things that they investigated up and down during the Trump administration with a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, with the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, the only U.S. attorney in the country to stay on and continue to prosecute me, who then became special counsel after I got a plea deal because I paid my taxes late. And I paid them with penalties and interest, and I owned a gun for 11 days while they say I was addicted and check that box. That's it. Everybody has all the information. It's not like the Department of Justice has my digital footprint in every text message, every email. And there's not a single one in which you find that would in any way supports the really serious accusations of enriching my father, enriching himself somehow, or none of it. None of it's there. So I own whatever you want to call it. I own the laptop. Come, you know what? We can go through it together if you're willing to.
So what is he saying? He's saying it was hacked. Is he saying the laptop is bullshit? Is he saying it was just hacked? Is that what he's saying?
Avert your eyes to the tragedy of addiction. I mean, just the absolute tragedy of it.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, there is no space for that in discourse anymore. There's no space for the nuance of, well, that was addiction. That wasn't corruption. I did not do any business.
It was a real hard drive, but the rest is bullshit.
I became a painter. You know why I became a painter? Because it literally saved my life. I painted my whole life. And Melissa instinctively knew that I literally needed to occupy my hands in early recovery, 12 hours a day. To be able to focus on not the crushing weight of the consequences of years of addiction. And so I just sat and I painted and I painted and I painted. And I decided to have a show in the gallery. And, and offer my
politics to painting, always better path than painting to politics. True.
For sale. And the New York Post comes out and says, Hunter Biden's selling his paintings for $500,000. I've never sold a painting nor offered a painting for $500,000 in my friggin' life. And by the way, everybody knows this because every painting that I sold, everybody that bought a painting had to pay about $250,000 to defend themselves before an impeachment hearing. Go read the transcripts of people under oath. But regardless, is the laptop absolutely proved nothing, but it became this cultural touchstone. It was like, it embodied the Biden crime family. And if you wanted to be able to believe that, not wanted to be able to believe that, if you believe that because you're being told that by people that you trust that have told you that your election was stolen, that your democracy was thwarted, that the process was unfair, is that all you had to do, and I get this, is look at the pictures. It doesn't look like a good guy to me.
Right. Because you weren't a good guy in the pictures.
No.
Yeah.
Smoking crack in a motel room with a prostitute.
Right.
You know what I mean? They come out and they're saying, I admit it all. Not only admit it all, I own it all. I will own everything, the worst of it, all of it.
And then being now in retrospect, and things have changed. I mean, times have changed. Like I said, I was one of the chief people that was really angry about it. And it did, that was the exact reason why when I re-examine it, it was the gaslighting. It's the same reason why I'm angry with Trump over the Epstein thing. It's like, I can't come back from media gaslighting. The Trump thing is worse because it came from his own mouth, the gaslighting. So it wasn't like people trying to cover it up. It was like Trump being like, what Epstein files? Are we still talking about the Epstein files? And so, but then things kind of changed, I think, with time also because I was very, definitely say I was close with Don Jr., traveled a lot with him through the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. We talked about it, this corruption, can't believe they denied it, all these photos coming out. And then we get whatever this, Trump family is now. And it's like, man, I think it was a historian that wrote on X exactly how I feel, which is I wish I could go back to the days where I thought like Hunter Biden's art was the most corrupt deal that was done in
She's so fucking full of shit, man. I'm generally a fan of Hunter Biden, but I don't love him helping her rehabilitate her image. She's so full of shit.
In politics, and now we're going, okay, we stood behind Trump, we fought, we shared the photos of Hunter Biden to the extent that we could, and now we have their family engaged in so many corrupt deals, the meme coins, the taking advantage of people, and you go, okay, well, what we actually have is
Hunter is cognitively superior to Trump. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty low bar, but yeah.
DC is corrupt. Politics is corrupt. And I think it is kind of a unifying point, not to excuse, the gaslighting of people for 2 weeks, which made people super angry. But I do think it's just a different time where people are kind of going back and examining. And I feel actually terrible realizing that you were finally clean. And then it's just this humiliation ritual over and over and over again of people putting everything out there and not realizing also your kids are facing this consequence as well, which people do not think about a lot of
She's
time.
Such a fucking opportunist. Like if Trump's approval rating was at 50 or 55%, she would be MAGA's strongest soldier. They're all jumping off this train because they can see it fucking flying off the tracks. Tim Pool has reverted to just like this like shitlord meme guy now. Now everything's just a fucking meme. Everything's just a fucking joke to him now. That's how he's coping with it. She's jumping off the train. Like they're all going to jump off one by one. And they're all going to do this thing where it's like, God, I wish we could just go back. I'm so tired of politics. I wish we could just go back to the good old days. Like you weren't one of the fucking worst smear merchants on social media for the last several years. She's got many years of atonement to go before I would even consider entertaining the possibility of taking her transition sincerely.
Times when they publish stories, like I even was reticent and didn't cover the Kristi Noem thing because the first thing that came to my mind
do they have kids?
Was their kids. Like I'm like, these are kids that are about to go to college. Like, and so, and why are they doing this? Because she's in politics, right? And so this becomes, they don't think about the children. And yeah, I mean, I think now that I have kids too, I think there's just like, wow, they don't sign up for what I do for podcasting. Kids don't sign up for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, number one, though, kids are way more resilient than you think. They're so much tougher, and I know my girls have like got their and they love me and deeply, and I can 100% accept that love now and return it with everything that I have to offer. But part of what you're describing is politics in memoriam, part of it. But something's changed, Candace. There is a meanness, a willingness to adopt very, very un-American tactics against our opponents because it become a zero-sum game. It's not just that I disagree with you. It's you need to be punished. You need to be punished for what you believe. There's this incredible show. I really want to meet them one day. I don't know if you listened to it. It's
did Hutch cover Destiny doing the last update in June? I don't even know what you're referring to.
Called The Necessary Conversation. Have you listened to that?
Mm-mm.
Incredible. It's a brother and a sister who are progressives. One lives in LA and like one lives in Austin, or something like that. And she runs a bakery. This sister and a mom and dad. And they are ultra MAGA. And I think they were like in, Missouri somewhere. Okay. And I mean, like, don't take their caps off. Trump literally can do no wrong. He's playing 4D chess on the Epstein thing. I know he said no war in Iran, but, he must have a reason for it. And you can't convince, like, literally, but they have this conversation. And they have real issues with each other. Like, the daughter gets really mad at the dad. Like, Dad, you were a jerk to us when we were kids. You made me. But then she has this conversation with her mom who loves animals and, like, taught her about empathy. And they would adopt all, these animals. And they would, you find out, like, her dad taught, or coached all of their Little League games. And she was a softball player. And if a kid couldn't, like, afford the uniform, Dad would quietly go out and buy the uniform. And he's awful on this thing, by the way. he's and like in terms of the way that he speaks and speaks to them, and he's like tough, and I don't give a shit, and drop a bomb on them, kind of thing. But it's so informative. Is that before? That's a normal family.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing. Before, you and I could meet at a restaurant in Georgetown, and your husband and my wife, and we could have dinner together. And like with Tucker, I knew Tucker, you know what I mean? And like you could have dinner together and think that what Tucker was saying was crazy. And I don't agree with, and I don't agree with, half the stuff. But you know what it didn't mean? It didn't mean that I thought that he should be tried for treason and executed. And that's what happened to me. And I mean that not figuratively. I mean it literally. That's what people were saying. And that's what people of real importance were saying. Those were the words that were coming out of the mouth. And I'm paraphrasing of people like Steve Bannon and people like Rudy Giuliani, people of authority. And it changes everything. Is how can you even have a discussion, for instance? How could I go out and talk about
my teeth are clean. Let's go.
That cocaine mine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you want? You want me to take a drug test? Because I'm taking a drug test almost weekly for the Department of Corrections and probation.
Knife Mall with $5. Having the necessary conversation people, namely the parents, on Live and Learn would be great content. You'd love the dad. Oh, them. Yeah. That's a bold decision they make. I could not imagine doing a podcast like that. There's no way. Did I get everybody? Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
I have a probation officer. I'm on release until trial. But what do you do? Is that the statement that you make to the New York Post? It's impossible. It becomes impossible. So what do? You realize this, and I don't know if you feel this way in your own life. Is that what the real problem is?
Their parents are, the parents in that podcast are.
It's not that person. If I could just get Steve Bannon to tell the truth.
They're on one.
Just get Rudy Giuliani to stop lying about me. If I could.
But it's so unremarkable at the same time because there's like tens of millions of people like that. The parents on the Necessary Conversation, that podcast, they're so far gone, but they're like the median MAGA voter. It's really, really something.
Just get Konstantin Kulak to say that he wrote it's not there. You realize in order to survive, it's all inside. Every single piece of it is about figuring out how to love yourself, not live in that shame. And in order for you to be able to be of service.
There's a podcast, Cherry, called The Necessary Conversation, and it's two, I want to say probably like Gen X, millennial kids and their parents. And the kids are more progressive, the parents are more MAGA, and they just have these really bananas conversation. I mean, their parents are out there like quite a bit. Oh, the parents aren't here for that one. There's the mom. They upped their production value.
In the aftermath.
Laser focused on trying to resolve the conflict in Iran.
Okay.
Because if we get the Strait of Hormuz reopened, that will alleviate pressure on gas prices and the economy in the United States. The message is he does care.
So first of all, Obama had a deal with Iran, so none of this existed and we were all fine. This is all Donald Trump's fault. Now they're back.
It's just this for several hours a week. And there's just no getting through, you know? There's no getting through. It's just a permanent impasse. I no disrespect to these people because, you know, I don't mean it disrespectfully, but I can't watch this content. It's too triggering for me. And I cover politics every day, but like, this is just way too triggering for me. I just can't. It's so hard to watch. Some of it is familiar. I'll say that. Some of it is familiar, a little too familiar.
Peddling and like, oh, we got to get the strait open. It fucking was. They did this. Okay. And this is coming from Mike Johnson.
Yes.
A guy who just came before the fucking public and said, we should be able to insider trade because my salary of $250,000 isn't enough for my family. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
We should be able to do stock trading.
Yeah. He was asked basically like, are federal politicians doing insider trading, and do you think it's a good idea that you guys should all be able to trade against basically what's going on? And he was like, well, we only make $250,000 a year, and so we need to do insider trading.
No, I didn't see
They're
that.
all fucking crooks.
He said he talks to him 3 and 4 times a day. He said he does care, and I do believe he does.
Anyways, yeah, it's just that for just, yeah, I can't, it's so hard for me to watch those.
First starts, you know, Melissa, like return the beautiful thing that she gave me, which was a chance that to be of service to my dad, to return the unconditional love, which is not love without consequences, not love without accountability. It's just knowing that no matter what, even through the consequences and being held accountable, that person still loves me.
All right, you guys, when I think about the future, in my quote, just want to tell you, people reverse page add to my route to come across in your interview with Andrew Callahan, where after I watched it, I think it sort of edited my opinion about that relationship between your dad, because I think since the laptop scandal, in my mind, it was I guess a bit cartoonish, where it was like, well, you can do whatever you want. Go ahead, smoke crack. We're just powerful. We'll cover it. We'll do it. Like, that's the like, whatever. We've had so much power. We've acquired so much power. And then when I sort of saw you really defending your dad over this George Clooney thing, I was like, okay, this is just a normal father-son relationship. Yeah. Like, people can't apply that for some reason when you're talking about a president or somebody that has acted.
Like, I disagreed with a lot of the stuff that Hunter said when the pressure was mounting for his dad to drop out. Obviously, I came to think that was the best thing that could have happened in that moment. But I also respect the fact that he was so fucking fiercely loyal to his dad, especially knowing what we know of their relationship and how his dad always had his back. So it's like, I was of two minds on that thing. Like, I disagreed with him, but very much respect that he just stayed fiercely loyal to his dad. And like, I agreed with the pod guys, the Pod Save America guys, ultimately, in terms of what needed to be done, but I also thought it was kind of based that he was going after them pretty aggressively. But yeah, bit of, I guess you could say it's a bit of a contradiction, but yeah.
Access to power, but he just loves his dad. And this is the way any normal person would defend their dad. If they said something about your father, if they said something about your son, like, this is so normal that I think that's what was a bit arresting for me. I was like, this is very normal dynamic. He doesn't care if Jake Tapper's on his side. He doesn't care if George Clooney is on his side. That's his dad that you're talking about. And he's having a natural reaction that I would have if someone was talking about my dad, my grandparents, my sister, my cousin, even when they do something wrong, by the way. Like, it's like, okay, no, but like, that's my family member who did something
and
wrong.
Your kids.
And so you have no right.
Yeah.
And I will breathe fire on someone. And that's kind of, and you're right. And now it's getting
dirtier. The games people are playing are dirtier, and it is about wanting you to feel unsafe. And I think that is something that is so new when you have people posting your address, posting where you are, knowing that you have children. And yeah, I really do. And it is over perspective. Like for me, it was me changing my mind on Israel. And suddenly I'm getting the New York Post treatment, and I'm getting all of these people coming after me, and I'm going, this is my perspective. You're welcome to try to debate me on why I feel the way I feel about, which is because I have two eyes, about what's happening in Gaza. But to do these tactics where you're trying to destroy people that feels very, very new to me.
Yeah, and let's be honest.
We're all trying to figure out who did this, like fucking hot dog moment right there.
Let's be honest. I hate that phrase. Okay. I got it from my perspective is this.
Did you know that Theo Vaughn is her neighbor? Her kids call him uncle. Well, that makes sense.
I know where that started. And that started when Donald Trump from rally stages started the Where's Hunter? Started yell, Where's Hunter? Call and response crowds. And then they printed t-shirts, and then they made hats, and then they made mugs. Where's Hunter? And then they showed up my door. I didn't have any security. I didn't have anybody. I can't afford that in my life, particularly at that time. And they literally showed up at my door with bullhorns and MAGA hats, and on the direct, and the way that they got there is the New York Post published.
Hi, Hutch. I'm a Destiny viewer who recently discovered you, and I like you both depending on my mood, whether I feel like burning the world down or a more mature outlook. You can guess where I want to go forward. What's up, buddy?
On the front page, on its cover, an aerial view of my home with the address, and then in the thing said, and if you stand here at this, on this part of the street, you can see, and there are floor-to-ceiling windows, and and so they showed up.
Wow.
And Alyssa was, 6 months pregnant at the time? She got in the car because she was alone at the time and sped off, and they followed her and they ran her off the road. She panicked, and then, she got and they did it again, and they surrounded
Charles Maine. Cheers. Thank you.
That's new, man.
That is new.
And like similar to you, is it like before I sat down, I heard where you live, what the level of security that you have or didn't have, and what your perimeter of your property is like. How the hell do I know that? And how is that even remotely safe? Because you have people who now you basically spoke your truth, and they decided that you cannot exist. And so therefore, I don't know if it's going to happen, but for some reason, I think it's appropriate for me to say, tell you what Candace's address is, who lives there, and the level of security she has.
Tim Pool doing that was one of the most, it was so obvious what he was doing.
My dad said to me, I have to stop saying the F word.
But it was, like seriously, to me was like, it's a declaration of war. Like they know I homeschool my kids, they know, and he's describing the security apparatus, and he's doing it in this rant, trying to be impassioned about the fact that I don't support Israel, or I don't support Eric, whatever his motivation was. There was zero reason that you would be describing the perimeter.
Did Tim Pool really do that? Boner yeast. What the fuck? Interesting name. Thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. That alien boy with $5. I'm about to finish my vape today, and I'm publicly vowing to not buy another, no matter how much Hutch triggers me. Vow over. Jesus.
Of my house, outside of wanting someone to get harmed. And like, first of all, like, I'm not like Tucker Carlson, and I say this to people all the time. That's why I get so worried, because when Tucker gets accosted in public, he just has this like total happy warrior demeanor. I will claw someone's eyes out for my kids. Like I am not the property to try. We will shoot you. Like I will shoot you, and I will kill you, and I will happily go to prison before you have one opportunity to even make me. I'm not even going to think about whether you're going to hurt my kids. You
sound exactly like
that's
Melissa.
And that's me. That's just me. And I've said it over and over on my podcast. I will smile in my mugshot, okay, because I did the right thing, and I have no qualms about that. So when he did that, I was like, okay, this little beanie boy. Okay, little beanie boy. I see exactly what you're doing. The whole world sees what you're doing.
Damn. Little beanie boy. I mean, it's true. Did he react to this? How dare she? Did he cover this interview yet? I don't see anything. Albu93, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate you, buddy. So there's Tim Pool, there's Timcast, and then Timcast News. Maybe he covered it here. Nope. I don't see him covering this yet.
And you are doing something because you want my children to get harmed. And then if something happens to them, you're going to go, well, I don't know how that happened, as I was describing the perimeter of her home and talking about what her security is, which was inaccurate.
By the way, Candace, but that's like, what are we even talking about? That's exactly why they do it. Is that even if the chance is this small, the reason that they do it is exactly that, is to make you really afraid, not for yourself, for your 4 kids. For your family, for the people that work around you. It's like, and by the way, I'll tell you, is that I have the same approach that I think Tucker has to it, which is, and I don't know, which is basically like, I can handle, like, I can diffuse a situation, I can do it. Melissa, he will kill you.
Yeah, I'll kill you, and I'll ask questions later.
And she did exactly the same. And you know what really worries me? Is all of a sudden we're all talking about violence. Like, you're talking about violence. Violence is defense, but now you're
there. You go, young Jimbo.
And then they kind of like go, "Oh, you're gaslighting us. This is bullshit. You're fine. You're really rich, and you this and that. You can take care of yourself." It's like bullshit. Did you see what just happened to my best friend?
Yeah. Look, I mean, we just watched Charlie and he had a full security apparatus.
Yeah.
We still don't know what happened to Charlie Kirk. There's zero interest. That's another thing that just completely, for me, was like done with Trump whatsoever. Like, I mean, there's just no way for someone who came from the inside and watched the work that Charlie did to get these people elected. Don Jr. was like a brother to Charlie, literally like a brother to him.
Yeah.
And to see the Trump brothers, to see Donald Trump himself, Kash Patel, who Charlie pushed for him to lead the FBI, had him on his podcast. JD Vance, like, came out of nowhere. Charlie was like not sleeping to make that happen. And to see all of these people have zero interest in the obvious holes in the story, even if ultimately the holes get filled and there's a picture that makes sense, which
I'm so curious how Hunter's going to react to this. Is Hunter conspiracy brained? You kind of, I don't know, if he was conspiracy brained, it's almost like, well, you can hardly blame him after the shit that he's been through.
I put that at a 0% chance. But let's just, the fact that they have zero interest and they're just accepting the narrative, like what this has done to me, and I've said this, I'm just done with politics. I'm just done with politics because I can't even begin to comprehend it. And again, that element of gaslighting.
I don't even know what the fuck that even means. Wait, does Hunter Biden have his own YouTube account? The fuck? Artist, author, recovery advocate. Okay.
Get filled, and there's a picture that makes sense.
She says she's done with politics. What does she cover? Is it just culture stuff now? Victor Marks, TPUSA trailer for something there. She doesn't really post a lot, to be honest with you. Praises Zamarok. Thank you so much for 2 months.
Who Charlie pushed for him to lead the FBI, had him on his podcast. JD Vance, came out of nowhere. Charlie was like not sleeping to make that happen. And to see all of these people have zero interest in the obvious holes in the story, even if ultimately the holes get filled and there's a picture that makes sense, which I put that at a 0% chance. But let's just, the fact that they have zero interest and they're just accepting the narrative, like what this has done to me, and I've said this, I'm just done with politics. I'm just done with politics because I can't even begin to comprehend it. And again, that element of gaslighting that's happening here, where they're pretending that the people who are noticing that none of this is making sense are the crazy ones, and everyone else who's like, nope, turn the chapter a week later, it's all solved. And this is how it went down, and none of it makes sense, but just accept this slop. it is the most infuriating thing, and it's just fully removed the scales of my eyes, and I've stopped with this left versus right, Democrat versus Republican. I'm like, this is sheer evil versus good.
By the way,
this is like sheer evil.
But by the way, for real, exactly.
Like I'm
exactly. It is good versus evil.
Yeah.
It is they have torn the mask off of this. I said to you before, is that I pray to God that by the end of this, that you think of me as a friend, because if anything ever happened to me, I want you and Melissa team up. You like, oh my God.
Of it's not happening with Charlie Kirk.
And the criticism of you for asking the questions for someone who was like a brother to you is. It's like, what the F are you talking about?
Yeah. That's
like,
the
what are you talking about?
It's like, how dare you care?
Coming from someone who you've attacked and you've politically, you've had all of your criticism, which I have no problem with, and we disagree on.
All elite memes with $5. Done with politics equals I will never advocate for Dems, so I'll LARP as anti-political until the next right-wing icon appears for me to root for. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
So many things, but I listen to you and I go, right on, like. Epstein, like, you want to figure out why they don't want to let the release all the Epstein files? All you got to do is literally look at a picture of Trump standing on his stage at his inauguration and look behind him.
Yeah.
Boredom with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
I mean, it's like every single person.
He's protecting his donors without question.
I mean, it's
Chad with $5. This conversation bad for the what? The fuck? A weird thing to say.
Crazy, like Paolo Zampoli and this and that and the other thing and all of these things. It's like, okay. And by the way, anyway, my point is it's like, when are people going to kind of wake up to the fact, and it's not left or right. This is a really, really horrible group of people. Mm-hmm. They're pulling strings.
Ooh, Cherry called YouTube the gutter chat. Oh no.
That impact us all, and they make us think that because you and I disagree on the graduated tax rate or some social issue, is that we are sworn enemies.
I think he's saying this lends credence to anti-Semitism promoted by Condis. Oh, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Not just like sworn enemies, that I deserve violence.
And I could see them, and it does seem like both sides have woken up without question. My audience is now split, and I still say what I believe. I haven't changed my position on abortion. I'm Catholic. I have, there's nothing that has changed. I think they're just hearing me for the first time. And I do think there was something about the Charlie Kirk assassination that everyone just sort of looked up. We just sort of all looked up at the machine and was like, wait a second, what is this? Because they expected Trump to be ride or die. They expected cash. I mean, wow, this is going to be solved in the clearest way possible, because the entire political apparatus that has the power in the Department of Justice is in the hands of Charlie Kirk's friends. Like, that was how I felt.
Knife Model with $2. YouTube chat is the main character. Stay salty. Ooh, damn.
Right? This is it. No, whoever did this is never going to get away with it, because these are Charlie's.
Now somebody in Twitch should donate $20 and then talk shit to Knife Mall, and then you guys can go back and forth, but you donate every time. Wouldn't I think that's how you do this.
Friends, and what did we get?
And the more you pay, the more right you are, and the more of a burn it is. I'm sorry.
People that Charlie Kirk made.
Charlie Kirk made these people. That's exactly right. He led a youth revolution to get these people elected in power. He was ride or die to
the level of disloyalty or fear. I don't know what it is.
Disloyalty.
Is
disloyalty maybe guided by fear, but it's
so
still disloyalty.
Disturbing.
It's disturbing. And I cannot forgive Trump, the Trump family, what they have done or what they have not done for Charlie.
Did you guys see there was an official statement from the snark left? Did you guys see this? 1 second. There we go. Okay. Hello, this is the Snark Left, a Discord community started in September of last year, created for clips, tweets, and commentary surrounding online politics and drama. Our community consists of content creators, editors, clippers, chatters, and more. Recently, we've been faced with certain accusations surrounding the nature of our community, and we want to take a minute to address those concerns. Unequivocally, our community does not and has never condoned or endorsed doxing, invasions of privacy, or otherwise exposing the personal information of any of the subjects of the discourse or anybody. We take these matters seriously, and the culture of our community is staunchly opposed to participation in these behaviors. Following recent public discussions about our server, we took some time to review many of our chat logs, and we discovered 2 instances of improper disclosure of PII in our server. The first was an incident only a few weeks after the server opened, when there was minimal moderation or oversight. This incident regrettably went unnoticed by server ownership. The second incident was deleted immediately, the same minute it was posted. Both users are permanently banned from the server and are not welcome back. While we regret that these isolated incidents occurred, we firmly stand by the structure and culture of our community. We believe that we can engage in critical, sharp, and provocative discourse without harassing others or invading their privacy, without harassing others. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what the strat is over there for them. I don't know what they're thinking. Like, this shit, the whole thing's gonna leak at some point. Like, it's so stupid to lie about something like that. The whole thing is harassment. It's like the whole thing. Lola Troll with $50. Nobody gets to talk anymore. I think the matter has been settled. Yeah, I think YouTube chat is the best chat. $50, that's it. Yep. Pretty definitive.
Can I keep one of these?
Yeah.
Conspiracy?
Yeah. And I'm
Love
full
it.
on. I'm like, call me a conspiracy. I'm like you, where I'm like, oh, what is the shame tactic of the day? You're calling me a conspiracy theorist. Great. I'm like, you'd be a fool to believe the stuff that they're telling us today. The stories are telling us. I mean, it is something that is just so disturbing. And
the statement would not have been made if they weren't shaken in their boots. No, they obviously feel they're rattled. I mean, J-Stock is definitely rattled. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. If they weren't nervous about it, they would just release the full logs themselves. But, you know, 1 to 10, how cratering is the logs drop going to be? I mean, it's up to you guys. It's just 24/7 harassment. It's just 24/7 harassment. I don't know why the fuck they would think to put in their Twitter response, we don't condone harassing, or whatever they put. Like, the whole thing is just nothing but harassment.
I think that the Charlie assassination has just so crazy, like, because he was so Republican conservative, but I think it's brought people together in a productive way.
Yeah. Look, I'm here, and you're here, and all
right, Ace. Okay, Ace.
I really think that we're not unique.
Lol, thank you. I don't know if I said thank you. Thank you for the $50, brother. Appreciate that.
You know, I think very, very kind of emblematic is that, like, I'm like, let's put the past, you know, not behind us. Like, I'll explain anything you want. I'll talk about anything that you want to talk about that you still have questions about, or that anybody is it. But, like, this isn't right. This we're witnessing right now.
Windom with the primer. Thank you.
Not right. Mm-hmm. The level of corruption, the obfuscation, I mean, whether it's Butler or Charlie or
Butler makes no sense.
These things that it's just not right. And I mean,
I think they're having 2 different conversations right now. He's talking about how it's unacceptable that political discourse has escalated to violence, and she's still on a conspiracy thing. So she heard him say Butler and Charlie Kirk, and her conspiracy brain rot kicks in. It's like, oh, totally. None of it makes sense. But he's having like a meta conversation about, like, the level of violence and violent rhetoric that is present in American discourse currently.
It's so I mean, whether it's Butler or Charlie or
makes no sense.
these things that it's just not right. And I mean, it's so glaringly not right. It's almost as if they're just saying,
F
like,
you.
F you.
They're not even
I don't
trying.
care.
We don't even get good psyops anymore. And that's what I keep saying. I'm like, it's so disrespectful.
Tulsi Gabbard resigned. Did I have her next on the list? Or did I say Kash Patel? Are you fucking with me? Did you just Facebook me? Tulsi Gabbard resigns as the director of national intelligence. Fuck. I was on a good streak there for predicting. I thought Kash Patel would be next to go. Tulsi Gabbard is resigning from her post as director of national intelligence to support her husband through his battle with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. Gabbard notified President Trump during a meeting in the Oval Office on Friday. I mean, listen, I don't want to belittle any kind of cancer diagnosis. If that's true, then that's fucking awful. But, I don't know. Kind of seems like the rats are fleeing the ship. That's what it looks like to me. She's getting the fuck out of there. Getting my monitor 1 second. Fox News Digital exclusively obtained her formal resignation letter in which Gabbard said she is deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me and for the opportunity to lead the Office of Director of National Intelligence for the last year and a half. Unfortunately, I must submit my resignation effective June 30th, 2026. My husband, Abraham, has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. Gabbard said her husband faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through his battle. Okay. Damn it. I had Patel next on the list, man. That's coming soon, you have to think. His days are fucking numbered, you guys, in the administration.
That we're not even getting good psyops anymore. Like we're supposed to believe he survived four assassination attempts, the first president that's ever survived 4 assassination attempts. Yeah. They lie to us about things, they make a big deal, and then they make it want to, it's going to go away. They're going to keep pretending and telling us that this is a totally normal grieving widow. Okay. No one's buying that. Like that something's just not right here. Everyone can see that. This is not how you would react to your husband being shot. And this sort of just, I'm fine. And 2 weeks later, I fully accept the narrative. I have no interest in anything else. It's over. Let's close it. I forgive him. Let's move on. You're asking us to abandon our common sense and our humanity is what you're asking us to do. And that kind of seems like where we're at. Like they're insisting on this. And I'm going, where is this going to go? Because
he seems to be navigating the conversation in a way that like he's not like necessarily agreeing with her conspiratorial premises, but he's also not like attacking her. So yeah, he might be on an Ezra Klein kick. I think he might be motivated by the same kind of the thing that Ezra Klein was motivated by when he wrote those like nice words about Charlie Kirk. He seems genuinely interested in bridging the partisan divide.
We're not doing the thing they want us to do. Like they are just constantly giving us slop all the time. I mean, even the recent White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was so much theater to it after, so much theater. And now it's kind of, okay, Secret Service maybe shot each other and we're just going to kind of quietly move on. But Trump needs the ballroom. Like that's a normal reaction. Hey, there's a shooting done.
I'm getting better about reading my emails. My email address you can find on my Twitter account, linked on my Twitter account, hutchinquiries@gmail.com. I can't promise I'll promptly get back to you, but
Okay, well, we better get that ballroom.
And by the way, it's going to cost $1 billion now. And by the way, it's not from donors. And by the way, we're going to do it it's just the constant, like, talk about gaslighting.
This has been just this, and we're not even, are we even a year into Trump's second term?
We're a little over a year.
A little over a year in a second. And I don't think there's just been, I'm like, how are we going to deal with 4 years of just being gaslit every 5 seconds and told that, but MAGA, literally MAGA, is not MAGA anymore. And what was actually never Trump, which was actually pro Hillary Clinton, if you think about it, that's now MAGA. It's literally people who have been against Trump the entire time who are lecturing us about this stuff, like the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and like, we're MAGA, and the Laura Loomers, like, we're MAGA now. Okay, great. Then I'm not MAGA. Like, I've never agreed.
I gotta say, this is kind of surreal in a way. Kind of surreal. Uwu with €5 to the snarking hive mind. You will all be judged as individuals in a court of justice. Prepare to get wrecked.
With these people, I am opposed to these people's ideas. I am opposed to unleashing an actual lunatic who has had to be Baker acted and put on Psych 5150 holds by her own parents who fear her. I'm opposed to that actually being unleashed upon the population.
Melissa always uses that 5150. I had that. She goes, that person's going to get 5150. And I go, what are you talking about? What's 5150?
It's like, and you're telling us this is MAGA now. Like, this is what we do. And so it's been a challenging time, because you do have to have like the humility to admit that I'm quite embarrassed about it.
The president of the United States of America has posted images of himself as a king, I think, half a dozen times now.
Yeah.
Like, when are people going to wake up and go, okay, like, if that's what you want, and by the way, if that's what you want, then you know what? I know that there is the vast majority of Americans, but some that are really going to really have a problem.
Yeah.
Really have a problem.
I am MAGA.
God forbid. And this whole thing is that we all need allies now, because they do have an enormous amount of power. You know, one of the things that I always think about is that it's so easy to silence people, but it would be particularly easy, for instance, to go, like, if someone, like the whole cocaine in the White House thing. By the way, I look at your families. Is that, like, you can believe whatever you want to believe, but I know my truth, and that's all I can do.
And you preferred crack anyways.
100%. Okay, and I would not.
Evidence is
and by the way,
overwhelming.
I would not
crack.
have. I would.
That was kind of funny.
Not have forgotten it in a cubby.
Not if you're crawling on the floor.
To go into the Situation Room, which I've never been in before. Okay, exactly. I mean, Jesus Christ. Anyway, but my point is that what if they, what if I'm flying back to LA and I go through security and they find drugs in my bag? Who would believe me that I'm so clean and sober? Who would possibly believe me?
No one.
No one. No one. And I could take drug tests and I could prove it, and I could, I mean, literally, I pack my bag in front of a witness everywhere I go, so that at least I would be able to say that. Here's the crazy part, is the idea that I would think that there is a government in power capable of doing that. It says everything anyone needs to know.
Well, these are interesting. Have you seen these options on YouTube? There's an option for stable volume, voice boost, ambient mode. What the fuck is that? What's ambient mode? What is this? Oh, okay. I'm going to speed up we're going to do 1.5 times.
About where we are.
Yeah.
The idea that you feel unsafe in the United States of America.
When are you watching Mando and Grogu? I'm probably not going to ever watch that ever. I mean, I am not at all interested. At all interested in that movie.
Because you disagree with the current administration on a issue that 70% of Americans agree with you on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think we all can agree is that we need to stop the wholesale murder of a population.
Dr. Imposter, thank you so much for 68 months. Wait, is he talking about Gaza right here? Thank you so much. Appreciate that, buddy.
On about where we are.
Yeah.
The idea that you feel unsafe in the United States of America because you disagree with the current administration on a issue that 70% of Americans agree with you on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think we all can agree is that we need to stop the wholesale murder of a population in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you think about my father's policy as it relates, I always say to people, one thing he didn't do? He didn't greenlight to turn Gaza into a Trump golf course, with the maitre d' being Jared Kushner with $4 billion in Saudi money.
It's despicable.
Despicable.
It's just like they did the deal before. I mean, when he posted that, I'll never forget that, posted the Trump, like, here's what Gaza could be. And like,
Elite Nighthawk with 82 months. Thank you so much. We saw the news, Jay Rhett. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is out.
It happened in a building, and I was like,
but literally, that's what they're doing.
This is dead children. Like, you're literally saying this is all going to be fine because we're going to get up a Trump resort or something. Positively despicable. I mean, just positively despicable, tasteless, indefensible. And
it's not a
yes,
joke, though,
and Jerry, it wasn't a joke, and that is the deal.
And that's what they're doing. Literally doing. And by the way, they're doing it out in the open. I mean, it's not as if they're hiding it in any way. I mean, they are making deals as they go through. And, like I always say to people, it's like, you had such a problem with me. I didn't do any business.
I'll take the paintings.
I didn't do a single business. Every single person that bought a painting from me during the time my dad was there in office. I had 2 shows and probably sold a total of 20 paintings and 13 of them to my best friend. And that's it. That's it. And you had a problem, not you. Well, you too, but had a problem with me as being this emblem of corruption. These guys, okay, Don Jr. got the single largest loan guarantee from the Department of Defense ever handed out of over $600 million for an energy company, a fusion energy company, of which he has zero experience in. They have gotten Jared Kushner, who's never run a private equity fund, has now a $4 billion private equity fund with 80% of the money coming from the Middle East, of which he continues to raise as he is the ambassador at large on behalf of the Trump administration, not as a political appointee, but simply as a son-in-law of the president, to come to a peace deal of a war in Iran that they started that has cost the economy billions and billions of dollars for a war nobody wanted, that every president before him, was pressured by the Israelis to get into. And every single one, regardless of what you think of them, from Jimmy Carter, through President Reagan, through both of the Bushes, through Clinton, through my dad, said, you're out of your damn minds. And here's the reason why. This is what's going to happen. So who benefits right now?
She bleeped God. Of all the things that I've heard from her podcast, this phony religious bullshit, she bleeps out God for God damn it. What are we, back in the fucking 1990s?
You know who benefits? The people that are making trades of billions of dollars on market manipulation that occur. It's literally out in the open. But who's gonna
you will not get to scream out at me. Like, I am so far off the Trump chain. He's posting.
No, by the way, and I'm not even saying it.
It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing because we got behind him as the answer to corruption. We thought he was going to be this outsider. He's going to go to DC. He's going to drain the swamp, and then he became the Loch Ness monster. And so it's like, I don't know what it is about that swamp, but you get swimming in it, and it's like people do this. And yes, it has been for Israel. Not to say that Trump wasn't pro-Israel. Most presidents actually are pro-Israel when they go in there, and if they go anti-Israel, they kind of end up dead. But it's or they sort of get kicked out. If you want to talk about Nixon and the scandal of Watergate, which I've revisited and did think that had a lot more to do with his shifting viewpoints, but that wasn't the issue. Like, I was pro-Israel, generally speaking, not very educated about the topic. It's this level of corruption that you're talking about when you are willing to let real Americans be harmed, their day-to-day lives be harmed. They're suffering at the gas pump. Their groceries are expensive. All at so that you could further enrich. How much more money does Trump family need? I just literally, how much more money do you need like that you're going to allow this to happen? Don't you just want to have now the legacy of being a good president? I mean, this is...
Yeah, I'm saying to you about the cryptocurrency thing. I think there's incredible promise in cryptocurrency. I believe in the, meme token. I'll do something one day to create a community, and there's really good reasons to do it. There's really interesting ways, and I know people disagree. I just happen to be kind of like a
crypto guy.
I mean, just because of my understanding, I think it is incredible freedom in a world in which we've been controlled by banks. So if you have the same problem that I have with big pharma banks and the Fed and these like where does money come from kind of thing, is it like I truly believe in what Satoshi, kind of the manifesto of Bitcoin. But that's just me, regardless. My point is that they had such an opportunity. They had such an opportunity. I'll give you this. I want you to look at the conspiracy theories. Go look up Gal Luft and Alexander Smirnov. They're the 2 principal individuals that made the only claim that people hung their hat in Congress and elsewhere as it relates to my dad and corruption, bribery and stuff like that. One of them is a fugitive from justice wanted by Interpol and the United States government, Gal Luft, who is a former IDF officer who is believed to be living in Israel as a fugitive, which the Israelis will not help us locate. And the other one is Alexander Smirnov, who is a known Israeli intelligence agent. Those are the two people who was in prison in the United States, so serving 6 years, and they can't find him. Bureau of Prison can't find him in his prison, in the prison. He is on furlough, but no one knows where he's been furloughed to. The only passport that he has is an Israeli passport. There are forces that I used to say, oh, this is bullshit. Have you ever read The Devil's Chessboard?
Yes. Alan Dulles, looking into the CIA, I read this book, Chaos, that then led me to The Devil's Chessboard. It's actually on our list for books to read for the book club.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll knock you. Chaos, CIA, the Manson stuff, that was the one that knocked me. And I was like, what the heck is our government? What is going on?
Chessboard, and you realize that anyway,
what the CIA is capable of, and you think it's all a conspiracy. And I think that's what they're fearful of, is that people have awakened to that. And so when they're kind of trying to throw red meat now, which you see them doing, the left, the right, it's just not landing the same anymore, because we just realize that there is a devil's chessboard.
That's why I have, in terms of the left, like, you think I'm going to defend the DC elite of the left? They crushed my dad. They when they saw their
He's talking about the pod boys specifically here, by the way.
Chance. They did everything in their power to push him out. You know why? Because he was never part of that club. He was never part of the Epstein class. He lived in Delaware. Everybody you can think whatever you want about my dad is that literally my dad never bought a stock or a bond, because he made a commitment in 1972 when he was 30 years old after Watergate never to own a stock or a bond. And he did. My dad was the poorest person ever to enter the presidency, and the poorest person, not poorest, I mean, he had money, he'd written a book. And
Wait, I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Well, but he had the least amount of wealth entering the presidency in modern years since 1900 than anybody. And when he was in the United States Senate, he was not only the poorest man in the Senate, not poor again, he made over $170,000 in average over the course of 45 years, but not just the Senate, but 535 members of Congress. He was never a part of that club. And that's what I wish, like, you knew. That's what I wish they knew. And I am not here in any way to defend, the DC elites of my own party. I think that they're just as complicit in all this bullshit.
No, without question, like the Nancy Pelosi's. What's your opinion on Kamala then? Did you like her?
Look,
you didn't. You definitely.
No, you know what I did, and I don't want to say anything. I didn't know the vice president that well.
Okay.
I mean, and she was always nice to me personally, and so that was my,
He's playing it safe here. I mean, she. Did I read her book? Or listen to the audiobook? I think I did. No, I'm lying. I listened to a lot of interviews. I never got around to reading the book. But I listened to a lot of like long form interviews that she did on the book tour. And she had a lot of nice things to say about Biden. She stressed that she thinks of him in like family. She sounded sincere about the way that she views that relationship, but she at the same time she did there was a little bit of shade around. So he's probably thinking about that, I assume.
But I didn't have the other thing that people think that I was like living at the White House. I literally didn't leave my home because it was really hard to leave. I stayed, in the hill that I lived on until the fires came. That's where I was. I was with Bo and Melissa, and trying to make it through, and not trying to make it through, thriving, making it through what would otherwise have seemed like a horrible, horrible life from any outsider's perspective. So I'm not dodging the question, but I don't want to shit on the vice president because I have no reason to necessarily.
No, she did nothing personal to you. She was nice to you.
Never did anything personal to me.
Yeah.
I think that she is, so
kind of really machine stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't. In terms of all of that stuff, I think I'm tough enough to realize that that's part of, like, when you get to politics at that level, people kind of, I think, have this misperception of me is that for 50 years I was a crack addict and I was that picture. I mean, I went to Yale Law School. I served in the Clinton administration. I was chairman of the board of the U.S. UN World Food Program, which is the largest humanitarian organization in the world. I served on 16 boards before I ever joined the board of Burisma or anything. I taught at Georgetown taught at the master's program at the School of Foreign Service for 4 years.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah. And
that was something that surprised me too, not to be rude, but I thought you were dumb
Yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe because Meghan McCain was on The View for too long or something, and I was like, here we go, just like rich political kids. Like, I mean, she's just so dumb, and yet she's just always here. Like they're just giving her stuff, and so I think there's also that perception where it's their rich kids don't work, aren't smart, and so I was kind of expecting you to be sort of a Meghan McCain, and then when I watched it, I was like, oh wait, he actually has brain cells, which is by the way remarkable that you didn't kill them all off when you were on crack.
I told you before. I think they got pickled all the vodka.
Elite Nighthawk, did I get you for 82 months? Thank you, buddy. All elite memes with $5. There's a reason Kamala likes AOC. They have policy differences, but AOC stood by Kamala in 2024 when it mattered. So many Dems threw her under the bus. Interesting. I didn't know they had a good relationship.
Or something like that. So I was like, this is interesting. He's not a total idiot. So there are the stereotypes of rich kids who just keep getting handed all of these awards in life.
I say to everybody is that if there's ever anybody in the history of America that benefits from low expectations, it's me. Is that people are like, oh my God, like you're not a
dumb.
Complete moron. You haven't pulled out your crack pipe yet, which is really crazy. But that gives you an idea, by the way, of the level to which I was muted because they didn't want. And you have to subvert yourself to a machine to a certain degree. And like, it wasn't up to me if I wanted to go out and like rail at the machine or rail at, go on and argue with Jake Tapper,
because it would harm your dad.
Yeah, because then I become even more of the story. But you give up your voice in that way. And it's incredibly emasculating. And particularly when the portrait that is being painted of you as a ne'er-do-well that never did anything in their life. Like you want to talk about experience? Go look at my goddamn resume. I have 10 times more experience in 10 times more things. And I know I am 10 times more.
Did you see Destiny's tweet where he insinuated that he might sue Hassan once his current court case ends for defamation? That'll be content if he goes through with it on mobile if I have a link. When did he tweet about this? Just yesterday or something? I mean, Hassan is like, he is a shameless, blatant liar. Just shameless. Accused me and many others of being paid by Progressive Victory to do Israeli genocide apologia. Like, just knowing liar. Like, he's just such a profound liar. When did he post about this?
Well read than either one of the Trump boys, regardless of what you think about them. Now, you know what I can't do is that I'm not a great shot. And I don't know anything about real estate, and I don't know anything about making money, and that's why I'm about a few $1 million in debt, and I don't. I need to change that one around in some way at the age of 56. But the portrait that was painted on me has given me this incredible gift, so that I can walk into your house, into your studio, and I guarantee that people afterwards are going to go, I still think he's. Oh my God, he's not. You know what? Like, can you believe it? He didn't go do lines in the bathroom.
No, that was my reaction when I watched Andrew Callahan. I was like, wow, he's actually thought through his addiction. He's talking about the ritual. Like, this guy's not an idiot. And you're right. I guess you do benefit from having exceedingly low expectations. Exactly. But it was sort of like you said the first time you spoke. And of course, you did sort of have to be quiet because otherwise you would have definitely hurt your father. And there's a machine that's kind of bigger than you that you have to submit yourself to.
The rage was there. You could tell that I even went back. My dad just said, honey, that was really beautiful parts of it. You have to use that.
Realized the Dem filed impeachment against Supreme Court. Wait, what? Steve Cohen, I've introduced 6 articles of impeachment against Chief Justice John Roberts for compromising the credibility of the Supreme Court. See my release below. I guess he's on a warpath because he I think is going to lose his seat, this guy, from the redistricting stuff. Is he in South Carolina or Georgia?
Effort that much? I was like, coming from you. Which the thing about my dad, though, is he...
Destiny said, I have never written a manifesto defending the use of the N-word, by the way. Hassan is just openly lying every time he says this. Cannot wait for the current frivolous litigation to be over so I can go on my own Ethan arc. And he spelled arc wrong, but that's fine.
He, at least from the different generation, he never talked to us that way, ever. Like, even around my mom, or, But anyway, so I'm trying to curb the F word for my mom and dad.
All right, you guys, summertime expenses in 2026 are set.
He's building a literal arc.
Picking up American Zero of Clark.
3. I was up.
795-1210 or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. American Financing, America's home for home loans. How old were you, by the way, when your mother died in the car accident?
Just about 3. I was a month away from 3. Bo was a month away from...
Hassan is a bully. He's just a bully. He's a shameless bully. I'm fortunate to be a little bit older and, I've had a lot of experience on the internet, so I feel like I can weather a lot of storms like pretty easily. Like it's not hard for me to just log off a lot of the times when it gets too noisy on my feed. But you know, every once in a while I'll wake up and my feed is just bombarded with people who like accusing me of just the most disgusting shit. And come to find out he like mentioned me on a stream the day before or something like that. He's just such a fucking bully. And he lies about everything. He's such a liar. Like he's so Trumpy. Hassan Piker is so Trump-like. It is kind of disturbing how much he adopts just one for one Trumpy tactics. Like he doesn't give a fuck. Like he will say whatever. It just doesn't matter.
For my sister Caspi was about 18 months, and who my oldest daughter's named after, Naomi, and yeah.
Do you have any memory of her?
Yeah, you know, I don't know for certain whether the things that I have, which I believe are memories, are memory, because it would be very rare at that age. I have distinct memories of my mom carrying us around in picnic basket, and I even have a distinct memory of the car, not the accident, but of the car. But I don't know if it's because I've been, you know, so steeped in stories. You know, the beautiful part, like everything, have you ever read any of the Gnostic Gospels? You know,
No.
You really should, because I know you're, I've listened to you talk about your Catholicism and your faith. And
I'm like a toddler in the faith, and there's so much. It's like so rich.
So it's really cool. There's one of the things that I've always been a student of, because when I first went to Georgetown, the two closest people after I got to Georgetown were two Jesuit priests. One was named Ted.
Did you guys see the clip of Cam Higby having what appears to be a panic attack on Fox? Did you guys see it? I gotta be honest with you. I mean, I don't like Cam Higby, but I could not help but feel bad. Is it an old clip? I don't think it's an old clip, is it? I could not help but feel bad for this guy, because what a nightmare to have a panic attack on live TV. Did you guys see this?
This is all intentional. It's Hamas's plan. The problem is that their plan is essentially to spread this propaganda throughout the internet by using... Sorry, guys.
All right, let's go to RA's. Cam, get yourself together there, my friend.
The launching of missiles from densely populated urban areas like the Gaza Strip, it essentially, they want people to see what is happening. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Ari, I want to get to this politically...
That is my nightmare. Oh. Wait, what happened? Jesus? I think he is... I don't know. Maybe he's got some other health thing going on, but that looks like a panic attack. Fuck Cam Higby. I fucking... That guy sucks, but... dude, I cannot help but sympathize a little bit.
Cam, get yourself together there, my friend.
Like, this one wasn't even the bad one. Like, I feel like this one, somehow him throwing up in his own mouth, somehow that's not even the worst clip. Like, I feel like the second clip is worse, where he just literally short circuits and just...
Sorry, guys.
All right, let's go to RA's. Cam, get yourself together there, my friend.
Laura's like, pull your shit together, man.
The launching of missiles from densely populated urban areas like the Gaza Strip, it essentially, they want people to see what is happening. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Ari, I want to get to this politically cynical move.
This is...
Oh, what a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare. That clip is going to follow him for the rest of his life. He should just own it. By the way, beta blockers. beta blockers. Talk to your doctor about beta blockers. That will literally stop this from happening. Cinnabon Bun Pup with $5. Please watch the Unfuck America TPUSA documentary on stream soon. It's only 10 minutes for the first episode, and everyone needs to see the fraud. Okay, you know what? We can find some time right after this interview. Beta blockers just basically stops your, I don't really know exactly how it works. I think it stops your body from producing a lot of adrenaline. What exactly? It keeps your heart rate low, you know? What exactly do beta blockers do? They don't get you high, you know? It's not like Xanax. Beta blockers slow your heart rate, reduce its workload, and blunt your body's fight or flight response by blocking the effects of adrenaline and noradrenaline. And that shit works. Beta blockers fucking work. I started dealing with panic attacks like for the first time ever in my life, like 4 years ago. And then your body, then it becomes anxiety about anxiety. So you're not even nervous about the thing you're doing anymore. Like once you have one panic attack, all of a sudden you're nervous about having panic attacks. And then you give yourself a panic attack. It's fucked up. It's like a snake eating its own tail. Are there any negative side effects? You should talk to your doctor about side effects and stuff like that. But my understanding is that they're very safe. Very, very safe. And they work. They fucking work. I think Robert Downey Jr., when he was giving his Oscar acceptance speech, mentioned beta blockers. He said something like, thank goodness I took a beta blocker like an hour ago or something like that, because they work. Like you just, your body, it's not like you don't get nervous. You can still feel nervous in the moment, but it just doesn't graduate into like a full-on physiological, like intense stress response. Mr. Kralmus, did I get you for 28 months? Thank you, buddy.
Ted Disiak, another one was Bill Watson.
Did you see the MAGA influencer that was having a panic attack on Fox? Yeah, we just watched that. Did you just come in here? I could not help but feel bad for Cam. Let's watch it one more time. I mean, that is brutal. It may not look like much on the outside, but what if this is a panic attack? What's going on the inside for him is that his heart is racing so fucking fast that it's fucking with the rest of his body. It's probably drying his mouth out. His mouth is probably getting like really dry. His hands are probably trembling. And the flood of panic and nervousness just consumes it feels like your whole body is on fucking fire. And you can't think. You cannot think straight. Your thoughts are going 1,000 miles per hour. It's the worst. Panic attacks are fucking horrible.
This is all intentional. It's Hamas's plan. The problem is that their plan is essentially to spread this propaganda.
So his brain is just like, he's just struggling to hang on to the thread, but his fucking body is just freaking out.
Propaganda throughout the internet by using... Sorry, guys.
All right, let's go to RA's. Cam, get yourself...
I like to take beta blockers and energy drinks and watch them battle it out for supremacy. Yeah.
Together there, my friend.
The launching of missiles from densely populated urban areas like the Gaza Strip, it essentially, they want people to see what is happening.
And then he just fucking, that is brutal. Teague, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Did you check out the Fox News interview with the guy on the realistic? Oh, so hang on. So there was an explanation for that made perfect sense, by the way. I know it looks very strange. Well, actually, well, now I don't know.
Which they're holding all hostage to, the more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran.
That is very weird. I saw someone try to explain it by saying that he was wearing an undershirt that was the same color as the green screen, but that doesn't really make any sense because it looks like he's wearing a black undershirt, and it also looks like there's a shadow that's like moving as he's talking. Like, I don't think that's actually the so what the fuck are we looking at? Maybe he's got a neck rash, like a neck rash. Maybe he's got like a rash on his neck, and so they did like a professional prosthetic neck for this thing.
In the eyes of the Iranian people, but the world global economy, which they're holding all hostage.
This is very strange.
Before everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran that not only has.
You know what's weird? It's like, it looks like it's a mouth moving. Like maybe he's got a Voldemort situation going on. Like maybe he's got like Voldemort growing on his lower neck. But doesn't it look like a mouth that is moving as he's talking?
In the eyes of the Iranian people, but the world global economy, which they're
doesn't it?
The more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran that not only hands over the nuclear material, stops threatening.
Like, I don't know how to make sense of this clip. I don't understand what I'm looking at.
Islamic revolution throughout the region.
Maybe he had throat cancer and had to have it taken out? Like, his throat, you mean? What does that even mean? How do you take your throat out? What the fuck does that mean?
Causing the collapse of Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, Syria, and as well.
It's just it's a really strange clip. I don't understand what I'm looking at there. God, this poor guy just short circuits, man.
What is happening? I'm sorry.
That's all right. Ari, I want to get to this political.
You can hear, like, you can see he starts to say, I'm having a panic attack.
What is happening? I'm sorry.
That's all right. Ari, I want to get to this politically.
Oh, I say he should just fucking own it, you know? That would not go over well in right-wing spaces, but I say he should just fucking own it. Just be like, okay, I had a panic attack. This is what it feels like. You could be a vulnerable right-wing man. That's a fucking oxymoron, though, isn't it? You can't be vulnerable and be in MAGA Republican media. That's not going to work. Brutal. Panic attacks aren't real, liberal. Bro, I thought the same thing for a long time. I'm kind of embarrassed to say it. I thought the same thing for a really long time. I was like, panic attacks are bullshit. It's people just whipping themselves up because they want to avoid their problems. I thought that, and I knew what anxiety was. I definitely knew what anxiety was. Just constant anxiety. But I thought panic attacks were people just being dramatic. And then it happened to me. And I felt like I was having a fucking stroke. I called the hospital. We called the hospital. And they worked me through some breathing exercises. And I calmed the fuck down. But then it felt like I had this like sickness in me. And so I was constantly like, am I going to have a panic attack right now? And then I would get nervous and then I would have a fucking panic attack. It sucked, bro, bud. It sucked. Thankfully, I've not had a panic attack in a really long time. I went to the hospital. one time, like to the hospital. They hooked me up to an EKG machine. They kind of I went to urgent care, and they're like, "You're fine. Everything's fine. We think you're having a panic attack. Here's some Xanax." I thought I was having a heart attack. I thought, like it was like a physical fucking stress response. And after that, I was like, okay, panic attacks are definitely real.
And both Father Watson and Father Desiak led me into this idea of service. I started a thing called the Jesuit International Volunteers with Father Watson. Father Desiak, and then I went to the JBC because of Father Watson, which is like domestic Peace Corps, and I did that for a year. And then when I opened up my own law firm, all my clients were.
I'll tell you what, guys. Let's close things out with the so Unfuck America. They just posted, I guess, part 1 of a documentary series they're doing on Turning Point. And the name of this video is "The Numbers Don't Add Up." Can somebody Ooh. Some people are reckless when it comes to edibles. Weed is just so much stronger now than it was in like the 70s and the 80s. It's insane. I was spoiled growing up in the North Bay, or north of the Bay Area, and we always had good weed, man. Like, I don't know what it's like to have, can't relate. They call it Bammer weed. We never had any Bammer. We had that good like British Columbia weed. We had the good like Northern California weed, just teeming with crystals, and so I always had good weed when we were in high school. We always had like just good connections there. But that weed is powerful. It's fucking strong, and edibles are just so intense because the high lasts for like 3.5 hours, and it just gets, I've seen so many people touch the darkness because the edible was a little too strong, and it's a really unpleasant experience. Getting too high from an edible and that turning into a bad experience, that's a really fucking awful experience. People don't take it seriously. You have to be, especially for someone who doesn't smoke a lot of weed, you have to be so careful. Like, less is more. If you care, Destiny's about to talk to Connor and Dooby. Wait, what? Wait, what? It sounds like they're talking right now, actually.
I'm asking if my mic is bad. So I have like okay.
Sounds like a fucking Blue Yeti. No problems on my end. So, what I started this morning stream with is the reasonable ask that I heard you articulate that I'm okay with is, do not allow snarkers into your community.
Synthetic Key, thank you so much for the primer.
I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. Which I think that's reasonable.
Chad with $5.
Because we haven't done that.
Thanks, buddy.
We don't have 6-hour anti-Destiny hate rallies in our VC or text thing. And so if you prohibit it from that...
Wait a second. Can I ask a quick question on this just to check?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And I'm asking from a total place of ignorance. So if I were to go around and ask, there has not a single time in the past 6 months been a 1+ hour voice call with Dooby in here talking about how I'm a pedophile or anything. That would be true.
I would have to. Actually, I don't think I've ever called you a pedophile. Wait, no, I think I did once as a meme.
Action Pat, what's up, buddy?
You shut the fuck up. Let's play. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've ever had that conversation.
Let's try to play nice, just so we can get through the substance, and then if we want to be mean after the substance,
good luck with that.
We can be mean after the substance. To my knowledge,
has Dooby ever VC'd in here at all?
I think he's VC'd in here.
Yeah, a few times.
And I've never been a subject of that conversation. If I were to run around and ask people, I've never been a thing that he's been in. Nobody's ever been in here, for instance, and I've been brought up, and then somebody's like, "We need to get Dooby in here to talk about Destiny."
You would
I'm not
have
asking
to.
you.
You would
Dooby,
have
you're
to
a
talk
self-admitted
to. Hold
pedophile.
on. Can I
answer?
answer?
Right now. Dooby, I don't care. No, I don't care.
There's a
I don't care what you're gonna
freeway.
say, Dooby. I'm asking you, Connor.
Yes.
If I were to ask your server, if I were to go and poll your server, none of these people would say, "Oh no, we've never heard somebody say, quick, grab Dooby. Destiny is the topic of the conversation for Dooby to come in and do all of the ordinary smears," right?
I would appreciate 30 seconds to answer. To my knowledge, the answer is no. The people that I would ask if this had ever happened in the past 6 months are Taze, who's my former editor and former chief mod, Fell Runner, who's my current chief mod, and I would ask them if they'd ever seen anything like that.
Can you drag one of them in here and ask them?
Yeah, sure. Fell was on here 30 seconds ago. Do you?
It's the content cycle that just never ends.
I create like another.
We're going to be talking about the Snarkers a year from now.
I just want to ask a quick question. Destiny, do you have anything that you want to say to Dooby, or you want feedback from Dooby on? And Dooby, do you have anything that you want to say to Destiny or give him feedback on? Because if you guys don't have,
why would I
anything
have
for
a
each
mutual
other-
one-on-one? Dooby's goal is to destroy my life, Connor. You're fucking retarded. That was the dumbest question you've ever asked in your entire life.
It's just not
Okay,
true.
so,
But I
so
do
do
want
you
to say
have
one thing,
anything
though.
that
Let's
you
think
want to
about
talk to him about? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, we could
do.
I mean, we can run this. We could run this one thing, Connor. Do you find his arguments for why it's acceptable to dox my kid and his mom, who live in a separate state from me? Do you find those arguments compelling?
As a description, yes.
So you think that if you dox a person, then it is the equivalent to dox the other person's every single unrelated family member, because the one person who got doxed might have a family member that lives with them?
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and ask you a question.
Okay.
Dooby, can I kick you? Can I kick you?
Else. I just wanted to hear that. That's okay. We don't have to
Dooby,
run
can
down
I
that,
kick you so Destiny
thing.
and I can just hash this?
No. I don't, Connor. I'm not gonna have that conversation with you. I don't give a fuck, honestly.
Yeah, I think,
the second question is.
I give a fuck.
The second question.
I give a fuck because I think. Hold on. If we are, I know the thumbnail was a meme, but I think that this situation is actually quite serious, and you are thinking about like complete disassociation from me and Wick. So
it's not serious, Connor. This is not a serious conversation, and I'm not. I won't understand. I'll just hang out. I'm sorry. I'm being honest. Like that opinion is so immediately stupid. I'm not even going to pretend to have a conversation with you unless. There have to be to remove all the financial incentive.
So yeah, Dooby, sorry, I'm gonna kick you.
It's such a stupid fucking opinion. No, wait. That's fine. Hold on, wait. There were like two other things related to. Oh no. Fuck.
No.
Wait.
If you're
just let this guy
hold on.
You just let this guy talk unchallenged for 4 fucking hours. Apparently, you're doing fucking the same racist memes against my community scouts, and now he gets to leave right away because you wanted to.
You want me to call him back? I'll literally call him back. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'll literally call him back in the next 30 seconds. I'll bring Fell on in order to ask the exact questions what you want to ask. But what I'm not going to do, and I'll tell you right now, is I'm not going to have you say that after you and I have had a 5 going on 6-year relationship, that you get to deem a topic undeserving of your time, attention, or conversation. That's not happening. So if you want to have a conversation about whether or not doxing an individual is equivalent to doxing their family, we can have that conversation. If you want to talk to Dooby, we can talk to Dooby.
Do it. Real quick, dude. Run it down. Go ahead.
So if I get doxed, my name, phone number, and address are located, how hard do you think it is to find my extended family members?
Well, I don't know. Depends on where they live. Could be pretty easy, I guess.
It's sometimes it's as easy as a white pages or yellow pages Google search. So now I have to wonder whether or not because you didn't even want to talk about this topic. Now that we're talking about it and I ask you a pretty simple and direct question, you're saying, I don't know. I think you know.
The problem, Connor, the reason why this is the most retarded topic in the world is because you're talking about using theoretical collateral damage to make a direct target of somebody else's family member. Do you know if any of the people that I've doxed even have family members that live with them or even have children at all?
No, I don't. No, but at the same time, do you think it's a logical inference?
Hold on, wait. But Dooby is running around here dozens of times making these arguments in these weird fucking whatever the fuck 6-hour VCs on all these servers, arguing that my kid and his mom are fair game. Are you fucking crazy, Connor?
Sure. Let's go ahead and address that. So let's say hypothetically, Dooby's actually no. We don't even have to treat it as a
let's say
hypothetical. We could treat
yeah,
this
let's
as a
not.
real
Yeah,
thing.
let's talk about. There you go. Yes.
Yeah, let's talk about real things. So Dooby does have a family. Have you called for his docs in the past? Excuse me?
Dooby has not been doxxed.
Have you called for his docs in the past? I'm pretty sure we had a conversation about it in person.
I've tried to find it. Yeah, but I don't have it.
Okay, so if you had found it, would you have published it?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He has a family. So his argument is you don't know what's going on in people's lives. And when you expose their PII, you don't know if most of the time it's going to be fine. But you don't know whether or not you're going to put them in direct harm. Correct?
I mean, that's kind of the point of doxing, yeah?
Right. So if Dooby was, we're not even engaging in hypotheticals. We're engaging in a real example. So if you had doxed Dooby, let's say you just found his PII, you publish it to the internet, and let's say that he is the internet vigilante that he claims to be, and then Adam off and finds his house and kills him and kills his fucking family. Aren't you partially responsible for that behavior?
You possibly could be, but
no,
do you think
don't give me that bullshit.
Let me ask you one question. This is what we're talking about.
You know that you are.
Connor, you don't have to talk to me about this because this has been my life for the last year. You fucking retard. Okay? So hold on. So shut the fuck up. Let's say that I were to find fucking Dooby's information, and then I found the information of his kid, and I started posting his kid's docs. Do you think that's the same thing?
No.
Thank you. Then you agree with me. Then move on to another topic because this is fucking retarded.
No. I won't. Because it's quite clear. So let's say that you had posted his PII and then he'd gotten swatted and his dogs had gotten shot. Or his kids had gotten injured in the thing. You're partially responsible, yeah?
Sure.
And then inversely,
Connor, it's still not the same as posting his children's docs.
I don't think that's even the argument that he made.
That is the argument. He's saying that it is okay to A-log by minor child, and that it would be fine to post my kids and my kids'
do you have a clip,
docs.
or do you have somebody that could give me that clip?
Bring him in here. He'll argue it.
Okay. We understand because seriously, some DGG chatters were some of the dumbest motherfuckers who jumped in
DGG
my chat
chatters or DGGs, Connor?
What?
DGG chatters or DGGs, Connor?
I wasn't going to say Jeets. I'm not anti-Indian.
Okay.
Buttered chicken and fucking
Jesus.
All right, give me a second. DGG Jeets. Jesus Christ. All right, hold up. Let me go into Discord. Let me make a new one. Destiny.
What do you mean make a new one? You can't just join this one again?
Dooby, if you can hear this, can you join back up? Or can I click the call button again? And should I hang up and call again? I'll hang up and call again and see if that works. 1 second. Let me go here.
I am not caught up on all this. What's going on here? Why are they fighting?
Lost people.
Non-bread is unforgivable. The Connor Bridge is burned.
I want the con.
Yeah, you don't say non-bread, right? You said that's like ATM machine. You just say non.
Fucking, it's too sensitive to fucking talk about.
Non is fucking delicious.
Go play video games and fucking jerk off. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. At here, rejoin. Please. Oh shit. No, I need to make a new one. I need to make a new one because I removed him from the group.
Oh dear.
All right. Let me add Destiny and create group message and let me call everybody. Okay, should be good. Hello. All right, Dooby. So the accusation is that you are saying that A-logging Nathan and doxing Nathan is greenlit through Destiny's behavior. And no offense, Destiny, but I'm just going to say it.
He's gone.
Was that on purpose? No. Hello?
I died.
Okay.
Destiny, are you with us?
I'm here. Dooby, did you say that it was acceptable to A-log my son and save the information until he's an adult to send it to somebody later on in the goal of getting him fired from a job or kicked out of school?
No, I said the opposite.
What did you say?
Okay, so I'll just lay it out for you, right? And you can tell me why you disagree with this.
You got to make him answer faster, bro. I don't know. Because he's going to say he has to...
It's literally descriptive versus prescriptive, Steven. You used to be the master of this argumentation.
Retarded.
Don't tell me to
shit.
force him to answer the question quicker and then tell me to shut the fuck up. That doesn't make sense.
I'm losing my mind. It's all good. Don't worry. I just woke up. So my
you don't have anything else to do, motherfucker. You gonna jerk off, go bang a Tinder chick?
I have a million other things to do, and jerking off and banging a Tinder chick would be infinitely more entertaining than listening to the same guy that was slobbering and crying about food shops being hosted by my stream at night make justifications for why guys who are spending hours every day, why they get doxed my fucking family, why they should be allowed.
Most people don't want to be allowed in your pedophiles, Steven. That's a normal opinion. It's a normal opinion to not want to hang out with pedophiles.
Dooby is in here. I don't hang out with these people. And Dooby's in here begging little girls for their fucking nudes and DMs to see if they've sent them to other guys on their server.
For 6 years, you motherfucker. You hung out with Dooby for 6 years.
Let him do the next one. You what?
You hung out with Dooby the same as me for 6 fucking years. Don't tell me you don't hang out with motherfuckers. That's a lie.
Hold on, to be clear, I'm not a pedophile.
That's a lie.
When do I hang out with Dooby?
Wait, hold on. To be clear, I'm not a pedophile.
Prime time panels,
Dooby,
Dylan Burns panels, fucking the entire goddamn panel scene where I met you too, by the way. Fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, are we saying hang out is when on panels together? In that case, fine. I guess I hang out with Vivian, MX Wolf, and all these
relationship was based off of panels for the first 3 years of our friendship, you motherfucker.
Cinnabon
get all fucking dismissive.
Pop with $2. Would you have cut off Connor and D's shoes? I don't even know what we're
that we have right now is the same as
no, it's not. You're just fucking pissed off, and you know a bunch of fucking sycophants will jerk you off, and I'm not gonna do it.
My sycophants? You're so how many?
Yes.
Dooby, I'm curious. Dooby, if you had to guess, how many side splinter discords could I open right now that are cheering on Connor for standing up to the evil, horrible, terrible Destiny? How many do you think I can open up right now?
Stand up to me on something that's
real. You're so fucking retarded. Sorry, no. Dooby, go ahead and justify why you can A-log my 15-year-old kid. Go.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll lay it out for you again, like I did to Connor. So there are lots of crazy people online. When you encourage doxing of other people in the space, you don't know what the fuck, who you're talking to, right? There could be some fucking lunatic in your community that sees
Make it
us,
briefer.
And thinks, sure, that sees me, believes everything you say about me, and thinks that I'm trying to take you down, and thinks it's justified to attack me physically, to attack my family physically. There could be people that I have unrelated beef with, right? And I do, that might say, hey, we have Dooby's address now. Let's go fucking kill him. So I'm not saying that you personally would be doxing my son, but you doxing me, given that I live with my fucking son, would put my entire fucking family at risk. That is just a reality. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I don't accept it. I would not do that to you or your son ever. I would never support that, ever. What I'm telling you is just you need to stop creating this environment where that's going to be normalized.
Just curious, Connor, did you hear an explanation there, or is that?
I did, and I've been linked clips where people have said his description, like what he's saying right now, is a lie. And then when I get linked the clips, he's saying the exact same thing. So if you want to show him being a liar, give me the clip. I would love it.
What he has said is that right now, based on the rules that I've created, A-logging my child would be fair game. Right, Dooby?
Correct, because you put his child at risk.
Okay, so these are morally equivalent actions in your eyes is stalking a 15-year-old child until they're 18 to turn in whatever you manage to collect to their future employer, whatever. That is the morally equivalent action to posting the name and address of somebody and then maybe having family members that live with them. These two things are morally equivalent to you.
If you are risking his child of homicide, why wouldn't he be allowed to A-log and dox your child?
Okay, so then just to be clear, I agree with you. I agree with you. No. Okay, I agree with you. It's fair game right now. If I find the dox of any of Dooby's family members, it's fair game for me to post them, right?
Has he doxed you?
No, but he's made the argument that it's fair game to go after my family, so I should be able to go after his, right?
Is he being descriptive or prescriptive?
I'm being descriptive. I'm just saying it would be, right? Like, he wouldn't be able to complain about it.
But
descriptively,
Connor. Hold on. I know.
I'm just describing.
I know you know this, which is why this conversation is so frustrating.
Connor,
if I'm describing, you've talked about tit for tat, You've
Connor,
talked about eye for an eye.
Connor,
right?
I'm describing right now. Connor, I'm only describing.
Excuse me?
I'm only describing. I didn't say I would do it. I didn't say I should do it. I'm just saying that if I did, he wouldn't be able to complain about it.
You don't think that's a substantive difference?
I never said I should do it. I'm just saying he wouldn't be able to complain about it. Like, I could do it and I would have justification, but that's it. I'm not saying I should.
So hold on. Let's
Yeah,
go.
so you agree with it. Just agree. You don't have to-
Stop talking.
Oh my God.
So if Dooby doxed you first and he put your child at risk based off of an eye for an eye morality, you would be entitled to doxing his family and putting his family at risk. That's descriptively true. Where
the
is that
description that
wrong?
Dooby was making, was that some crazy person might find a dox to do something horrible to his family and blah, 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 blah. My
Correct.
argument would be some crazy person, and by crazy person, I mean the people that are already stalking, doxing, and harassing me and calling SWATs on my family members. They might see Dooby's argument and go, oh, Dooby's actually spitting fire here. We should actually try to SWAT and murder his fucking family. I have way more evidence on my side for this.
That's not what's happening.
So you're retarded. Okay, that's fine. Then what's the next argument I have? Dooby is making those arguments in Discord.
You can't
Yes, he is.
describe something inaccurately, declare victory, and walk away. That's not how.
What do you
any
mean?
of
What
this
am I
works.
describing inaccurately? Dooby is making a description.
You're
for
trying to
justifying.
move on because you cannot. Okay,
I'm not trying to
so
move
hold
on.
on. Hold on. Let me answer this directly.
Dooby,
answer this directly. I want you to answer this directly.
Yeah.
If Dooby doxed you and put your child at risk, would you not be descriptively entitled to doxing him and putting his children at risk?
The goal of doxing is not putting their children.
That's not
at
an
risk.
answer.
If that happens, it's collateral. Sure. If
Don't
somebody
evade.
doxes somebody, I think you can dox them. Yeah, sure.
Don't it? Oh, okay. So the answer is yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So 6 months to a year ago, you were calling for Dooby to be doxed. He has children. And so you put his family at risk. So descriptively, he's saying you are creating a world in which it is okay for him to do the same to you, but he's not going to.
He doesn't have to. He's out here in Discords doing the equivalent of calling for it. When you're out here saying, Destiny wouldn't be able to complain if people doxed his whole family because he's created the world for it, and that's the world we live in now, that's the argument he's making. If he's going to say that there's a chance that a crazy person in my community, of which this has never happened, by the way, is going to go and find his family members and cause damage to his family, why is it not the same on his side when people have done this to my family?
Okay, so hold on. Let's go ahead and follow that. So based off of that, you're saying that he's creating the stochastic permission structure through which you can be doxed and harassed. And since you're being doxed and harassed, you have the right to dox him.
No, hold on. I don't care about me being doxed and harassed. As you're proving here, I'm barely fucking human to you guys anyway, so I don't care about me. What I'm saying
You're
is
human to me, you cunt. I'm your fucking friend.
What I'm saying is that...
But guess what? Your friends don't just let you do whatever the fuck you want. They call you out when you're doing something stupid.
Call me out. Oh my God. You guys are so entitled. It drives me fucking insane, but that's fine. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
My question,
I'm sorry. I think you're doing something cringe and gay. And I'm entitled because I'm saying you're doing something cringe and gay?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, fuck you. So you do want to tongue up your ass.
So yeah, dude, that's me. You totally figured it out, bro.
Lawson Harrison with $5.
Donating, what was it, $10,000 to streamers for the past 18 months to try to hold on to fucking friendships so they didn't go into Discords and talk about me non-fucking stop for a year? Not that guy. I'm the one who wants the special treatment. Wasn't your mod Justin here earlier telling you that people like Dooby were a fucking cancer? Maybe he wants to tongue up his ass too. Who's that fucking stuck-up loser? What was his name? Fells? What'd you call him?
Don't be mean to Fellrunner. Fellrunner likes you.
I just want to know who else wants to tongue up their ass, but they don't want people that are gossiping, calling them pedophiles, and taking part actively in communities that have been doxing, swatting, making bomb threats to his fucking family for the past 2 years. I don't know who else is like a spoiled fuck like that.
Okay.
So my simple question. Fuck.
Go ahead.
My simple question is how is Dooby running around all these VCs making the argument that, well, according to Destiny, it should be okay to A-log his child and his family members and dox them? How is that not also creating an environment where crazies can, find or think that they have some justification in doing this?
Because if you actually watch the clips in their entirety, immediately after he gets done saying that in a descriptive nature, he says, I wish everybody would stop doing this shit so we could return to what Twitch and YouTube politics was 2 years ago, where doxing was not something that we would tolerate. It was a taboo.
Which side do you think contributes to it, Connor?
Which side do I think contributes to the normalization of doxing and harassment?
Let me ask you this question. If I were to drop all of my aggression towards these communities, do you think that they would still continue to dox, swat, harass, inject themselves into my life in as many ways as possible?
I think yes.
Okay. And if they were to stop, do you think that I would be, for months, years after, be like, guys, we still got to go after Dooby. We got to get this guy. We got to fight. Do you think that I would continue on?
No.
If they were to stop? Okay, so it's them. I don't know why you're making this a both sides thing. It's them. You understand
Because I can articulate this. Because you are engaged in total warfare. You are going scorched earth. If we were to analogize this to Vietnam, you are dropping fucking napalm. You're burning thatched houses. You're executing civilians who are sympathetic to the fucking Viet Cong.
Hold on. What is the most scorched earth thing that I've done?
Doxing esports Batman. And doxing Wicked Supreme.
I wish I lived.
And calling for myself.
I wish I lived in a world where that was like the scorched earth, because holy fuck, that sounds like heaven to me.
Is that
I
morally
can't even
justified?
believe. I'm not talking about morally justified. I'm just saying that your portrayal of this is scorched earth, when I have a community of people who are weaponizing mentally ill women to try to destroy my fucking life in court, when I've got people calling bomb threats in on my apartment, my parents' apartment, you're like, the worst thing ever, Destiny, you're going scorched earth because you doxed a few of the most active members of these communities, Destiny, that's fucking scorched earth. By the way, just curious, what has happened to any of these people? Have any of them been swatted? Has anybody showed up at any of their places of work? Has anybody sued any of these people? Has anything happened to any of these people at all?
I'll ask you a question. Was it moral or just to do what you did?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Self-defense and accountability.
Wait.
If Dooby doesn't like the idea, that him running around saying insane shit about me 24/7 all this time, if he thinks that his real life name being attached to that would make him act significantly different, maybe he should reconsider the things that he says or does. The reason why when I post stuff, I post it on my name, in my chat, under my account, is because I will take accountability for the things that I say. Easy, full stop. You know my full name. You know my fucking address, because Pixie loves to fucking come all over it every 2 weeks at a court filing. So if you want to talk to me or do anything to me, you can show up to my fucking apartment. Laura De La Gouda gave you the fucking floor to take the elevator up on. Meanwhile, Dooby wants to run around and talk the weirdest fucking pedo shit about me 24/7 while he's jerking off over his mountains of child porn that he claims he's hoarding for the FBI. He wants to talk to me every single day. And he's like, well, I think that I should be able to do this anonymously and nobody should know my name. And if people even knew my name, they would come into my family. Maybe that's an indictment on his behavior more than mine.
Okay. So let's go for Wicked. So let's ignore Dooby for a second. Esports Batman gave legal consultation to J-Stock, one of your principled haters in the nexus of your, whatever you want to call it, your fucking haters, your snarkers. So, in your mind, doxing him was justified.
When you say legal consult, what do you mean?
Wasn't his crime or alleged crime giving legalistic feedback to J-Stock in reference to your court case?
Esports Batman credentials himself as a lawyer and is literally creating a permission structure in their Discord for a way through which they can misinterpret or interpret, however you want to call it, every fucking court filing I have. He's like their on-call legal guy. Anytime you hear Dooby or any other fucking retard be like, oh, well, lawyers have told me this, they're talking about Esports Batman. I think that if you're going to put your credentials out there, if somebody thinks that I think that Kafka coming on as the legal person on Destiny Stream and this is who he is or whatever, I think it's fair. There's a reason why, by the way, most lawyers are really reluctant to show up and like give a whole bunch of legal advice or give a whole bunch of stuff on fucking streams or YouTubes, because when you credential yourself, that's kind of a thing. But I will say there is a substantial difference between Kafka coming on and talking about like random fucking Supreme Court rulings or whatever else, and Esports Batman being the personal on-call snarker lawyer to give all the bullshit interpretations of all the legal shit in the same servers where people are reaching out to and harassing witnesses in my case. I think those are substantially different. I know you're going to treat them the same. Go ahead.
I'm going someplace. So Kafka has talked about your court case on stream, right?
Sure.
Okay. So since he's giving you feedback in reference to your
Yes,
court
it's the
case,
exact same, Connor. Yes, you're a genius. Yes.
So
The
okay,
exact same
so
feedback, Connor.
he
Yes.
should be doxxed, right? Because he's
Yeah, Connor,
enabling
it's
the
the exact
infinite
same
rape
thing.
machine.
If I found out that Kafka was in a server where they were trying to reach out to
I don't want you to
and
change it. I
harass-
want you to answer the question.
I'm not changing it. I'm making it 1-to-1. I'm not watering it down like your dumbass just did. If Kafka was in a Discord server where people were reaching out to and harassing family and friends of JStock or trying to harass.
So am I to surmise that Connor has an ongoing friendly relationship with Dooby? Is that what's going on here?
And I think actually this is totally permissible, blah, blah, blah. And fucking Jessical doxed Kafka. I'd be like, oh, fuck it, Kafka. What the fuck do you think would happen, dipshit? I'm the king of fuck around and find out. When the fuck have I ever looked at a situation like that and be like, wow, I can't believe this guy did this thing? It's fucking retarded. Of course I would understand it. But for you to compare Kafka coming onto my public stream and like talking sometimes, and now more towards the end of the beginning about court filings, and to say that that's the same as esports Batman, who exists at a server where they are reaching out to and harassing fucking witnesses in my case, and he's sitting there creating the permission structure for it by credentialing himself as a lawyer and then giving retarded feedback on every fucking court filing, you're fucking retarded. But I know in your mind you're going to find a way to make that equivalent. That's fine.
Well, okay. So hold on. So you've acknowledged descriptively, while adding 10,000 fucking qualifiers, that Kafka is coming on in order to
wait, hold on, wait, real quick. Case. You can acknowledge just real quick. All the 10,000 fucking qualifiers added, those are all the ones that apply to esports Batman, right?
All these memberships.
He lives in a Discord server where people are harassing witnesses in my case.
Ramishkwa
there, right?
I'm bored and Eamon, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. I don't want to go down.
John, I'll check my email tonight, buddy.
Equivalent, and then you have to tell me how it's not equivalent. So
what's my equivalent? What's my equivalent?
Wouldn't it be attempting to dox Rose?
What?
After your homemade pornography, I'll articulate it. You said what with an exclamation point and a question mark. I would like the opportunity to explain.
I know. I understand what you're saying. I just have to catch up sometimes. I don't know how mind-raped you are by the fucking retards in your fucking DMs, okay? So I understand what you're saying now.
There's nobody in my fucking DMs. You think
Connor, you are fully raped.
That it's good?
Connor, you are fully raped. Connor, you are. I'm sorry. So let me just, I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying that, didn't Destiny dox Rose, right? Why did I dox Rose? Why did I want to find out who Rose was?
Because she leaked your homemade pornography to the internet.
Do you think it's fair for me to want to know who that person is?
Yes.
Do you think that that is at all equivalent to them reaching out and harassing a person because they're trying to fucking out me as a pedophile in a fucking court case that she doesn't want to be involved in?
Okay, hold on. We're going to do an experiment in empathy, and you need to slow down a little bit. Okay? So, do you think that people could earnestly hate you for the way that you've conducted yourself on the internet for the past 3 to 5 years?
That has nothing to do with this, and I'm not answering such a broadly retarded fucking question.
100% does.
What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about here?
Because it's the motivations of the people. It's the motivations of the people that you're talking about.
No, I would say no, Connor. No, there is no reason. No, give me one.
Sorry.
Give me one, you fat fuck. Tell me one. Give me one fucking reason.
Did you call me a fat fuck? You haven't lifted a weight in 5 goddamn years, you piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
I know.
Calling
me
I'm telling
you you're a fat fuck. If you're
calling me fat, fuck you.
Kill me. I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, Connor. Tell me right now. What is one valid reason why these people could hate me for my behavior over the past 5 years? Tell me.
Well, hold on. I'll give you the general reasons for why people hate you.
I know.
Number one. No. You asked, I'm going to answer. You asked, I'm going to answer. You asked, I'm going to answer. So how about that? How about that time that you posted a Minecraft character destroying a holy site in Islam? Do you think you got a few death threats from that?
I didn't know Gisticle was fucking Muslim. That would explain so much.
No. Don't isolate. Don't isolate. I asked.
Haha, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships.
Do you think that people could earnestly fuck you and want you dead on the internet? And then you sarcastically said no.
Zoom out to the every fucking thing. My bad. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Connor.
If you already know your chronology of sins, then you already know there's 10,000 reasons why people could earnestly fucking hate you and want you dead.
None of that has anything to do with this situation at all.
So hold on. You think JStock, Queeman, Esports Batman, they all hate you for delusional or non-serious reasons?
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's why when I asked shit. Because
You
even
don't
you
think,
know that's
you don't
fucking
think, you don't
retarded.
think that
You're
they
raped,
could,
Connor.
dude,
You're
I
mind
could
raped.
come up
I'm
with
sorry,
a dozen
you are.
reasons to hate you off the top of
Give me
my
one.
head.
Give me one. Give me one from their perspective. Go. Just
Well,
one.
they think that you
dozens,
fucking
hundreds.
use your sexual power and clout and influence and money in order to rape mentally retarded women.
Anna Voir reached out to me.
What is happening?
Is she
Anna Voir was talking to me
retarded?
for 2 or 3 years. Is she more or less retarded than Cherry?
Cherry's also retarded. That's not a good point.
Didn't Justical fly her out to Canada, commit her for 3 days, continue to bring her on the stream to milk her and farm her for fucking content?
She's
While
retarded.
she's trying to fucking kill herself? Hold on. So how the fuck could there be any hatred of me when I hooked up with this?
I really don't like, I'm going to be such a boomer right now. I fucking really don't like this language.
Of me leveraging our power dynamics to do anything to her, by the way.
All right, hold on. Let's isolate this variable. Let's isolate this variable. Do you think? Hold on. Sorry, I want to isolate this variable because I think Steven needs to hear this. So sorry. Do you?
Shock Doctor with 5 gifted. Thank you.
That people could rightfully.
I don't like that language. I don't like it.
Engaging with mentally ill women.
Repeatedly engaging with mentally ill women. If your first go-to example is Anna Voir, I just want to tell you, buddy, in the real world, I know you've been mind-rotted by this online shit. Apparently, I'm the only one that's fucking touched grass before. Nobody would give a fuck about a 30-year-old woman hooking up with a 32-year-old guy who goes online to talk about him obsessively for the next fucking year and say, wow, that guy is a horrible, evil fucking person.
So the answer is no. You actually, you just, like, so you actually don't think it's a valid criticism to say, Steven has engagement with promiscuous behavior.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
If you believe,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I believe that. I believe that since I've known you.
You can believe that. That's fine. Are there any other things you want to go over? Because this is probably done.
Okay. Well, no. If you gotta fucking go, dude. I'm not doing this thing. I'm not doing this thing where you pretend. Yeah. See, this is so fucking.
So wait, hold on. I didn't even get to talk.
So gay. No. This is gay. And DGG, take this fucking clip. Take it back to your fucking dad. He wants to go jerk off and fucking watch video games. He wants to go fucking half-ass watch bullshit. He wants to go half-ass do fucking tepid fucking commentary. Get the fuck out of here. He doesn't have anything better to do. He has nothing better to do. Get the fuck out of here. That was the weakest shit. That was the weakest shit that's ever fucking happened. Fuck.
He said he wanted me in here to talk to me and confront me. Like, I didn't even get to talk. Like, I'm more than willing to talk to the guy if he's not running away. Like,
well, next time
if he wants to come back, I'm here. But I just want to point something out, Connor, because you didn't bring this up, but it's fucking crazy. So with the Anna Voir thing, after he knew she was fucking crazy and having like,
Bro Atlas, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
That is exactly pertinent. List the reasons why you hate Destiny, please. List the reasons.
So initially I just thought what he did was disgusting, and I thought him not taking accountability was disgusting.
Sorry, in reference to whom? I'm literally going to write them down.
To the nude sharing thing. I think the way that he handled that initially was gross. I just totally was disgusted by it. So that's what led me to pull away initially and start criticizing him. Since then, with a ton of political disagreements about the way that he's behaved for like Republicans and Trump and
this is what Death Stranding 2 turns into in the end game, is just flying around on zip lines.
The jokes he made about those children that were drowned in Texas, I just think the way that he's been interacting with the political environment in general is extremely fucking toxic and counterproductive. And then the way that he's behaving towards online communities that I've been in for fucking years. I've been in this community for fucking years.
Yes.
Like, way before any of this fucking drama, right? So the way that he's interacting with these people,
I kind of wish zip lines weren't in the game.
Smaller streamers, I take it as like a massive fucking bullet.
But I can't not use them. Ooh, special alloy. Let's go.
Who dare to criticize him? That's what it looks like to me. So that's also fucking disgusting. So these are reasons that I criticize him when he comes up and I disagree with something he's done. I will talk about it. Yes. Because I fucking think he's doing disgusting shit and I think he should stop. That's it. Like it's not that complicated. It's not because I have like some obsession with him. I criticize lots of people.
Well, it certainly does come across like an obsession.
Lots of other people.
Okay. So I'm just going to add one more to your list and I'm going to read them back real quick. So, in reference to the Anna Voir drama, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. but Anavar was repeatedly threatening to leak their relationship details. And in response to that, he said that if you do that, then I might leak our nudes. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then
and I don't even have an issue with that threat, to be clear. Like,
okay.
I think it's gross, but I don't have an issue with the threat.
Then sweeping with the, or not sweeping.
It's not a FedEx simulator now. It's so much more than that. Death Stranding is great.
A whole bunch of rhetoric that would normalize political violence. The most recent quote, I think, being the, I really wish these people would stop trying to assassinate Trump. And he said, like, I've never agreed with a statement more in my life. Funny joke. Love the joke. Okay? Still normalizing violence within politics. The drowned.
I want Death Stranding 3. Fuck you.
I thought that was fucked up. The online community doxing, basically harassing online communities that he says are harassing him. You think he's a powerful person who's throwing rocks at people who can't throw shit back. I know that I don't know how you feel about Israel. I know you're quite passionately in the Palestinian camp, but obviously
not the best game to stream without commentary. True.
Upon some
you gotta have content going.
Talking points. And then also,
Connor, like, I disagree with you about that, and we talk about all the time.
Yeah, but we don't have to hate him.
Hate you.
But I'm just saying there are some people who do hate him for that reason.
Fuck you for this opinion, but whatever. I still like it.
There are some people who do hate him for the way that he's engaged with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I don't.
Yeah,
you might not.
I can agree with that.
But there are other people who do. And then finally, the way that he's conducted himself since the Pixie leaks.
Ooh, a lightweight grenade launcher.
That's he said there's no reasons for anybody to fucking hate him. And we have 8 off the top of our head the second he leaves. So.
Yeah.
Hey.
And I don't think you heard me.
Raw rule. Sleeping? Oh, don't worry. You don't need to watch. Okay. There you go. Bye.
Oh,
go
boy. Things are heating up.
So I don't need to.
Things are heating up.
Said it, but after all the Anna shit, this is another thing that really I think is disgusting. So another thing that people might hate him for, right? I don't hate him for this. I just think it's fucking gross. Is after the Anavar shit when
here, I'm gonna show you why Death Stranding 2 is not just
having some kind of spiral.
A delivery simulator, okay? I'll show you right now.
I agree with him. That's fucking awful to deal with, right? So I hate that he had to deal with that. But you can tell there's something going on there. He when she was being doxxed on Kiwi Farms, her full name was in the fucking title of the thread. He posted the thread in his chat, and then on his fucking stream to thousands of people, when his community fucking hated her, directed them to that fucking thread and told them to go talk about her there. So I think that kind of behavior, when he knew at the time, and he knows now that Kiwi Farms is a fucking place where these kind of crazy people that we're talking about that would go much further than criticism that might dox you and swat you and this kind of shit, they're on Kiwi Farms. So him directing those people to that thread while all this shit is going on with Anna and while she's being doxxed on there, it's fucking disgusting. It's totally indefensible.
Decepticon, happy Friday to you too, buddy.
I'm distracted, so I don't know if I can.
General Grievous with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
What I will say is that I've criticized Steven to his face for fucking the way he interacts with mentally ill women. So.
Just FYI, so Wick wants to come on. He said he will steal Man Destiny and confront me. And I'm like I said, I have maybe 40 minutes or so left.
Sure.
Really depends how
I need a potty break anyways. So
sure.
I'll create a group.
Now Wick's coming on. Oh my goodness. We are very firmly in the content.
To talk to Destiny. It's fine.
Yeah, insane.
Again, just really
in the drama cycle.
When my son wakes up, obviously I'm gonna have to go. But I can be around till then. Probably I'm guessing 48 minutes or so.
Same. I'm not bridge burning. Anyways, 1 second. Let me create a group. Dooby.
Things are. This is why. Why is everything exploding this week? Kaiser Bear with 7 months. Thank you so much. Death Stranding 2 has a lot more combat.
You guys have fun. I need some Tums.
Has a lot more combat.
I needed to talk to you.
It's great. Don't listen to the haters. Death Stranding 2 is great.
While he's gone, look, I can talk to you about something else.
It's a phenomenal game.
So I just want to clarify why I left your server. Right? It's not because I have an issue with you or anything like that, or I feel like I'm being pressured out. I just don't think it's fair to you. And
you should play the first one too.
Should be happening there because I'm there. So that's why I left. So that's all it is.
The issue I have, right?
Does Dooby get along with Wick?
For you, I did. I went to bat for you, and Destiny was saying, "I'm going to blacklist anyone with Dooby in the community," and I was like, "Dooby's my community member. I'm not gonna ban him." So I'm
Sounds
going
like
to make the compromise, and I think the compromise was.
Why is his voice so low?
And I don't know, you kind of threw some shit at me, man.
You didn't like the
It's not
tweet.
okay.
I thought this tweet was funny. I'm sorry, but to be clear, let me express why I thought it was okay to retweet the thing, right? And why
it's okay to.
I mean, Dooby they accused him of being a pedophile.
But I'm just saying, man, like doing that after I had risked something for you, it's kind of shitty.
Sure, I can take that criticism. I just thought the meme was funny, so I retweeted it. But just really quick, so maybe I can express. I'm sure you've heard this all day yesterday, right? But express why I think people might still have criticisms of you, even if you went to bat for me. Maybe I can just explain that if you'd like.
Go ahead, we're waiting. So
Okay.
Why not?
So
my issue is no one's giving me charity on this, and it's funny because DGG, I see you. You guys were kind of mean to me too, just asking for a fucking compromise. But yeah, my community was like, "You sell out, you dick suck," and all these things. I think I have been very reasonable. I think I have been very, I don't know, man. Like I'm going through it. I'm trying to make the best of things. I'm trying to thread the needle. I don't know, man. It feels kind of shitty. So go ahead.
I get it, and like I said, if you want to say it was unfair to criticize you in that way or to retweet it, like I get it. Like really, like maybe I'm just a bit jaded, and I'm not going through it as directly as you. You just found out you were doxxed, and when I found out, obviously I had no idea. And I told you in DMs when they made that claim that I'd find it for you if you could tell me where it was. I had no fucking idea, and I don't support that, of course. I never support that. So maybe I just wasn't appreciating how fucked things were for you at the time. So yeah.
That's one of the issues I'm having now is I was assured over and over and over again by people who were anti-Destiny, or pro Snark server even, that doxing wasn't happening in the Snark server. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know. I haven't seen anything. And Destiny and others were saying, yeah, some fucky wucky shit was going on in there. And I didn't know who to believe because I didn't see any.
Cheesy Fries with $5. Mooten has a recording of a conversation Destiny had with Dooby, and Dooby talks about how he handles hunting for PDFs.
But then after I see the evidence,
his storage is unethical.
Puts out a tweet saying, yeah, we had some doxers in our server. There was some doxing that went on that, oops, we missed.
I don't really want to know the details of that one. Skate Shark with $20. You described a time in your life where you felt no sexual desire to the point where you thought you might be gay. I'm experiencing the same extreme lack of sexual desire. How did you get out of it? Well, so for me, I was undiagnosed bipolar, and I was in an intense depression, and that'll nuke your sex drive. So check your insurance and make an appointment with the therapizer. You got to protect your mental. The mind's like a muscle, if you pull your knee, you got to do some, you got to put some ice on it, heal it for a little bit, and same thing with your brain. FDR in a mech suit with $10. Dooby can't take personal responsibility for the shit he threw online. He basically on this call going, why is this shit everywhere now? Yeah. Wow. I mean,
anyway, so I rejoined it a couple of days ago when people reminded me of it. And I looked at it, I didn't see any of that stuff, but also they cleared the chat from like May 11th back. So it's possible it's in there. I just have not seen it. And if I had seen it, I would tell you. And I would tell, I don't support that kind of shit at all, ever.
Yeah, I understand.
It's possible they could have like some secret channel.
Said before, and then I saw evidence that was not true, and it's possible. It's
but look, that screenshot
missed it, but
yeah. So my understanding is that screenshot was it was Rita, is what I think, and it was like last year. And they're saying
Drama Slop works 3.5K viewers. Right now, there's 3.5K. I don't have my viewer numbers up, so when it pops the fuck off, I really don't know.
But I'm telling you that I didn't see it, and if I'd seen it, I would call it out. And it could be the case that they have like some secret room in there, a secret channel that I don't have access to, where they're just doxing everybody. I just have not seen anything like that. And if I had seen it, I would tell you. I would tell anybody.
3.7K on your end? What is happening right now?
What I've seen and
I
what I would
guess
do.
we'll wait for the rest of the evidence.
I think it's because of my commentary that I'm adding. My invaluable commentary. People are here for my personality.
Just to clarify a few things.
And let's be frank, my good looks.
Hurting the fuck out of me because I don't think you're listening. And I want to make sure that you...
I got the whole package.
Being argued here and what's being talked about. When we're talking about the accusation that Dooby was justifying A-logging Nathan, right? That happened on my stream, right? We had a gentleman call in.
4 billion people are watching the stream right now. Jesus.
He had made a tweet that he was going to log every single thing Nathan said and keep it on hand, and anytime Nathan would try to get a job in the future, he would send that information to his employers and potential employers and keep him from getting a job till he was like 30 or some shit. It was fucked up and it was gross. And when asked why, like, hey, Gawk, why do you think this is okay? He's like, well, Destiny's a bad person. And he did
Denim's level of commentary.
Directly after that,
there can be various reasons why your libido is tanked. Mine was due to a pituitary tumor. If unsure, get blood work done. See a therapist. Consult with the professionals. Yeah.
But run a soft defense for that, saying things like, "Well, I don't personally,
100%,
but I can understand why someone might do such a thing." And
Brickwall with the tier 1 membership. Thank you, buddy.
This kind of discussion does kind of give a soft defense for that kind of behavior in a way that kind of washes your hands, right? Like saying, well, I'd never do it, but I get it. I can kind of understand. And it's the problem with it is,
can I jump off the zip line here?
Argument and fair enough. But in the context of all that's going on, in the context of Dooby's hate for Destiny, it does take on a different connotation, does it not?
I'm fine.
Sure. But allow me to articulate something.
Go ahead.
I don't believe this. I am articulating this because I'm trying to understand my rivals and enemies. Okay? What my rivals and enemies have articulated to me in the past is that they do not like me associating with Steven because they believe that Steven uses clout, money, power, and influence in order to attract mentally ill women, engage with them in promiscuous behavior, and then use his platform to harass them off of being interested in him whenever they become inconvenient to his life. Now, I think...
Do you agree with that characterization?
What's that?
Do you agree with that characterization? Do you think that
No, I think he engages with mentally ill women, but mentally ill women still have agency. So I don't have like this white knight complex where I think just because a woman is crazy, she doesn't have any capacity for culpability or...
Brickwall with €2. Just join. Why is Connor yapping about this?
That we are talking
about. I'll get... Please indulge me.
I think Destiny's going scorched earth with anyone who associates with people that are snarking him is what I'm putting together. I think that's what's happening here.
They've articulated that he is a digital rapist. I do not agree with this characterization. But in their worldview, they believe Steven is a uniquely Machiavellian and evil character who is using power to gain sexual access and then emotionally abuse women, and he will not stop until he is fucked over by his own behavior. And so once again, I do not have this perspective.
It is just generally unhinged to be, like, when I look at Destiny's life, I'm not morally judging him, but it's too messy for me. Like, that's a level of messiness that I'm not... I mean, I like being settled down, but I'm not going to obsess about his behavior. And, I don't know why Connor's bringing up Destiny's personal sex life as though it's a justifiable reason for these people to hate Destiny or to be obsessed with him. It's just weird. Okay, somebody got a messy love life. To put it mildly, sometimes, but does it justify the level of obsession? Like, it's just,
after your child.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But they do.
Right. That's what was happening, though, right? We don't have to go hypothetical. That's what
they
this man
do.
Oh, wait, did I get off on the wrong exit?
They
Fuck.
do. think that. I don't think that. They
I
think
don't,
that.
Okay, I don't care if they think that. They're just
We're going over there.
wrong.
How so?
If I were to kill someone's child, it is not justice for someone to kill my child in response. That is by no means
That's
fair.
because you have
That is
Christian
by no means
morality.
justice. I think that this is a correct morality. Right?
I
My
agree with
morality
you.
is simply better than theirs.
Weirdly
And
enough,
I do not-
Dooby, don't you agree with Wick?
Yeah, I said even if they did it to him, I'm sorry, even if he did it to them, I don't think it's justified to do it to him. My
Okay, but-
prescription
So we
is that
all
nobody should be
agree.
doing any of this shit.
We all have Christian morality. We all
you're
agree with
dodging.
tit for tat with
Y'all are
10%
dodging.
and or turning the other cheek.
Y'all are dodging. This is a thing where, like, well, I wouldn't do it, but their
Correct.
morality, I can understand.
I'm saying no one should do it.
Well, hold on.
I'm saying no
I
one
can
should
get more
do it.
descriptive, and I can get more descriptive
Justification.
because I think Wick will be able to understand this fairly quickly. So, just because as a collective in this voice,
cheesy fries here. I'm about.
doesn't mean that everybody does.
We're about to get into some big combat in Death Stranding too. It's not just delivering stuff. You do fight things.
Violence. So, barbarian reputation.
And there's a lot more action in
What it sounds like. You come
Death
up
Stranding too.
and you kill my child. Well, I go to your tribe and I kill all the men, I enslave all the women, enslave all the children, and I kill your child. That's barbarian retributive violence. And up until 3,000 years ago, that's the way that the world worked. Okay?
I understand.
And then the
that might
Jews.
make right.
Booler, what's up, buddy? Doobie saying little.
No, I
One
promise.
of my frustrations with you, Connor, right now, and
Why?
Doobie as well.
I
is
mean, my
we do
frustration
this
is I
thing-
wasn't able to articulate eye for an eye, but go ahead.
Do you not think I'm aware of what the argument for eye for an eye is?
No, you might be, but you're kind of saying that like nobody can have eye for an eye morality, but Stephen himself engages in eye for an eye and arguably.
Paper Citadel with $5, like 2/3 of Connor's viewers are DGGers. This isn't going to help his views. Going to need more Doobie dark money like this dark money. Hope your day is good. Thank you, buddy.
Evidence that I have seen, and now the knowledge that not only am I a target, but I wouldn't say everyone, but people who I know.
I wish I had a Doobie.
Are getting targeted. Then I can see where he is correct. That
All I need is just one whale, you know, like somebody who like
nor would I
made some obscure tech company in like 1998,
what he is doing now.
like a 50-year-old like progressive Gen Xer
He is not, to my knowledge, and where I would say
dropping fucking bands in the stream.
it's okay to do this. He's not going after anyone's family directly.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I will address. Yeah, I will address that.
Pleasant. All right, take it easy.
Give me 1 second though.
Jinx? No, Jinx. I appreciate you, buddy. I'm playing. I got Jinx. I got Midlife Maddie. I got a lot of, yeah.
Okay.
Me?
No, my chat.
Oh, okay, I was like,
But I mean like an oil baron, you know?
I like to go into theory. I like to talk about deeper concepts. If you don't like it, leave.
Not gonna lie, you're getting Dono lapped by IRI in the Dono whale category. Does he have some whales? Fuck, what do they have that I don't have?
All right. So, you articulated that. Now, here's a point that I want to make to you, though. You're saying...
Hair? Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
In barbarian retribution.
Better control of their bowels?
They are
Yeah.
not just fucking over
Maybe true.
Destiny. They are fucking over... they're fucking over you. They're fucking over
fucking
Hutch.
over me
They might be
directly.
fucking over me at some point, right?
I can't,
Nobody fucks me over.
I don't know.
Well,
but
I've been doxxed, but that
Yeah,
was bad
sure, but I
empanada
know
more than
that
anybody else.
In this
But anyways,
group,
in
this
All right, here we go. It's about to get weird in Death Stranding too.
and
Sure.
I don't know if it's this group, but people who have been on my show have told me, and I believe them, because I've seen some evidence of it as well. They have also been doxxed.
Fight me.
So,
Sure.
like, it's not just a
Oh, here we go.
hypothetical. It's not just a maybe. It's not just a well. Would you think if in this case? No, it's actually happening. It's
This is
real.
why I wanted you to allow me to articulate.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So with eye for an eye, if you poke out my eye, I am entitled to poke out your eye, or I am entitled to some kind of compensation that is about the equivalent of my eye. And so Esports Batman has been doxxed, and Esports Batman's sin, as far as I can tell, is providing legal feedback to the tribe that is allegedly engaged in barbarian retributive violence against Destiny. So and here's the thing, that's not eye for an eye. Destiny could have provided aid to somebody who was internet enemies with esports Batman, and that would have been tit for tat. Or he could, well, I mean, actually, I think that might even be eye for an eye as well. But that's not what he did. He doxed him, which is barbarian retributive violence. So if Steven himself is engaged in barbarian retributive violence, and you are viewed as a tribal member of Destiny's tribe, why wouldn't barbarian retributive violence be visited upon you? Just logically, descriptively.
If we're talking, this is kind of an is-ought thing. Is it going to happen? Well, it is. It is happening. Should it? No. And I'm telling you right now, even if one country,
Dooby, do you disagree with what Wick just said?
Or one tribe, can I finish, please? Just one tribe, one group, one country is engaged in this kind of warfare. It does not justify engaging in that kind of warfare back. And there is a argument to be had about who fired the first shot here, and that does play into how we should weight these people in their actions. If, as I now believe, the snarkers, I know I'm being very broad with this because I don't know individual names besides like maybe one or two, right? And so I'm not going to make any kind of sweeping accusations here, right? But the snarkers as a community,
he's going down soon,
engaged in this behavior, and they have been coming after Destiny for over a year and doing all the things that he has claimed that they are doing, which again, I am giving more.
Yeah, I saw Tulsi Gabbard is out
than I did a week ago, because I've seen direct evidence that he is correct and the other people had been lying to me, or at least grossly negligently mistaken, right? I'm giving them.
Is it better than part one? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it just refines the experience. It's just a much
about the rest of it as well.
Just a lot of quality of life stuff.
If that is happening, I'm waiting the morale.
Snow Swords with $20. I promise you in Loner's chat, I'd throw you some cash the next time I caught the stream. Here's something to go towards the Discord logs fund. Hey, cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Okay. So when people come in and go after his child, and then justify even softly going after his child, I think that's fucked up. And I think that Dooby,
it is fucked up,
specifically has soft justified it.
May I respond?
But yeah, I was about to say,
Brickwall, what's up?
Do you even
what's the outcome in your opinion? The outcome of all this?
This is going to happen, but prescriptively it is bad.
I don't know. I think it keeps escalating. I don't know where the off ramp is for all this stuff.
I'm not justifying it. I've said it's not justified repeatedly. What I'm saying,
these guys are obsessed. They are truly, truly, truly obsessed, and it stops when they go talk to a fucking therapist.
Behave, and given that they're crazy ass super fans of them who might go too far, when you encourage doxing of all these people that he's encouraged doxing of, or just outright doxed, like
or legal action, yeah, I guess,
etc. When you do this, the reality is you're putting everybody around this person at risk. That is a reality. I understand that like expressing that reality makes it seem more real, but it was always real. This was always the case. This is why.
Argument, even if
do you agree that if they stop, it all stops?
It does justify it.
No, it doesn't, Wick. What I'm saying,
probably
what this justifies actually is you and Connor and everybody in the space saying this is too far. This is a red line. Everybody, including fucking Destiny, needs to stop, and this needs to be a red line again. That's what I'm saying is justified. That's my prescription actually. Is we need to stop everybody involved, whether it's Snarker people, Destiny people, everybody needs to stop crossing the red line. Because the reality is we are putting people in danger when we do that kind of shit. So we should not do that kind of shit.
I agree with you, but again, every time Destiny points out that this is what is happening, right? Everyone's like, well, he's doing it too, right?
Yeah, can I respond to that too?
What do you think people hear when you continue to say that?
Okay,
regardless of whether you intend to communicate it or not, what do you think people hear when they continue? When every time anything that is done to Destiny or to me,
can both of y'all pause real quick?
Orbiters, right, is said, right? When you say every time that happens, they're like, well, Destiny did X, Y, and Z. what do
Okay,
people
can
hear?
both of y'all pause real quick just because fucking DGG is not sending their best. They're fucking retarded, and I need to explain something that I already explained multiple times. Give me a second. So, no, you fucking F's.
Bells with 5 Canadian. I'm a wealthy landlord, mostly because I don't piss away my money to streamers. Also, they will nuke Connor, and the second they think they can't turn him.
Counterinsurgency warfare, which means that you properly separate civilians from your enemy, and you only kill your enemy. It's literally that fucking simple. And if you want me, I'm not even going to bother explaining this again, because you guys are going to fucking piss me the fuck off. Rewind 5 hours and watch the content. If you say the words unilateral disarmament in my chat again,
This shit is going on in my backyard and what Talarico is up against. I'll look at that in a little bit.
go get Velcro shoes, call the state, get a home health care worker, fuck off. Twitch and YouTube politics are not for you.
Actually, this is helpful. You just reminded me of something, Connor, because you are both Zion Nazis. So maybe this will be more helpful for you guys.
Jesus.
So after October 7th, right? I think
Jesus,
we all saw crazy shit being said by Israelis, by people who just hated Palestinians for whatever.
Jesus, why did
I think in the immediate after it's reasonable to expect that some people are going to be so emotional, so angry.
All roads lead to Destiny, Ethan, and Israel.
You're in Gaza. You might go way out of bounds and do something that you shouldn't. You might kill a child because you're that fucking angry. I think describing that reality is not the same as justifying that reality, which is why the rules are important, which is why we need to make sure the red lines stay the red lines.
In certain contexts, you would be correct, but in the context of what's happening here, I don't think you are. If you are constantly, if you're aware and active in spaces that you know are actively engaged in hunting down anyone who isn't sufficiently anti-Destiny, and then you start making these arguments, that is a different thing than just making these arguments in a more intellectual space without this background.
That's DGG. So what you're doing right now is justifying doxing everybody in DGG. Because
Who has DGG doxed?
What? Okay. What do you mean?
Okay. I understand that Destiny has doxed people. He has admitted it. But
when he doxed people, you think they've done nothing with that information? Hold on. And not only that.
Hold on. What have they done? Okay. You say, do I think they've done nothing with that information? What have they done?
Hold on. Didn't someone go to Rouse? Actually, I know people have said, I can't verify any of this, of course, just like Destiny can't verify that people are like swatting his community or whatever. But I know people have said they've had their employers called. They've had people throw shit at their house. They've had their family fucked with on Facebook. People have said this in JSOC's community because Destiny has said that anybody in JSOC's server is fair game. Anybody. So when you say shit like this, you're putting all those people at risk.
Of this?
Okay, this is my problem, right? So when Destiny makes claims like this, do you ask him for evidence that people are going after his community?
Yes, and he provided me evidence.
The fuck?
Hey, Melcanth. Crazy to think Tiny's kids and wife are fair game. Fucking retarded, Connor. Time to find another Warhammer creator. You're genuinely too stupid for politics. You still haven't understood descriptive versus prescriptive. We've gone over it 3 times. Go find something else to do. You are genuinely too fucking dumb for online politics.
We're in a spiral.
And evidence
I agree.
in 4K with citations and all these sources for anything that goes against your argument. But when anyone says anything that agrees with your argument, you're simply, oh, okay, well, I just believe you. Right?
I agree. I agree with that.
That's just not a standard that we should set. So again, I have been provided evidence. Again, I was neutral before on this because I didn't fucking know. I am no longer neutral because I have seen evidence. I asked for evidence. I was provided evidence. So now I'm asking you, can you provide me evidence that anyone in the DGG space has harassed, called the employers of, threw shit at these people's houses, anything? And I will give you
but here's what I'm talking about.
I'll do this. I'll give you the same deal I gave Destiny. I will not reveal that evidence. All you have to do is show me personally, and I can say,
oh, I need to finish this road. There's a whole fucking section of road over here.
Just stake my honor and reputation and say, oh, yes, I saw this, and I can confirm. I think
so to be clear,
I think that's normal.
Right? I'd like to respond. So to be clear, what Destiny showed you isn't just evidence of somebody posting that filing thing, right? It was evidence of people being swatted, harassed at home, their employers called, their family members fucked with on Facebook. It was that kind of evidence.
Hold on. He said that I was doxxed, or
It's a little bit above my pay grade.
I was doxxed. That was his
Constantly repeat descriptive claims until people take them as
think he
prescription.
any of us were being swatted, did he?
Yeah, he's claiming
No, I don't understand that.
was being targeted. Anybody in his community, anybody close to him was being targeted, fucked with in real life. Yes, he has claimed that.
I've been targeted, and he showed me the evidence of me being targeted because they got my docs.
Okay, but Wick, this is why this new like stance you have right now doesn't make any sense, because I can show you right now. Please let me get there. I can show you right now. Destiny and DGG posting people's docs information. So I tell you, hey, he's docs people.
What's up, Goldfish?
I can show you that. And then hold on. What I'm asking is, when that happens, Wick, will you then switch sides again? Will you then go from go back to neutral?
I have seen evidence that Destiny is docs people. What I'm asking now is, has DGG?
Sorry, my wife was talking to me for a second.
Okay, I understand. Jay Stock's giving him his.
He's married too. That's the other thing. Like this level of obsession, and you're married too. Do they talk about like Destiny when they're out at like dinner and stuff?
Chatter to go fuck themselves, and now they're bitching about it. But it did result in $100 from Zonia. Love you, Zonia. But if y'all keep,
you can have strong.
I'll literally fucking mute him again.
You can have strong opinions about
DGG's filled with fucking F slurs, dude.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. So if those people who made those claims, right, that they've been fucked with, families been fucked with, if they feel comfortable sending me that information, I will make sure your info is scrubbed and show Wick. Okay.
Then
I can verify these claims.
I will confirm that I've been seeing that information, and there.
So I can verify these claims.
Yes, and I can confirm what you are saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So because I can verify these claims on either side, right? Obviously, people who've been fucked with in that way typically don't want to show it, right? Which is totally reasonable. I don't want to
show you guys the evidence I've been provided.
Totally reasonable.
Yes.
It's totally reasonable. So my issue is that I think that the entire.
How much do you talk about Hassan with Esme?
And because I think Destiny.
It comes up sometimes when it's super relevant, but not much, I would say.
Openly calling for people to be doxxed, openly doxing people, and doing all this shit for the last like fucking over a year now. More of the shit is going to happen, and it needs to stop. This is why we need to pull back the red line. And just really quickly,
I agree.
Wait, really quick.
Hold on, stop,
oh,
please.
Go.
Please. I agree with the argument in any other context by any other source, then it would be a fine argument. But the problem is you are making this argument in order to, right, kind of place blame on DGG and Destiny and excuse the blame from the other side. That's what's happening right now. And so when you're saying that this needs to stop,
I talk about politics with Esme. I don't really talk about
the people who have
drama stuff, because she has no fucking idea like any of these cast of characters, so it would mean nothing to her, you know.
Stop, then the onus is on Destiny.
She'll ask me like, what'd you talk about on the stream today? I'll be like, no, just forget it. It's not even worth, because I'd have to explain like 30 minutes of lore.
Until that happens, like this can't, it's like when Russia invaded Ukraine, the war could end if Russia fucking leaves.
Okay,
they could end the war.
I don't even understand half the lore, you know. Like,
really quick. So, my understanding is that the screenshot you were shown was from September. Destiny had already called for me to be doxxed before September. He'd already been saying that anybody in JSOC's community is fair game.
I'm starting to understand though. I'm starting to understand it.
So if you're saying that you were doxxed after that, right? If your information was posted after that, I think this is maybe a result of him normalizing his behavior. Now, to be clear, to be fair to Destiny, he's been doxxed for years. People have been after him for fucking years, from Kiwi farms to other communities, and I think this is the risk you run as a political streamer, of course, right? There are some people who hate what you say so much, they're going to try to take you down, they're going to try to attack you. So to be fair to Destiny, it might be difficult for him to separate that kind of doxing, that shit that's been happening.
ZJM, thank you. Appreciate the $10.
Criticism people who are attacking him. So I feel like he's like blurred the lines there, and now it's like, okay, because these people have always attacked me. And these attacks are still
Molecular Bing Bong with the tier 2 membership. Thank you.
Like the people who have always been doxing me in my community, and I think those lines need to be unblurred.
Was specifically in time, and I'm just going to believe you. I'd have to go back and like, I'd have to go back and.
Yeah, I can show you. I can send you a video if you'd like to show.
Just just to get my argument how, like, if it's happened to me, it's probably also happening to others. And I know it's happening to others because other people like Stardust have told me it's happening to them and has happened to them. Stardust DM'd me and said I could use her name specifically, but it's not just her. To be clear, there are others who have DM'd me, who have talked to me about it, and we've had discussions, right? If it happened to me, it's probably happening to others. It is happening to others. So simply because mine happened then does not mean that others have not happened earlier. And again, I'm more inclined now to believe Destiny's side of the argument because A, he has provided me evidence, and B, he has been shown to be correct in a claim when the people against him were shown to be either A, lying, or B, in the most charitable interpretation, just grossly negligently wrong.
Okay, so Wick, I'll ask you. I have a direct.
Well, what's wrong with anything I just said? What is incorrect?
Nothing.
How is his wife okay with dropping 10K on streams?
Yeah,
Doesn't he?
Which is why I have some evidence for you that I'd like you to look at. Okay, let me just make.
Doesn't he
it out properly?
claim to be like independently wealthy or
of JSOC participating in doxing or encouraging doxing of Destiny or anybody else before actually ever, but let's say before January 1st, 2026.
I am not personally aware. I've not seen JStock's name specifically in any of the evidence that I have seen. But again, it's a credibility thing. Before I would.
You need a whale? I'm in the market. I am looking for a sugar daddy.
We had two competing claims.
I do not send nudes or provide really any service of any kind.
One interlocutor have been proven to be more truthful than the other. And so, hey, this guy has told the truth in this case. The other guy has lied. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be.
It's basically charity.
But I am much more willing to give credit to
Vels with the tier 1 membership.
If he was right in this case, he might be right in this case. So I'm now still waiting for direct evidence, but I'm more open to be like, oh, okay, he's probably telling the truth here.
Yeah, so this is a member.
I offer sparse commentary and high-level Death Stranding 2 gameplay, so you can't find that anywhere else, really.
And I'll send it to you right now.
Who else is doing that? It's a very niche.
And I've erased his name because I don't want that to be public, obviously.
Type of content creator. Very hyper-specific.
Second.
Take your time, man. Look,
Obama with $10, I can be your daddy.
We can do this like.
No,
I'll talk to my dad about that. We'll see what he says.
So apparently that's been deleted. But
I'll probably ask how much.
Apparently, and Mr. Moon was just messaged about it today.
Okay, give me a second to look.
Sure.
This game's just incredible, man. You just fire up a fucking podcast and then
blanked out portion,
and you just get to going.
Like hashtags and then JSOC or brackets.
And well, the time. I wish you hadn't blurred out the date here. So the claim here is that this was up for a year.
Yeah. So if you look at the bottom of the image, it's an X tweet from August 14th, 2025.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not aware of JSOC ever doxing Destiny or encouraging doxing. Definitely not, and not now, but definitely not back then. So if the JSOC's claim is, hey, this guy's been trying to get people to dox me for a fucking year, and I haven't done that to him, well, now that I can see that, right? Or at least his community has done that to him.
Did you see the first 3 Tomb Raiders are free on Epic Game Store right now?
By Destiny's behavior.
I don't play old games. I need the latest graphics and.
Give me a second. I don't want.
I'm a bit of a snob.
Feel it or anything. I'm trying to understand this.
That's fine.
So
I'll just send a shit. I was just send a shit ton more. So, yeah. So again, my claim is that with that specific thing, it's just that I've never heard of JSOC doxing him or anybody else. That JSOC claims or being involved with any of it, right, or encouraging it. That's from last year, from August of last year. Somebody in Destiny's community doxing JSOC on Twitter.
Okay, if this is accurate, then yes, that happened. But it also shows that when it is given, and do you have evidence of it being shown earlier to the person it was shown to? Because just to be clear, like the person who was shown to, like.
Oh no, I don't know. No, I mean my understanding is that was the first time he saw it, but it was up for a year.
But they did. Yes. Moderate it immediately. Well,
yeah. So just like in your case, like so when they saw it, it was deleted. When this guy saw it, he deleted it. So that's good.
No, again, I'll have to say if this is portraying to me accurately, then yes, this person did dox this person. Yes.
And I have a lot more, like a lot more that people just sent me. That
I haven't played Call of Duty. Yeah, I haven't played Call of Duty in
yes. In that case, with that specific
since
person, yes, that
launch weekend of the last game. I'm just very over
is that these people
COD,
come to their
like
house, calling their family,
very over COD.
Do you have evidence of that?
No, not right now. But I don't. But I haven't seen any of the evidence of that from the DGG side. And to be clear, no matter who's fucking doing it, it's all bad. Nobody should be doing that. And people who are doing that, who are swatting people, whatever, should be prosecuted. That's fucking disgusting. So, which is my claim. Like overall claim is this is the environment that currently exists, and it's being normalized by Destiny, definitely, maybe by JSOC. I haven't seen evidence of that, but definitely Destiny, and it needs to stop. Like, so Wick, you're saying that I'm like soft justifying going after his kid, right? I don't agree with that. I think I'm just describing reality, and if that's just a soft justification, okay. But Destiny was on here justifying doxing people for talking about their credentials in relation to stream topics. That's fucking crazy.
I don't agree with Destiny.
I understand you don't agree with that
topic. Yes, but
I understand you don't agree with that. But I'm saying that, like,
if your argument is that Destiny has behaved badly in certain ways and immorally in certain ways, I would agree with you. My problem here is there are two competing claims on who is instigating this and who is doing it more. And from the evidence I have seen, it is absolutely going one direction quite a bit. Look. And this is it. If, just like Russia and Ukraine, if Russia leaves, it stops. If JStalk, the snarkers, whoever is actually doing this, whatever communities are actually engaged in this behavior, if they stop, then Destiny will stop. And DGG
You ever play COD 2? I started on COD 2.
Like, wouldn't we need to see proof that they started it?
That's what really kicked off my COD career.
Again, he's been doxing Kiwi Farms for years, so maybe he can.
Yeah, I understand. But like I said, and I haven't seen specifically evidence of this, but as this is what I'm basing it on. One group.
Have you ever played Death Stranding 2? I'm meaning to get to it.
Truth about that thing at this point in time. That's it.
Yeah, again, I get that.
Brickwall with €2. Dooby's friend equals cash cow.
At all. And
do we know how he got his money? Do we know how he makes his money?
JSOC on Twitter in response to a Destiny post where Destiny's doxing Wicked Supreme. So Destiny doxes Wicked Supreme, and under that post, one of his followers posts JSOC's photo. Like, this is totally. And to be clear, if his argument is that JSOC has doxed me or whatever, if he thinks he has evidence of that, show it. But I don't think he would even make that claim about Wicked Supreme, or about Esports Batman, or about me. And he's doxed those two. His community continues to fuck with those two, and he's encouraging them to dox me. So it's all
Static Air with $5 just a few months ago. Dooby defended his decision to online stalk Destiny's son. He only wants to cool things off now because the logs leaked. He's scared.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Guys. My show. I could literally fucking end this goddamn autism. So Destiny says, just a heads up. I do not support anyone going after Connor's family, but since Connor is defending people who are making arguments about going after my family, and some people might act on that, if tomorrow someone did go after Connor's family, I think they could see that as fully justified, by the way.
You know what he's doing here?
Hold on, shut up. I haven't doxed anyone. I haven't done PII ops. I haven't done gay ops. I haven't done any of this shit.
Okay, but you autistic fuck. This is the argument he's saying that Dooby is making. He's using that as an example of, you see that argument and you think, oh shit, that's fucked up to say. His point in putting that out there is to showcase that's what Dooby is saying.
You agree with the point.
Okay.
Every time we've made the point to you, you've agreed with it. You're just upset that you are getting targeted and that Destiny is getting descriptively. But that doesn't mean you don't agree with what the fuck we've said. We've said descriptively. Hold on. Go ahead. Tell me where you disagree.
The problem is that you are missing my
So you don't
point,
disagree.
How do I revoke my gifted sub? No refunds, bitch. Read the fine print.
Context,
That's mine.
even if words and the argumentation is the exact same.
Dooby, are you trying to provide rhetorical and stochastic cover so people can fucking molest and fucking harass Nathan? Or are you being descriptive about Twitch and YouTube politics?
I'm being descriptive. I'm saying this is the environment that currently exists in it.
So hold on. Because this is what Wick is accusing you of directly to your fucking face. So I'll say it. You want Nathan dead, raped, and in a ditch, right?
Jesus!
No, you fucking hate Destiny's family, right? You want them fucking murdered, right?
No, I don't even hate Destiny. I just think he's like he's turned into a fucking cringe locale.
Oh, no, you hate Destiny.
I don't hate
think
Destiny.
it would be wild to claim that you do not.
I do not hate Destiny. There are people
You
in the
do
space
not
that
hate
I dislike. No,
well, this is a problem. It's
I dislike. Hold on, I dislike.
words.
I dislike Destiny as much as some of you guys dislike Hassan. I don't think you hate Hassan. You just have big
there are a
disagreements.
lot of people who fucking hate Hassan.
Oh, I don't hate Destiny as much as you hate Hassan.
Look, the deeds, not words, man. Like, I can say all day, I'm not doing a thing. Like, I'm not murdering this guy, and then the whole time I'm stabbing him over and over. It doesn't matter how many times I say I'm not doing this. It's being done, obviously.
Wait, hold on. You think my criticism of him?
Do you hate Hassan?
Like, wait,
I don't.
You and I. Wait, hold on, Wick.
I don't know if I hate anyone.
From a place of
Really
hate,
quickly,
yes.
Wick. You and I have had massive arguments where you're screaming at me, red-faced. We just huge disagreements. Same with Connor. Connor and I have had these.
He produces emotions in me.
Destiny, can you just jump in? Like,
Hold
you're
on.
both
Hold on,
DMing
really
me
quickly.
1,000 things.
But hatred?
So Connor,
I don't.
Last time you ever spoke, I made you so angry about the Goon Squad thing that you said you.
Maybe I hate Donald Trump.
I said I was going to sodomize Doobie with a broom.
Yeah. And even then,
that's how I started my Twitch and YouTube political career.
They bros
That's
arguing
my
about shit. Like,
point.
this is not.
That's my point, because in the context of knowing who and how Connor communicates when he says, "I'm going to sodomize you with a broom,"
I don't like that. Hassan says stuff like I was paid to do Israeli propaganda.
I'm going to sodomize.
I don't especially like his actions,
Showcases, ha ha.
but I don't think about him
Pucker my asshole. The broom.
when I'm like when I turn the stream off.
Guys, Stardust.
So again, am I?
I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
Stardust wants to come in. I want her to fucking say whatever she wants to say.
Oh God, it's turning into.
Come in, or is he just talking shit in your DMs?
I don't know. You have to ask Dustin.
Mr. Gene with the tier 1 membership.
If we need a cooling off period, that's fine. But I'm gonna create a group chat and call you guys back. 1 second.
Good God.
Oh my God. No, come on. Fuck. Add friends to group. Why can't I just add
Do you
Stardust?
not know how to... This also is triggering me that you don't know how to run a fucking group chat. Hold on. I will add all these people. Well, I can't because I don't... Yes, I can.
No, well, the Stardust is...
Join in?
I can.
I'm just here to listen, guys. Yeah.
Stardust added, and if Destiny wants, I'll just add it, and he can say no if he wants.
It's all so messy.
Okay, both people are added. And
it's all very messy.
Join the call.
Okay.
That's how you run a fucking group chat, Connor. Do I have to? The fact that I am teaching you how to use Discord tech.
The person who runs
wild,
a fucking panel? You run Discord panels.
I do. And so you should know these things, but I'm also horrible at tech.
I'm not above drama conversations. Like me and Pisco have had like 20 hours collectively.
Why were you denying a few nights ago that Wick was doxxed in that server by somebody posting his
I
docs?
wasn't. Wick, you can verify this. What I
Wick,
said to
by the way, Wick, can you check your DMs and verify what I just said? Does it look like I'm lying about the characterization of those messages?
Give me a second. Yeah, you said most of the claims in that stream were total lies. I don't think any of these peoples are doxers or whatever. I'm in that Snark Left server. It's absolutely not a doxing server.
Well, I didn't want you to read them out loud, but yeah, because now Dooby will. This guy's fucked. But yeah, so Dooby, you were denying.
What are you talking about? I just repeated all that. That when I was there, I didn't say any of that shit. And when you guys made the claim to Wick that he was doxed, stop.
Continue reading.
I
Wick,
DM'd
continue
Wick.
reading.
Hold on.
Wick, continue reading.
Didn't I DM you?
No.
Didn't I DM you the moment that they said this?
Okay, so
that last message is that one user was banned. It was from the PV filing last September that Hassan showed on stream. Where isn't that what you said, Doobie? Was that what was posted in that server?
That's my current understanding. Yes, and I told
what do you
Wick
mean?
that too.
No.
To
but
be
that's
clear,
not what was.
To be clear, what I saw was not the PV docs. I want to.
Oh, then I don't know. So again,
hey,
my understanding
crazy.
is
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait. Can we get Connor the dipshit in here to talk about
stop
how
talking.
another
Stop talking. Let me respond to it.
mistruth,
Let me respond to it.
Another
Oh my God,
mistruth there that
please.
was just an accident.
Please stop
What
talking.
I saw was not.
Please stop talking.
Now it's very likely that they got it from there. but it's not
I'm still
that.
upset that you called me fucking fat, even though you don't lift weights. I'm still upset about that.
So Wick, again, I obviously haven't seen it. I know that
we're off the rails, guys. We're just.
I haven't seen any of it, right? So like, but you can verify that when they said this,
why the fuck are you defending it?
Hold on, what I was defending is what I've seen. Wait, hold on. So Destiny, can you tell me right now? Destiny, can you tell me right now that nobody has ever posted doc shit in your server?
I wouldn't defend it if somebody had.
Hold on. What I was defending is what I've seen the server to be and what I've seen allowed in the server. I have not seen this allowed in the server. It is not a doxing server. It is a fucking clipping server. So it's true that about a year ago, someone posted something that they shouldn't have. I don't agree with that.
Keep filibustering.
Okay, you're interrupting me while I'm trying to fucking respond, you dumb bitch. Let me respond, and then you can go on your fucking manic rant again. It's fine.
Go for it, Dooby. Keep going, Dooby.
Go ahead, Wick. Go ahead.
Okay. Wick, just to be clear, that's what Dooby said
Here he goes
was
again.
wrong.
Wick, please verify what I said.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Can we go one at a time?
Stop. You both names start with D. Destiny is correct that what you said in those things was incorrect. It was wrong. It was wrong. Now, I will agree with Dooby. When it happened,
all the draw with $20. Thank you.
DM me and says, I would never dox you. If you show me it, I will find the people who did it and get it removed and all that.
And then Wick, I understand. Even you, Wick, and I love you. I know you're all mind raped, and I blame myself for this largely. Okay, but Wick, you understand that when he says that, he's just trying to find the leak, right? When he goes through and he says, Wick, if you tell me exactly where that came from, because you see how all these guys have been squirming around.
I have spent the whole time
ridiculous.
saying that I am much more likely to believe you because you told me the truth.
I understand.
And Dooby lied to me.
I know.
Or
I'm just saying that
wrong.
When Dooby says that, they're just trying to find the leak. Right?
I understand.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
For the lie that Dooby is trying to spin right now in person, and again, the reason why most of these pedophile fucks won't talk to me is because they can't spin these lies in person because they're lying so much. What Dooby just said was he didn't know what it was exactly. Now, I think that would be fair. That's not what Dooby said in that DM, though, was it? Dooby didn't say, well, I don't know what was posted. I don't know. Dooby lied and said, that was just when Hassan posted this PV stuff, blah, blah, blah. How the fuck would he even know that unless he's seen something himself? And if he hadn't seen the actual docs, which, Wick, you yourself say he hasn't, it means he got the talking point mentally fucked into his small fucking brain by Gisticle or Ryle Kittenhouse or fucking any of these other fucking losers. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so he's on this delusional manic rant again. Wick, I'd like to respond.
What I said was what I saw was not the PV docs. And yes, in the DMs I was sent, or the messages I was sent, I don't know if they're DMs, Dooby did say that it was a PV docs. Now, whether he lied or he was just grossly wrong, I can't say. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Where did you get the idea that it was the PV docs?
Let me respond. That's fine. So, Wick, to be clear, when I messed this up, so Wick, when they said this to you, I asked you what it was, where it was, or who said it, so that I could try to find their history on the server to figure out if it was in there, if the user was in there, etc. Right? Or if I think I asked you which server it was in, because we know that the leaks, quote unquote, are coming from that server.
Not responsive.
That's fine.
Why did you say it was the PV docs?
Please stop.
Why did you say it was the PV docs?
Because that's what I thought. I'm not aware of any docs. Please stop talking. Stop talking. I can tell you why. Okay. Because my understanding is that that's the only time Wix information has ever been put out. I'm not aware of meeting docs any other time ever. So when I was told,
you decided to put your reputation out there as the runner of the largest, apparently CSAM collecting Discord on the internet.
Please stop talking.
You decided to lend your reputation to defend these people.
I know you're really afraid of what I'm going to say. Please stop talking. I'm not listening to anything you're saying right now. I'm just waiting for you to ramble on, and then I'm going to respond to it.
In that server,
I'm not going to listen to any of this random shit that you're fucking saying right now.
Keep rambling. Keep rambling.
Okay. Thank you. So Wick, what I think with the wording, Wick, and Wick, I'm totally fine with you showing those DMs, like if you want to, like so you can see, people can see exactly what I fucking said, right? So or any of our DMs, like I don't have anything to hide in there. So, what I said is I haven't seen them post anything near doxing there. When you come up, it's typically memes about eating noodles or some shit. I wouldn't tolerate people doxing you. And then I said, just figure it out where it came from if you want to know, right? Because at that point, they were talking about it in the server, and they'd figured out that it was like posted in like last September, right? And I thought it was a PV docs. That's what I thought. But they didn't. Hold on. When they found it, they didn't post it. They just banned the person that did it, right? When they found it, they didn't post it. They just banned the person that did it. My understanding was it was that.
So
that's
but
it.
Dooby, you understand that Destiny's argument is that you were doing this in order to kind of triangulate who is
No.
leaking these things.
So
That's
so
his
this is why
argument.
that doesn't make any sense. I know it's stupid, but let me tell you why it doesn't make any sense. So if I take a screenshot of a Discord server and then send it to you, unless my username is in the side chat or I'm replying to something, how the fuck are we gonna know which user that came from?
Then why were you saying it was a PV docs if you had no fucking
Hold
idea?
on.
I just told you.
Hey, everybody shut the fuck up. So I'm going to make this point with Destiny here because Destiny says, lol, maybe Connor's kids could get doxxed based off of this rationale.
Whoa, I was only being
haven't
descriptive,
doxed
not
anyone.
prescriptive. I know, but I was just being descriptive, not prescriptive, Connor.
Okay, but I
You
haven't
understand
doxed
that, right?
anyone, have I?
I know, but I was just being descriptive, not prescriptive.
What are
okay?
you being descriptive about, Destiny? Go ahead.
I'm just saying that you're creating an environment that could facilitate harassment towards unrelated third parties by
But I'm
having
not for
somebody
this
here-
environment. I've
I didn't
criticized this
say you were.
environment. I'm
You might not be
criticizing
for it.
you
were
for
just
helping to
describing it.
foster
No,
this environment.
I know that you're not for it. You were just describing it, and I'm just describing your description. That's it. It's okay,
Correct,
dude.
correct.
Yeah,
But
that's
hold
correct. I
on.
agree. So we're all on the same
But
page. Yeah, we're good. We're good,
But
Connor.
you are actively engaged in doxing people. We know that those people and their families could get hurt as a result of those reactions if you're not fucking retarded. And I'm criticizing you for doing that. So am I not trying to get away from that environment?
No, you fucking retard. What a stupid if you were trying to get away from it, you would probably disassociate yourself completely from all these people if you were a good faith actor. But seeing as how this guy has anally fucked you with $5,000 or whatever the past 6 months, I don't know what your incentive is right now. It's really fucking weird, by the way, that I'm arguing with two people that this weirdo on disability, child porn consuming dipshit is literally funding. It's kind of a strange fucking argument to have.
Hold on. Let's go ahead and do this. This isn't your show, Wick. Shut the fuck up.
Connor, if you don't want to be associated with it, you wouldn't be associated with it.
No. Hold on. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see if you're capable of being honest. Let's see if you're capable of being honest. Let's see if you're capable of being honest. Let's see if you're capable of being honest.
Answering the question completely.
Can you steel man? Can you steel man why Dooby said that he used child abuse material? Can you articulate it without trying to castigate him as a pedophile?
Have you ever seen the movie? Have you seen the movie Casino?
I asked you a question.
I'll answer if you answer that question.
Yes, I've seen Casino and I love it.
I would rather put my balls in the vice that they used to pop that dude's eyes out of his head and crush them than steelman anything this pedophile,
You're being a
harassing,
pussy.
A-logging stalker fuck has ever done. No, I'm not going to steelman
You're being a
any of
pussy.
their perspectives. I'm not being a pussy.
You jerked
I'm
off to
being
see
fucking
someone held onto
retarded.
it for a year. Like, who the fuck are you calling a pedophile?
Yeah, fuck
What are you
him.
talking about?
Nope.
Like,
I'll
dude,
cut the
you jerked off
content, I
to
don't
see
give a
Sam
shit.
and then held onto it for a year. Like, where do you think you have any ground to stand on calling anybody a fucking pedophile?
I already kicked him.
What do you say? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you
So
kicked
hold
him?
on.
Why?
Let me. No. Wick, my turn. Thank you. Destiny is bigger, has more viewers, has more money, has more clout, has more influence. But if he was a peer, if he was the same size, that's not how he would behave. If he was asked to steelman somebody else's position and he was a 50 viewer Andy or 150 viewer Andy and Wick forced him to as a debate moderator, he would steelman the other person's position. And all he's trying to do is say, Dooby is my enemy right now, so I'm going to go ahead and paint him as a pedophile, and I am incapable of describing what he described in his argumentation.
I mean, he's very clearly doing tit for tat there by calling him a pedophile.
As Destiny's fellow content creator,
TK with the tier 1 membership.
Love the content, love the money. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for the 1000K live. As your friend, you're being a cunt, and I'm tired of it. So I'm about to wrap in a second. So in 7 minutes, I'm going to go. So whatever your guys' final arguments are, please make them.
Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first? One of the two.
Beyonce.
Again, I just really think I need to.
Thank you.
The whole thing is
Escape art is $5.
Right.
Your facial. I'm known for my facial expressions.
None of that is acceptable ever, right? Not like this is all gross. I really think we need to turn down the fucking temperature, go back to like sanity, and there just need to be red lines that everybody involved needs to have. And when those red lines are crossed, the person who did it is ostracized forever. It's totally no tolerance for any of it. So that's all I'm saying we need to do. I think that's rational.
Okay. So I agree. But the way for this to actually happen is the side that is instigating it has to stop. The invaders have to stop. If Russia stops and leaves Ukraine, then Ukraine, the war's over. If the people, the communities who are coming after me, who are coming after my guests, who are coming after the people who haven't been sufficiently anti-Destiny, stop, this'll stop. That's it. That's simple.
Okay. And wait, to be clear, I did send you a bunch of evidence of Destiny and DGG.
I'll review it
Okay.
Later.
And wait, to be clear, going forward, so like I said, I did leave your server because I don't think the pressure on you is fair. But, and I know you're upset with me because of the tweet, which I still think is funny.
I think that you're being kind of a cunt to me. Okay, frankly.
I get it. So I'm not bashing you for that opinion. I get it. And again, you and I have had lots of disagreements about lots of things. We don't exactly have like a friendly rapport, right? But if you ever want me on the stream or whatever, for whatever reason, door's still open. I'm not like opposed to like having.
It's all falling apart.
Just FYI.
Okay. Thanks for letting me.
Wait, am I even in the right area?
Counterpoints.
No, it was.
Oh fuck.
Not fun. It was fun. It was fun in a content way. It was not fun in a friend way. But it is what it is. At least we made some money and got some viewership. I got other shit to do today. And so, yeah, it is what it is. So I haven't seen anything. People have accused Dooby of lying, which in my opinion is not just being mistaken, nor is it, it's not just being mistaken, nor is it repeatedly restating the same things 4 different times. If you are incapable of understanding descriptive from prescriptive, you're a dumb cunt and you have no business in Twitch and YouTube politics. If you're saying that I betrayed my principles for my money...
Fuck, there's 3 of them.
Sorry, did I betray my principles for my money when I was accused of fucking sweeping for Destiny last year and the entire fucking internet was telling me to fucking torch him? Fuck you. You just don't like it that I'm not on your team. So if you're some...
How the fuck am I supposed to...
doesn't understand words, but engages in political tribalism, you can fucking TOS. So, anyways, I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna read my super chats, and I'm gonna wrap my stream. So, parasocial love, guys. Talk soon.
I'll listen to the super chats. I'm too invested now.
Did Destiny pay, lol? No. Destiny did not pay. I got shit to do. I got shit to do besides hang out with you cunts. Love you, hate you, everything in every regard. I have to...
Fuck!
Super chats before I get out of here.
How am I supposed to...
Friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships, you got them. I parasocially love most of you. And the snarkers who are being cunts and the DGGers who are being cunts can TOS. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Fashion 40, thank you for the gifted. Officer Nasty, my glorious overlord, my king. I will no longer behave in a way that upsets my emperor. All mud shall be God, inshallah. Thank you. Fire Rat, I know you need to rant and work on your mental...
There's fucking 3 of these things!
...in what Destiny is supposed to do about being swatted and Dan's wife being doxxed. Engage in tit for tat. Engage in counterinsurgency warfare. Identify the people who have doxed him. Identify the people who have doxed and harassed him using IP tools. Doesn't Dan literally work in cybersecurity? Find the sloppy people and dox the sloppy people. Engage in gay ops. Send in some fucking Indian-ass DGGers to infiltrate fucking Queemans and J-Stock's Discord and pretend to...
Holy shit!
...in order to identify the people who are actually engaged in doxing. There you go.
Wow!
It's so easy to laugh. It's so easy to hate. It takes strength to be gentle and kind, you dumb fucking idiots. I have never sympathized with the statement more in my life. Hedonic says, glad you finally did a Sarcasmatron reaction. Had to watch the VOD. Could have be there live, unfortunately. No problem. Judge Dooby and Officer Nasty on their...
There's 4!
...in the cog and anti-girl hottest behaviors. No. Everyone has a chance at redemption. Even those 2 cunts. This is the Lord of the Flies for Jamas Slop Autistics. Indeed it is. That's from Horse God. Tag Up says, is the problem that he used the phrase blacklist? Because I'm sure y'all can talk and still go shooting, but he won't deal with your community for his own mental health. I don't care. I stand by pretty much everything I said today. I think you would have to show me a clip today. And by the way, I'm not bridge burning. Or bridge burning.
Well...
He can bridge burn. I'm not bridge burning. He can bridge burn. If he's so fucking upset that I'm using my reason to parse apart the arguments and evidence that's being presented to me, and he wants to burn the bridge over that, then fuck him. He can figure that shit out on his own. But I'm not going to hurt him. I'm not going to go out of my way to hurt him. Nor am I even going to fucking freak out about his whole thing like, oh, based off of this rationale, you could go after Connor's family. You know, fuck you for that. Obviously, that's rude as shit. But it is what it is. He's mad. He's sad. He's lashing out.
Jesus Christ. This is the hardest.
Silver for 5 says the bannings will continue until donos improve. Indeed. Ved Sunil, thank you.
He just ate me. I just got eaten alive.
How could you need any additional evidence?
Okay, that's a void out. Okay. That is impossible.
I don't even know if you know the evidence. Tallybots. How do I need additional evidence? Yet, if you're going to be doxing someone, you should know that that person specifically engaged in digital harassment.
This is what happens when you lose in this game. It creates a giant crater in the ground.
Like, what do you want? You want me to say, oh yeah, like fucking J-Stock deserves to be raped, murdered, and dead. And
then you got to reload the save. It's a whole thing.
You guys are fucking, you guys don't track words. You don't pay attention to what words mean, and it pisses me off. You literally just identify emotionally with the political tribe that aligns with your worldview, and then you post hoc rationalize whatever the fuck they said. And that's cringe, gay, and lame. And it's not caught.
I'm not prepared for this fight. Fuck it.
Tribe for 5 says, there's something to be said about people being involved in the court case without putting their name on it. Doxing them seems pretty fair. Not gonna lie. Is it? And by that logic, should we dox Kafka? I don't think that's a good rationale.
New insult from D. Bridge gone.
Connor is too pure and autistic for this world. Nothing.
I've never actually personally witnessed a live bridge burning.
It's pretty weird that Snarker seems
Static Air with $5.
Communities that care about liberalism and conservatism, we can't let them divide us.
So you'll defend me when I start emulating Dooby's unhinged behavior.
Then we can go get a beer later.
Bad Company with $2.
Dooby and Officer Nasty are not in our community without pushback. We do not allow either of them to run off without a challenge. You are welcome to check. Correct. So I think we were accused of something.
Lane with $5 is a contract later that has you fight these guys.
Remember the old internet where you could have a no atheism debates in here, or your community.
This is so hard fighting 3 of these at the same time.
Does Destiny suck? I think that's a fair description.
It's actually psychotic.
Fireman with the $10 says, personally, this reeks of allowing Necrons to freely run within a human colony, and it sounds like you're saying, no, they don't want our biomass. Well, Necrons don't want our biomass. They don't. And there's allowing 2 of them to run amok. Dude, they're 2 scarabs. It's a scarab and a Necron. I'm trying to think of an analogy that this would work. It's not a warrior.
Is this Warhammer?
He would be a little bit more salty than that. What would he be? He would be an immortal. Yeah, I have 1 pet Necron immortal and 1 pet Necron scarab. And we're keeping an eye on the scarab to make sure he doesn't replicate. Yeah, I'm not allowed to have a pet Necron? What the fuck? Thought this was America. Anonymous Chatter for 50 says, for the band Dooby Slush Fund, sincerely your 3rd favorite Oiler. Well, thank you. Appreciate you. Captain Dan the Fireman for 10 says, ban the Gene Stealers and be done with it. No. And fuck you. Patriarch, thank you for the 10 gifted. Envoy Snark for 5. New allegations. Who or where is Wick accusing of doxing his guests? Don't know. We'll find out. Captain Dan the Fireman for 5 says, bullshit. Dooby was arguing that it was okay to call up Destiny's Son's future employers about him. Dooby is just a list? You guys don't know what words mean, but that's okay. Set a new goal, Booby Bear. Little late for that, Anonymous Chatter. Appreciate you. Sir Rab says, Dooby is bankrolling Destiny-adjacent streamers Snarkers haven't targeted yet. Streamers are either bankrolled or attacked. Dooby is the payment side. I think thou dost presume too much. What if your friends that are going to do retributive violence on your behalf never get proof positive of who did it? Do you think they would do nothing? If not, isn't this Destiny's reasoning for going after his ops? If you kill me, my friends kill a few innocent people. It is what it is. I'm dead. What do I care? Fashion 40 for 5 says, for the psychic damage, Booby Bear. Thank you. AK Batusai, thank you for the 10. Jeb Kush with the membership. Don't forget to like the stream before saying something dumb and get perma-banned. True. True. Like the stream before I twist your dick. Kilo says there were not enough MS Paint diagrams to stream. Do better. True. Thank you. Anonymous for the 2 says, sorry for being squirrely. We don't get much attention. True. Buzz. Anonymous chatter was fucking machine gunning civilians today. Good job. Whatever. It's funny. Vazraka with the 10. Thank you. I know it's not, but didn't Tiny show proof of Wick being doxxed by them to Wick? Sure, but I want to see the evidence myself, don't I? And I want to see the evidence of who did it, don't I? Vazraka, thank you for the 10. Larry Hutchinson, I know it's not you.
Hutchinson.
Tiny showed proof of Wick being doxxed by them to Wick. I think I just read that one, sorry. Gelatinous Rube for 10 says, let's talk Little St. Jeff the next time the files drop. Don't let these people hold threats of your community or they will not stop. I'm not, by the way, guys, I don't know if you guys know what we're doing, but we're not becoming snarkers, nor are we becoming DGGers. We're not doing either.
Strategic ambiguity.
And I'm not burning the bridge from my side. Destiny's welcome to do whatever the
one China policy
he wants with his side of the bridge. I'm not burning my side. Destiny has been a ruthless, rude cunt to so many motherfuckers that if a ruthless, rude cunt to me, and I use that as an excuse to fuck him, or try to fuck him, then I would just be like everybody else. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to let his rage and anger and fucking... I'm not going to let his rage...
I feel good about this fight. This is the one.
I'm going to conduct myself the way that I've always conducted myself, which is I'm going to try to evaluate what's correct based off of the information that's in front of me. I am not particularly susceptible to leverage. And you're just going to have to fucking deal with it. Is what it is. Molly Kagan for 5 says, have you ever watched the Ken Burns Vietnam War documentary? It's excellent and a great soundtrack. No, I haven't, but thank you. Fashion 40 for 2 says, if Destiny led to you, would you burn the bridge? Lied to you? Nope. Nope. No offense. I feel like Destiny...
Oh, they're closing in.
And Lauren Southern, by the way. I feel like they have lied by omission to me in the past, but I understood why they did so, because I think that they were worried that if I wasn't who I represented myself to be, then I would fuck them with the information that I gleaned from their friendship.
Jesus.
And I want to be worthy of that trust.
Jesus.
So, no. Lying through omission, or lying through commission for good reason will not be a reason why I burn the bridge. Gelatinous Rube, Dooby, just that tiny, standards apply to him too? Maybe. Minimum due for 2 says the circle jerk is under threat. Get him, Jannies. True. That's all that's happened today. We all agreed with Connor. Have you seen chat, friend? Have you looked at chat? Machiko for 5. Flag, Eagle, Fire. Thank you. I know you have to go live on Valor today, but was it possible we should go live on your channel?
I feel good about this one. I think I'm going to win this one.
And argue hashtag Big Bank or $ Big Bank. Probably, but the content goes where it goes. Molly Kagan for 5. Obviously, giving people money is kind of an influence, and threatening to withhold money in his attempt to leverage such influence. Sure. But I think that Dooby was saying, I'm not trying to influence Wick away from covering debates. I just want to incentivize Destiny being on your platform. Larry Hutchinson for 20, and I think that's his right as an American to do. Larry Hutchinson for 20 says, the risk of losing mod... I can't be called a DGGer. This convo is kind of dubious, playing fast and loose with what he says, trying to self-sweep, and also everyone except the COG has...
One's going down, one's down.
...done dumb things. I don't know if I read that correctly, but I tried. Thank you for the 20. Dooby has the personality of a pea-soaked paper bag. That's very mean, and I disavow. Eli Gray for 2 says, you should play my new track at the end. I sent you. Where are you? Where are you, Eli? You're drowned in my DMs. Maybe I will.
Two's down. We got one left.
Dooby has bad vibes. Bad vibes are anti-girl hottest. That's true. Infiltration of terror groups is a job for feds. Okay. At least we can all agree that Connor's biggest crime is being shitty at OBS. True. K for 14 bucks says describing something to promote it with plausible denial.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
Does it make the statement untrue? If I dox you and I put your family at risk with a barbarian retributive mindset, or with an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth mindset, are you entitled to dox and harass my family? Descriptively, regardless of whether or not you like it, is yes. Obviously.
We got him!
Dark Knight with the 100. Thank you for the oil today, King. You called me Dad. I'm scared.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Thank you for the oil.
Stillsy, thank you.
Can we restart the entire conversation? I arrived a bit late. Nope, rewind the VOD. Hale says, Dooby, can I have mod and unban Terry for $5?
Jesus, got back from lunch with coworkers. What has happened?
And the image.
You missed a lot.
I'm not leaving YouTube to do this. Sorry, I'm not looking at it. Chibdo.
It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack.
CHIDO-1 for $50. Thank you. Regardless of whether or not you love me or hate me today, I do think I feel like I brought the fucking content. Didn't want to bring the content.
That's true.
But I did. AK Batu Sai for 5, thank you. Airborne Kite for 2. They earnestly believe it matters if it's true. Of course it matters if it's true, but then you argue with them about whether or not it's true. Jesus. Real Serious says, this is kind of the reason why vigilante actions are gay, because no one person has the final say on guilt and culpability. We can understand that Nazis with this logic. So, correct. And I think Dooby's open position, even if he has some private nefarious position, is that he wants the snarkers to stop fucking doxing and harassing Destiny's family, and he wants Destiny to stop doxing and harassing the people who are criticizing him. SZ Robert F for 2000 HUF. Don't know what that is, but thank you. Dooby, didn't you just state that you will never stop going after Destiny until he learns his lesson? What red line are you willing to agree to? Interesting. Interesting. Did I hear that he's not gonna stop going after Destiny until he learns his lesson? I missed that part. Mr. Gene for 5 says, these people have proven the existence of smart, dumb ninjas, and it should be studied. True. Tallybots with the renewal. Thank you.
From the ashes of $2, therapists say Hutch hair can't hurt me.
Destiny. This ends is everyone leaves him alone. J-Stock will not stop snarking till Dan comes in and blanks me. Sweet. That's what needs to happen, for real, for real. Dan needs to go to J-Stock and have sex with him. Regulation for $5 says, why did Hutch say this didn't affect him? Does he not know the demons I know and clearly work with? Laugh my ass off. This can't be real, y'all. Literally go check the earlier coverage. I went over that. Mullet kicking for 5 says, I think you should kick Dooby for calling Destiny a pedo without
What the fuck do I have to do with this?
Well, Destiny was sexting a 17-and-a-half-year-old, allegedly, but was actually getting catfished by a 26-year-old, which does not make him a pedophile, nor does it make him evil. So, but Dooby getting, allegedly, of course, getting evidence of law enforcement shit.
What's your opinion of the bridge burning?
I don't think that's well evidenced either. But Dooby has been incredibly bad faith about everything with him. There's literally no difference down to posting Anna's KF. Dude, if you're going to call somebody a liar, please give...
It felt like Connor was not understanding the point that Destiny was making.
Bare minimum of standards. If you're going to call someone a liar, give me a...
It felt like he was missing the point a little bit.
That isn't...
I don't know. I don't want a position on this.
Telling me to my face should not be that hard.
Harap with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Appreciate it. That alien boy. Cheers.
He fucked with Muslims in a way that he knew that he was going to get death threats. He had sex with crazy fucking women that he knew were going to destroy his life. He continued to fuck around.
Why is that a reason to hit? Like, I don't know. Listen.
He sent pornography to somebody he just met. He sent homemade pornography to somebody he just met within 10 days. when the homemade pornography got leaked, he started being mean to all the people involved. Those are Destiny's sins. Those are the main ones anyways for me.
But the question was like, why do these people hate me? Like the fact that somebody has questionable taste when it comes to
critique being spread for years,
relationships, women, or whatever.
That's accurate. I actually can't disagree with what Tagop just said. Round says, fuck the haters, Connor. Jesse is going scorched earth on anyone who remotely criticizes him. It's fucked up and embarrassing. What are you gonna do? Sometimes people are sometimes people are angry. Sometimes people are angry, sometimes people are assholes, some people get spun up, and sometimes they can't differentiate their friends from their enemies. It is what it is. So, anyways, I actually do think, believe it or not, I do think I'm doing my job, both as a creator and as Steven's friend. I'm doing my job as a creator because I'm calling balls and strikes as I see them.
Straight shooter.
I'm doing my job.
Respected on both sides.
When I tell him that he's fucking up. And I think he's fucking up.
I mean, on paper, that's...
So if, you know...
You want that, you know?
Mean. What do you want? You know? Sometimes he's going to say mean shit. I will tell you, the two things that would have shocked me were Destiny, not Destiny, is... Oh, you want to come and cry to me about associations in reference to food shops, but then you go and hang out with these fucking snarkers. That one shocked me. Then the other one that shocked me, that's probably a resentment that he's had in there for a while. And then the other one is, fuck you, you fat fuck. And it's like, bitch, I'm not going to make fun of your body right now. But you haven't picked up a weight in 2 fucking years. I lift 3 to 4 times a fucking week. Fuck you. Yeah, I might be 10 or 20 pounds overweight. Yeah, I got a little bit of a fucking beard yet.
Oh, no.
Fuck you. And then in reference to food shops, I'm just going to share this with DGG. Just between you, me, and the 500 to 1,000 people that are still left on this stream. If somebody says that they jerk off to cartoon kids, they're a fucking freak. And you shouldn't hang out with them. I know that's mind-blowing on Discord. I know that's mind-blowing in DGG. But if somebody jerks off to kids, you shouldn't hang out with them. That's a rule that I have. So, actually, I'm just going to be straight up here. J-Stock, being a psychotically obsessed freak, preying on Destiny's downfall, is... not as bad as jerking off to kids.
What the fuck is happening?
That whole exchange put me off of doing political streaming for years. Thanks for that. You're welcome, old school. Don't let the Disney bridge burn. Like I said, it's not burned from my side. Dodger says, love you, Connor, but Doo-Doo Head is untrustworthy. Sure. Who the fuck said that I trusted Dooby? It's just as likely that logs could leak, excuse me. And then Dooby's the fucking mastermind. He could be writing into a chat right now. Lol, I can't believe Connor is such a fucking dipshit. I can't believe he believes that I'm not actively doxing and swatting Nathan right now. What a fucking idiot. He could literally...
Mr. Gene with $5, what are your thoughts on the guilt by association thing, especially as a content creator?
So, it's entirely possible. Just because Dooby says... descriptively, when you engage in scorched earth total warfare, it means that you yourself can be the victim of scorched earth total warfare, and that will be morally acceptable. And that is a descriptive truth. It doesn't mean that I trust him, right? No offense, Dooby. Jeb10 for 5 says, supporting the Dooby industrial complex. Love you, Connor. Glad to see you keeping it real with D. Good friends challenge bad behavior. That's my opinion. It's my opinion. If he doesn't want to be my friend and if he doesn't want to make material or collaborate in the future, I understand.
Andy with 2 pounds.
He's a sensitive fellow.
Ooh, and what is he talking about?
People are attacking him on the internet, so he wants his friends to have his back.
Well,
but
you missed a lot. There's
I showed you guys an orientation picture the other day of how you can orient towards principle, how you can orient
quite a bit to unpack here.
You know, the light, God, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Or you can become a cunt and you can roll around in the mud and the blood and that can be your entire life. And what I'm trying to do, failingly, is I'm trying to tell Destiny, yeah, sure, you're smart. You're a fucking millionaire.
Oh, was that the... Oh.
Fuck hot women. Congratulations. You're doing bad shit. You could be better. And that's disappointing. And I'm not the only friend of Destiny's who has that opinion. I'm not going to throw the other friends under the bus, but I've heard that opinion from other people who love Steven. So, if he doesn't want to hear it, it is what it is.
I don't know if that's what this is about,
Not
though.
my cross. He has to carry his own cross.
I don't know if that's what this is about, though.
20 says, you are very handsome, Connor. Tiny is cute and all, but y'all, I do terrible things, not fat, very kingly and hunky. Well, thank you. I think you're a little bit, have too much of a gay crush on me, Diminished Darknut, just because I don't play for that team. I think you know that, though. So the chances of us ever having a homosexual relationship is very low. Just sharing.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
And your compliments. So hold on. I have like 20 fucking people DMing me. I'm just going to engage with chat for a second. And then I'm going to play my friend's music. Because I like Eli.
He didn't say no. Yeah, that's true.
Diluted Mel. I'll fucking find you and I'll twist your dick off like a fucking celery stalk. And throw it into tall grass.
Jesus.
I really wish I knew who in DGG or the Discord ever doxed or anything like that. Anyone and didn't get banned. It's literally Destiny. Destiny's a member of DGG, don't you think? He's the leader of DGG. This
Brickwall with 2 pounds.
Financial crimes because Michael Cohen did it instead. Dooby is the Trump. What the fuck? Prove it. Prove it. Prove it, you fucking nerd. Show me evidence. I fucking love evidence. I can't wait for the manifesto. I can't wait to eat humble pie. I can't wait until Destiny releases a 2-hour stream showing me Queeman, J-Stock, and Dooby being manipulative, lying, Machiavellian cunts who are playing everybody and doxing everybody. Can't wait. Can't wait for the evidence. It's a bit more than just being attacked on the internet. He gets swatted just about every month. Oh, that means he can abandon all principles. I'm sorry. Did his life get hard? Are people trying to hurt him? Are people trying to kill him? That means he can abandon all principles. I forgot about that. My bad. Principles are only for when your life is going well. That's the only time that you have to adhere to any kind of code of conduct. I didn't know that, until you reminded me just now. But when you have stated principles or a code of conduct, you only have to abide by them when it's convenient. My bad. Forgot about that rule. Cotter, doxing people, making legal fucking claims about you being a pedophile and watching your kid isn't being fucking emotional or going scorched earth enough. What is this false equivalence? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. If he found that guy who said that he was gonna dox and A-log Nathan, and he doxed and A-logged that guy, he would have my full fucking endorsement. But he didn't do that. He doxed J-Stock, and he doxed Esports Batman, and he doxed Wicked Supreme. So if you want to go find the fucking guy, if you want to go find that fucking guy, find that guy with my blessing.
As I understand...
Okay, says, when you said you use power, money, and influence to rape women, did you misspeak or do you mean that? I don't believe that. I was saying that the snarkers believe that. I think retarded women still have agency.
Jesus.
I'm going to give you guys a really bold take in the liberal sphere.
Jesus Christ, man.
Disorders are still responsible for their behavior. Mind-blowing, I know. Anavar, still responsible for her behavior. Sherry, still responsible for her behavior. Melina, still responsible for her behavior. Lauren Southern, still responsible for her behavior. The fucking chick that I was talking to that...
Lauren Southern?
The February incident, responsible for her behavior. They're all responsible for their own behavior. Just because you're mentally ill doesn't mean you're not responsible for your behavior. So I don't buy the narrative that just because they're attracted to Destiny's money, clout, and power, they become people without moral agency. They have moral agency. It's just more difficult for them to execute their moral agency, but they still have a moral responsibility to conduct themselves in a maximally moral way. Diluted Mel says, you know what, Connor? Fair enough, King. All right. Why did you say I would watch the greater courses? Because you said you fucking hated this content. Stop bitching to me about the fucking content and go fucking listen to the greater courses on audible.com. That's going to be my response. You and Patriarch and Arthur and all you fucking geopol and history cunts complaining that this is drama slop. Stop listening to my stream. Go to audible.com and start listening to Ivy League professors talk about their college courses extemporaneously for hours on end. I'm sick of it. When I'm doing politics, I'm doing politics. When I'm doing geopolitics, I'm doing geopolitics. When I'm doing history, I'm doing history. And when I'm doing slop, I'm doing slop. Like it or don't. Don't make it my fucking problem. Connor, Dooby must
boundaries
Destiny over Israel. Okay. Excuse me. AK Batusai, thank you for the 10. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you. And why are people sitting in Discord 24/7? Get a fucking life? True. I literally wrote the song for Twitch poll. Based. Oh.
What?
When are you going to do some domestic politics again, Tulsi?
What mission do I have here? Never. What is this?
I'm not. This is it. This is my content for now on. I literally just argue with Destiny.
I don't understand.
I just argue with Destiny about his personal life. That's content until the stars burn out. It's crazy, you know, the manifesto is coming out, and yet you won't give your friend the benefit of the doubt, even when Wick and Lonerbox can vouch and Loner hates him. What the fuck?
Knife Mall with $5. Alternatively, they can come to Father Hutchinson's stream and listen to him talk about wholesome things like recovery spaces and diarrhea.
And Destiny are making are not the same. What principle is he breaking? Being a cunt. Sad Connor was never Destiny's friend, only convenient. Are you saying convenient for me or convenient for him?
Uh-oh.
Because I still think I'm trying to be Destiny's friend. It's hard. It's hard, but I'm trying. Weld for 20 says, formal request for salutes from COG. The Blue Angels just flew by. Indy 500. Oh, thank you, Weld QC John. Thank you for touching grass and doing cool stuff. See, this is the one person. It could be sarcastic, but don't worry. I'll make you a moderator, and I'll ban you later if you end up being a piece of shit. But this is what I want to see. Joa C says, Connor is just completely right, and it's surprising how much disagreement there is here. That's the kind of chat comment I want. J-Stock definitely hasn't done any doxing or anything. Laugh my ass off. Show me the evidence. Should be easy. You're making an assertion.
All right, I think we
show me the evidence.
I think we kind of got the gist of it. How so is Connor friendly with like all of those people? Is he friendly with like all those guys? Is Connor just like friends with everybody? Is that what's going on here? As far as like guilt by association stuff, it's not like I think in the case of the Snarker stuff, it's beyond just like association. It's like a collective group of people that are literally like psychotically obsessed. So it's not just like associating, they're all like little co-conspirators. Seems like it, those were some words. They're all collaborators. I mean, if I put myself in Destiny's shoes, I can understand wanting to just go scorched earth on like anyone who associates with those people, because they're going, it is beyond just criticizing him or having negative opinions of him or speaking ill of him in public. It's just so beyond that. It's, you know, it's like disturbing. Sir Mentos with the tier 2 membership. I gotta be honest with you, I don't fully understand like all the context here. I don't know if Connor is, I don't, what exactly is Connor? So is Destiny asking him to cut people off and Connor is saying no? Is that what's going on? That's kind of what it sounded like. These people are targeting the politics community at large too, not just Destiny. It kind of feels like it was always building up to something like this, because it's just like scores of people that if they were just all in a Discord together and they were all friends and they all just like talked about the drama amongst themselves, that's one thing, but that's not what this is. This is something else. Like, this is something a little bit darker than that. It's so much more involved, to the point where like if I was Destiny, I would straight up be concerned about somebody showing up near where he lives and fucking shooting him. Like, it's a level of obsession that is so fucking disturbing and just crazy. Now, to be fair, he can be very provocative from time to time. But like, based on the stuff that I saw, even that stuff doesn't justify how far these people are taking it. It's a lot. It's a lot. It disturbs me, and I didn't even get like a fraction of the scrutiny that he was getting, and I found it like very disturbing. Like, what the fuck? They're all like coordinating, you know, like helping trying to help Ogre Boy like prepare for his live and learn appearance and shit, and just like seeing the level of involvement behind the scenes, it's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I still don't really like fully understand. Is that what's going on? Is it that he's asking Connor to not affiliate with Dooby or whatever? Is that what's going on? You don't know, Destiny reached an agreement with Wick on stream. Connor called him about the blacklist and said, hey, let's talk about it. Okay, I got you. But he's blacklisting people who have Dooby and other snarkers hanging out in their communities. Running through the Destiny is evil talking points. Gotcha. Gotcha. Sir Mentos, thank you so much for the tier 2 membership. Mind your business with $2. Is he bad faith or just a bit dense? Connor strikes me as stubborn. He seems like he can dig in. Did I get everybody? Uwu Swarm with €2. Connor Republican maxing. Andy Flacco with £2. Think I already got that one. Mr. Gene. Sauce. Did I get that one? Sauce. Here from DGG. But been watching since the Machinima days. Seems like the very drama-filled day. Love you, you bald, beautiful bald man. Listen, I'm not above drama. I'm not above covering drama. I just don't like being involved in drama. I don't have the energy for it. I do not have the stamina at my elderly age be involved in this kind of stuff. Matty Conks with $2 feels like Connor is being hypocritical. Yeah, I still don't fully understand it. I'm just saying. Stillsy with the primer. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Charm with $5. Connor is playing with fire by allowing cyber stalkers. It's just business. Let them do it for content. He's making hell of a rat's nest to live in. Boner Yeast, or is it Bonery East? I don't know what it is. With $10, Connor is proof male cops are too emotional to be cops. Jesus. Lahine with $5. Hutch, there's a contract later that has you fight these guys. Anyway, just make a good... That I was on that contract. I was doing the contract for that part. Aristotle with $5. Connor kind of said it in the beginning of the stream. He likes the money and doesn't like being told what to do. He really isn't taking it seriously. Jay with $5. I bet any amount of money at this happened to the people going after Destiny, they would be losing their minds. Did I miss yours? Cinnabon Pup. Where the fuck is it? I don't see it. Are you sure? Oh, with $5. Imagine being party to your friend being harassed and saying, at least I made some money. Static Air with $5. I think I already got you for that one. Bad Company with $5 using Destiny's personal life as justification for this is for this crazy amount of hate is wild by Connor. Yeah, I thought that was a little strange. Do you think you've ever given anyone a reason to hate you? I mean, I just feel like that the context here is just so much more. It's not we're not just talking about like hate. This is so far beyond like hating. It's just escalated way too far. You are an addict, so it's justified for them to dox you? True. Apparently, yeah, I'm just waiting for... I just found out the other day from JStock that my relationship with Esme is going to blow up, and then I'm going to, according to him, chain fuck a bunch of... I don't even want to say it. It was so unhinged what he just said. Changing some show structures. Just as a heads up, here is the game being played right in the background right now across several Twitch polls servers right now. Kiwi Farms, the Snarker sub, and Discord server, and several individuals whom I've been involved with in the past. JStock, Dooby, Kuiman have been infiltrating and turning several communities against me by repeatedly debating for hours and hours and hours for months and months and months. I'm not exaggerating this, unfortunately. He's not, by the way. He's not exaggerating. The same months... Wait. Same stupid talking points over and over and over again. This has been an active project they have all been collaborating on for... What's happening? Tylus with an animated super chat. Thank you. This has been an active project they have all been collaborating on for over a year, where several people join Discord communities to make the same arguments or shower people with money on stream to donate negative or disgusting things about me. The talking points will revolve around several things. A few of them being Destiny is routinely attempting to ensnare mentally ill women using his clout and power. Destiny is a pedophile. Based on Destiny's behavior, his family is fair game. I can deal with a lot of negative attention on the internet against me personally, and I've cut enough of my personal life away to survive a lot of the collateral fallout, but I cannot continue to try and maximally center the feelings and well-being of every single smaller content creator I interact with, while they are funded by and continue to host people who have openly stated it is their goal to destroy every part of my life and the lives of people who do not denounce me. So as of today, I do not want anything to do with counterpoints. I will not appear on any panels or shows with him. I will enforce my copyright against him if he's reacting to my content in a non-transformative way. I do not want anything to do with him. I do not want any contact with him in any way, size, shape, or form. Maybe this changes in the future if that snark community dies out or something on a personal level for me. And this applies to your own relationships as well. I have made the mistake in the past of simply thinking it was prudent to continue fighting my way through all of this toxicity, but I wasn't considering how much better my life could be if I was spending this time building positive friendships with people who will proactively defend you and your reputation rather than me having to get on my knees like a fucking loser and beg people to simply slightly modify their community to cut out people who have devoted their lives to destroying mine. Okay. All right. Well, I see why you don't have a Discord. I mean, I do have a Discord, for the record. I don't know why you're saying that. Folks, I didn't expect to say live this long. Me and the missus are going to go to a hotel on a lake and perhaps have sexual intercourse tonight. Who knows? Who knows? She's got to play it right, though. I'm no cheap date. Okay. I take Saturdays off. I will be back on Sunday. Go, Todd, go with $10. I went through this for years and ended up in jail and rehab twice as a result. The people will do anything to fuck with you and celebrate every minute of your pain. It's like super antisocial, like sociopathic shit. I mean, I feel like this thing was inevitably always going to come to a head at some point. You know, it's just like way too much, way too intense for it not to just blow up in some way. Thank you guys for all the fucking support this week. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go enjoy myself. Definitely gonna log the fuck off. No Twitter for at least 24 hours. And I'll see you guys on Sunday bright and early. Guys, have a good weekend. Get out there and live life a little bit. Hang out with some friends. Make mistakes. Get crazy, you know? Who knows? I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye-bye.